RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ, right square in the middle of your week. Going to try to get you to your Friday and your weekend as quickly as possible so we can continue some more Cowboys winning. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Chapu. We got Joey Erickson running things behind the board. Nice little night off. Relax, enjoy. Check out anything, do anything before you get back to football tomorrow night.
I had to take the kiddos to the dentist yesterday. My oldest one had to get a tooth pulled.
Oh.
Before, so he's going to get braces the first of the year. So they want him to get like the rest of his baby teeth. Like he's got like 2 or 3 molars in the back that just haven't come out. And apparently our dentist doesn't take my insurance anymore. I found that out the hard way. Yeah. So I go and it was routine cleaning, and they were also going to pull the teeth. And she comes out and she goes, "You want us to pull these? You want him to like wiggle these out on his own?" And I'm like,
pull them.
I mean, pull them. Like why? What's the big deal? She goes, "Well, they'll come out in about a month if he tries to do it on his own." And I said, "Okay. And what's the other thing?" And she goes, "We can pull them now." And then she handed me this envelope, like a folder.
Envelope.
It's like a folder. She goes, "This is what it's going to cost. Take a guess at what it would cost to pull 2 teeth."
$800.
$1,200. He's gonna wiggle these out on his own.
It's time to get a little more physical on the offensive line. It's time to, son,
stop wearing that mouth guard.
I saw a TikTok. You're not supposed to be wearing mouth guards. That's a new TikTok challenge. That's how you should fool them.
Oh, is that what it is?
That's how you fool them.
Do that.
There's a new TikTok challenge. You're not supposed to wear the mouth guard.
Oh.
So you left without getting them pulled.
Yeah. Look, he can wait on braces. All right, like the whole thing is like he doesn't want to have him when like it's time for his driver's license photo in 3 years. And I'm like, well, I don't think you have to worry 3 years to get, that's gonna take that long for braces. I have no idea. It used to be 6 months when I was a kid. That was always the time. Now apparently it's like 4 years to have braces on because you have them on like 8 stages.
Joey, how has your life been with the new sleep schedule? When are you napping? When are you going to sleep? When are you irritable? How's your energy levels?
Surprisingly, I felt pretty good in the mornings. It's right after the shows when I hit my wall about, and when I get home about 11 o'clock, I'm out, and at least till 2. Yesterday it was till 3. And my mom's very confused when I just sleep on the couch upstairs. She's like, "You're always asleep," and I'm like, I can't help it. I hit a wall. There ain't nothing keeping me up.
What time do you wake up?
Around 3:30.
Okay.
Is what I'm hoping.
Yeah.
to get on time.
Have you had any scares, any early morning alarm scares of being late?
Not yet, which
good.
is a good thing. So we'll hopefully good for the next 2 days.
Excellent. The Metroplex was spun into a tizzy yesterday when the report came out that we are getting the World Cup in 2026. This is from John Sutcliffe. He's an ESPN reporter. He was reporting that it's going to take place. They wrote Jerryland. So I don't know. I went to check the guy out. He was verified, but like Dana White, he was messing up the stadium, Dallas, Texas Stadium. He says, reporting it will be in Dallas, Jerryland. What are y'all's thoughts? Now, the Dallas Sports Commission has been contacted, I assume, by everybody, and it sounds like it's a bit premature. We believe Dallas is the perfect host for the 2026 World Cup, but they didn't go farther than that. We expect an announcement in 2023, and everybody's just sitting back and waiting for official confirmation. I wish this was something we had yesterday before Jerry to try to get something out of him to confirm it, because while I don't love soccer and I haven't been to any big-time soccer events in a long time, I did feel a little bit of FOMO with this. I was automatically thinking, oh, should I apply for a press pass? How do I get my family to experience this environment? Because this would be bonkers.
Oh, for sure. For sure it'd be nuts.
Is this something you would care to go to?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. It's one of those things. It's like, I was during the World Cup when it was here in 94. Is that about right?
I don't know. That's before my time.
94. It wasn't here. It was like in the U.S. Last time it was in the U.S. We were on vacation in California that week.
Wow.
And, I know, right? And we were in a restaurant in Chinatown in San Francisco. I'm sorry, it was in Little Italy. We had gone to Chinatown earlier that week, and then we watched the semifinals there. And then there was like this one TV in this restaurant in Little Italy.
You went to watch like Italy's game in Little Italy?
Yeah.
And then you go to Little China for when China's playing?
That's right. No, so we watched the final, which was Italy and Brazil in Little Italy, and they lose on penalty kicks. And Brazil winds up winning the World Cup. And all these people with these Brazilian flags hanging out of their cars started going, just honking their horns right down the streets of Little Italy in San Francisco. It was a wild scene. I was like, man, I've got to experience that. That is going to be awesome.
Yes. When's the last time you've been to a match?
A soccer match? The opening of Lincoln Financial Field. It was a Manchester United game.
Philly?
Yeah, I went to it was the first ever event at Lincoln Financial. And they have like in the end zone, like where we have the party pass section, they've got it kind of like that too, except it's not like they don't have like people there, right? It's just like this big open area. Well, this guy was standing on the railing. The cop tells him to go get away. Can't stand there. The guy's like, okay. So he shrugs him off. Cop comes back, says the same thing. Guy shrugs him off. Cop comes back the third time and handcuffs him to the railing and walks away.
Wow.
Left him there. And that's Philly.
Yeah, the final was at the Rose Bowl.
Yeah.
94. So we'll try to get some type of confirmation. Arlington was named as one of 11 U.S. cities to host the Cup, but the location of the final has not yet been determined. I wonder what those tickets would look like. Insanity, right?
You couldn't. You think concert tickets are expensive?
Yeah, right. A revenue impact projection of at least $400 million. That's what they project without the final. Last time Dallas hosted a World Cup match, quarterfinal 94 at the Cotton Bowl. The 2022 World Cup kicks off November 20th on national TV. U.S. will play its first game against Wales on my birthday. There you go. You can get me a birthday ticket for the United States against Wales on November 21st. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line to hit us up. 877-881-1053. We're live on the Fan Cam, live on Twitch, and live on YouTube. Of course, Lawrence Taylor is just now tweeting about the Cowboys against the Giants Monday Night Football. He tweeted, Micah Parsons is special. Can't wait to see everything you achieve, young man. God bless. Oh, yeah. And salute to the Cowboys fans. Y'all showed love and respect to the game over the rivalry. That is real. So Micah Parsons tweeting back to Lawrence Taylor, who was there for all the Ring of Honor ceremonies that I guess I don't remember seeing because Joe Buck was interviewing Jimmy Kimmel.
Because he was too busy with trying to do comedy. Instead of doing the Ring of Honor stuff, which I don't care about the Ring of Honor anyway. But
I would have preferred to see that.
The Jimmy Kimmel?
Although there's a lot of people I found out over the past 24 hours that don't like Jimmy Kimmel and do not think that he's funny. I don't know where we stand. Joey, how old are you?
22.
When's the last time you watched? All right, name the major late night comedy hosts.
Well, like David Letterman, I know it was like big, but that was a while ago.
Yes.
Now,
Name
it's like,
the current ones.
Like Stephen Colbert, I know is big. James Corden, I think it's like ABC.
Okay.
And that would be about it. I don't watch any of them, but I just like know of them at least.
Who's the one on NBC? Replace Leno.
Jimmy Fallon.
There you go.
That was obvious.
So I didn't know where things stood in terms of the hierarchy and the age demographic of who watches the Leno and the Lettermans that we grew up with.
I assume like Fallon is the younger crowd. That's like kind of like my non-scientific study that he is the younger crowd. I don't know about Cord. Is it James? I don't know about James Corden. The only thing I know about him is that carpool karaoke, which I think is kind of cool. And then, Colbert and Fallon and Kimmel. I mean, I don't watch any of them.
Yeah.
It's just not kind of on my radar. If I watch comedy, I'll tell you, I watch more comedy on TikTok than anywhere else.
All right, we're live for the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
We got Bobby Belt scheduled to join us at 7:20. A short week as we get set for the Commanders. Playmaker Michael Irvin at 8:40. As I had a couple phone conversations with Michael yesterday after what he did on ESPN. Stephen Jones on the quarterback situation, and I love this updated quote from Dak Prescott. Dak gives a playing time update, but more importantly, I love what he's talking about learning while on the sidelines, watching Cooper Rush and this offense navigate. We'll get to all of it, but the Southlake Police Department apparently could be hosting their own comedy show. We got news on Netflix that may make you upset, Chipotle, and where is all your money fading away to? It's the Wednesday edition of Sean and RJ just getting started on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
history, as yesterday the New York Yankees won again. They beat the Blue Jays 5-2, but Aaron Judge had 4 walks. We're still sitting at 60.
He may not get to anything else because I don't think he's getting anything to hit. He's on base percentage since hitting 60 is over 500.
So it's not like he's in a slump.
No, I mean he's like his batting average has gone down maybe 1 point in the 6 days, right? So he's basically going like, 1 for 3, 1 for 4, 0 for 1.
I wonder how much increased care there is from other teams about not wanting to be the one to give it up.
There was a comment, a quote yesterday. I can't remember who it was from, but he said, "I don't want to be a trivia.
I don't want to be Mike Bassett.
Yeah, I don't want to be a trivia question." So I think that's what you're seeing. You're seeing a lot of it. They're gonna make him earn it. But no, he's not like he's not in a slump. He's still hitting the ball hard. He's still getting singles and doubles, but not putting anything out.
In terms of Major League standings, by the way, the Rangers beat the Mariners to snap their little mini losing streak. The Yankees have taken care of the East after all that worry and panic and freak out. They're 8-2 of their last 10. So they're up 8.5 on the Blue Jays. The AL East is over. The Guardians are up 10 on the White Sox. They have pulled away. They're 8-2 in their last 10. Astros already won the West, up 18 games. Angels are in third. Rangers are in fourth at 66 and 87. The Oakland Athletics are how many games back, RJ Choppy?
34.
More.
43.
More.
50.
45 and a half games back in the West, in the division. The Mets and the Braves are all square. How fun is that? Both at 97 and 58. The Cardinals have wrapped up the Central. They're up 7.5 on the Brew Crew. And the Dodgers already wrapped up the West. They're up 20 on the Padres.
And how about this for that? You mentioned the Braves Mets. Okay, they are scheduled to play a series in Atlanta. Braves and Mets. Okay? What's coming through Atlanta here in the next couple of days? A hurricane. So Major League Baseball is wondering what they do because it's going to go through Tampa and then it's going to go up the coast and it's going to hit the Braves. And Major League Baseball is starting to wonder what they're going to do about this because it's not fair to the Braves to make them go play this game at Citi Field. All right, this game's supposed to start on Friday. It's going to be raining by then. It's not fair to go play it at Citi Field. Do you lose that home field advantage? They might. It might lose the home field advantage. And that's a big one because these two teams are tied, like you said.
And speaking of Judge and the big ball, our sister station, The Game in San Francisco, was talking about yesterday being the 22-year anniversary that this guy caught McGuire's 70th home run ball. He thought about giving it back just to meet McGuire. The Cardinals told him he had to give the ball back first. He said no, and then he talked about the story that changed his life. But this is kind of that Aaron Judge connection in New York. What would you do if you caught the ball in Arlington? All of it.
This is a guy making 30 to 40 grand a year. 30 to 40 grand a year, and he catches this lottery ticket. And all of a sudden, he was going to basically give it back.
Yeah.
He just want to meet him.
Here's the audio from The Game in San Fran on what happened 22 years ago yesterday.
So, Phil, let me ask you this. If they had said you can go meet Mark right now if you give the ball back, would you have given the ball back?
So if they would have said, hey, go meet Mr. McGuire, I might have given the ball back then. But, that just wasn't – that was definitely not an option at the time. I had to agree to give it back before meeting him. I felt like it would feel right in the moment if I met him type thing, not just blindly – going about oh, okay, here.
Did you ever think that ball would be? So the story goes, you don't give it back. And if I'm correct, 3 months later, you sell it for how much?
The gavel price was $2.7 million, which is what I made.
Oh, 2.7.
Did he say the gavel price?
Yeah, I don't know what that means. Like sold?
Right,
sold at auction?
Right.
That's pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool. Now, man, the Cardinals, that was a bad look for them. Yeah, you'll get to meet him, but you got to give the ball back first. No, I'll give it back to him at the handshake. Yeah. Like he's winning an award.
Yeah.
Left hand ball, right hand shake. It's pretty simple.
All right, let's get to some news that may be affecting your wallet. The stock market has wiped out $9 trillion from Americans' wealth. Since the start of January, it's been one of the worst runs of all time. So people, including myself and my pops, are getting wiped out. And now, have you been checking your account lately?
No.
Better just not to look.
It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Nothing to see here. We don't.
As people say, you don't lose unless you sell.
That's right. Unless you sell.
Just hang on, baby.
Now all I'm doing is I'm just reinvesting at a lower price. Give me some Litecoin.
Buy the
Give me some Ethereum. Catch those falling knives.
What's going on with Netflix? They changing up rates?
Yeah, they are changing up rates. What happens is obviously like they're gonna they're trying to raise rates, and people are upset with Netflix because they don't want to deal with price increases. Millions are threatening to cancel their Netflix, and Netflix is kind of sweating this one out because people are going to end their subscriptions. They had a price increase. The cost of living obviously is sky high globally, not just in the U.S., but everywhere it's high. And Netflix, they lost 1.2 million subscribers in the first 2 quarters of 2022.
Wow.
So they've already had a tough year. They've tried to do this thing where they're cracking down on password sharing, right? And account sharing. So they're cracking down on that. So they thought they were going to get more people to sign up, and all it's really done is upset people.
I always do this with social media apps. Like, give me your power rank, your 1, 2, 3 with Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, Twitter. Power rank your apps, your TV subscriptions. Like, I have been going down a lot of YouTube rabbit holes, which of course people have been doing for a long time. I just finally figured out how to access it on my old school TV. So now I can sit there and watch, cooking and food and sports documentary videos on YouTube. I really don't go to Netflix that much. I go to Amazon Prime and a couple others just because of the kid and his movies to access. But otherwise, I think I could do without Netflix for the first time in a long time.
My kids use Netflix a lot. A lot of their shows they watch are easily streamed on Netflix for free. I like Prime because I know they have every movie's available on Prime. You got to pay for them. But they've basically got every movie. Like there's not really a movie you can't find on Prime. So I like that. Plus my mom doesn't know, but I took her account, so I just charged her. She didn't really know. So like
There's
I like
Discovery Plus. There's 50 other ones. Joey, what's yours?
I probably consume 90% of my stuff through YouTube. And then Netflix is probably.
But
the
you
second
can't
close.
watch like a Netflix type show on YouTube.
Yeah.
Right?
So then I use like Netflix or Prime too. Is for those. Like I like to watch a lot of the throwback TV shows on Netflix more than anything. Big Friday Night Lights guy.
Okay.
I've been rewatching that. Seinfeld I really like too. So.
Oh yeah, baby.
All right, you're hired full time. We've been looking for Troy's replacement. You're in.
Do you know? So you watch? Do you know who the Dangy Bros are?
No.
All right, 'cause you look just like one of those.
The
fools.
Dangy Bros.
Yeah, they're like this. They do like backyard, tricks and everything, and they like stacked like 5 trampolines on top of each other, and we're trying to jump off it into the pool one time.
So like they're like these local guys here.
They're like Dude Perfect, only like not as good, but like my kids love them, and one of the dudes looks just like Joey.
And isn't Dude Perfect like building some new facility?
Yeah, they've got a rendering of a $100 million facility here in DFW.
It looks like an NFL. It looks like the Raiders stadium.
It does.
The Rams stadium.
It does. It's like Trick Shot Central, and like you're gonna be able to go in there and do your own trick shots as a civilian. Pretty cool. 100 feet, 330 feet tall.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line here on Sean and RJ. Stephen Jones was on yesterday with the KMC Masterpiece, and they asked, what do you think Dak does better than Cooper? Is Prescott definitely out on Sunday? And wait till you hear this quote from Dak about what he has learned while Cooper Rush has been quarterbacking this team to back-to-back wins. I think you're absolutely going to love it. That's next for the 6 a.m. Club with the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ on the Fan.
from the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Oh, this weather's fantastic.
Oh, gorgeous. Gorgeous.
Go to sleep at 73. Wake up for the midnight urination. Crank it up to 74.
Oh.
Got to do it just for the kid, not me. Just for the kid in case he wakes up a little bit cold. And then walk out into the house and windows half cracked for the drive into work. So enjoy it as hopefully, I think pool season's over. I got the new parent group at Ollie's school where I'm like, we should have them over.
Oh, no.
We should have
What a
them over
mistake.
once. But I think the time has passed when I'm checking out the weather forecast.
Yeah, it's probably too cold for the pool. I'm still getting in. Okay. This thing is going to be used. This is a 12-month pool. It's not heated, but it's a 12-month pool.
Anything that could make you get that $5,000 heater? Or you just
Yeah, if somebody gave me $5,000. If you give me $5,000, I'll absolutely do it. But I'm not going to pay for it on my own.
How have you done with maintenance and everything, controlling the chemicals and all that? You're doing it?
Yeah, so I have a little life hack. Travis Atolo hooked me up with this. He said, buy this little contraption. You throw it into like your pump or whatever, and you buy it on Amazon. It's like $40, $50. And it just kind of regulates everything on its own. And, okay, I sweep it. It's got the little vacuum. And I got another, I found a dude that will, that I've heard, I'm told, will do the chemicals like $50 a month. Just the chemicals. Don't know if I'm going to do that. I'm going to try it on my own.
Okay.
But you buy a bunch of those little chlorine bricks on Amazon and, spend a couple $100 on those things. Let's go.
All right, let's get to Stephen Jones on yesterday weekly with the KMC Masterpiece. And they asked Stephen where he has been most impressed with his new Cowboy QB.
I just think, one is his leadership. He's got the confidence of the team. I think 2 is getting the team in rhythm. I think 3 is, his knowledge of the offense and knowing where to go with the ball and how quick he gets the ball out. I think last night we came away with basically, I don't think they got a sack. Correct me if I'm wrong. And I don't think they had that many pressures either. So it was, but I think part of that's hats off to Cooper as well. I mean, we all want to start by giving credit to the offensive line. They pay their guys too. And I thought the offensive line did a great job, but it's really nice when you got a quarterback back there who knows right where to go with the ball and gets it out in a timely fashion.
All right, so again, probably the number one thing we're talking about with Cooper Rush in terms of Dak difference, or I guess just the number one trait besides poise is timing. Steve Young, Stephen Jones. People are talking about the quick decisions, RJ, and how quickly the ball is coming out. And I think that's something that Dak, we've talked about this since last week. Hopefully something that Dak is maybe learning from. And Prescott had a quote that I absolutely love after the win over the Giants. He said the game has slowed down for him watching from the sideline. Quote, it's not that I'm learning things new about the defenses we face or anything like that, but I'm seeing more and more just how simple this game can be. Hearing the calls in the headset and then seeing how defenses line up from the sidelines reinforces that sometimes all you have to do is slow the game down and go through the design of the plays. It can be so blanking simple. That's what I can't wait to get back to. That is exactly, Joey, see if you can find that clip I sent you from Steve Young the other day. That is exactly what Steve Young talked about. And I like listening to Steve. Like he truly views and treats quarterbacking like an art. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, it is.
So when he speaks, I really talk because he's breaking down footwork, and Steve Young was an all-time great. And this is Dak saying exactly what Steve Young suggested.
It is an art. There's no doubt about that. I mean, quarterbacking is like playing defensive end, wide receiver. I mean, there's a lot of just like a linebacker. Let's be athletic.
Yeah.
Right. Playing quarterback is a lot like playing golf or baseball. It's a learned skill. You need athletic ability. You need hand-eye coordination. You need big hands, strong arm, all that stuff. But there's a learned skill aspect of it. You can't pick up playing quarterback at 19 years old and make the NFL. At 19 years old, you can become a defensive end. And if you're athletic enough, you might be able to sneak your way into a small college and then go. It's just a little different, and you've got to treat it like an art.
So that's Steve Young with the advice. Don't know whether Dak heard it from him or not. But Brian Baldinger, actually, we'll continue with Stephen Jones. And then Baldy, who hops in his film room immediately to break down the Cowboys, had some more really, really good takes. But we'll continue with Stephen Jones. What has been holding Rush back from getting this opportunity? You guys did put him on waivers. The Giants had him, got rid of him. No one in the league looked at him and said, we got to have this quarterback on our squad. Why not?
One of my themes has been, and our themes has been, is give people opportunities, give people a chance, and see what might happen. And he reminds me a little bit of Miles Austin in terms of Miles being a great special teams player around here. Certainly Noah was. Miles did a lot of the dirty work, blocking, digging people out, in the run game. And then boy Austin got his chance in Kansas City, and the rest was history. And I think that's true for Noah. I think, it's not any different than Tyler Smith getting an opportunity to go play left tackle. I mean, he certainly answered the bell. It's not any different to watch CD progress now. And, after a tough drop there, I mean, what a response. I mean, he came back and, played elite football in my mind after, had the disappointing drop there. And certainly I think I think CD was looking for that end zone before he caught the ball. And, I think you just give some of these athletes that, are willing to be football players and do the dirty work and play special teams and give them an opportunity. And it's amazing how guys like this can thrive. Brock Marion's another one that comes to mind that just came in as a special teams player, a punt blocker, and then he got a chance to play safety and became a Pro Bowl safety. So, some of these guys, they're just football players. They're willing to do what it takes. The other things on Noah's list is, he's overcome some injuries, and he didn't let that deter him. A lot of guys, unfortunately don't get through those type of situations, and they retire and move on to other things in life. But, I think Noah's the ultimate example of a guy who's done everything the right way, and it's paying off for him.
It's amazing how nobody can remember Noah Brown's name. Jerry wants to call him Cedric Wilson.
Cedric Wilson.
And Steven had to correct himself right there. So he took the QB question to Noah Brown, who seems to have the best chemistry and connection with Cooper Rush while he's in for Dak. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. All right, Steven, if on Friday. Now Prescott said probably not happening this week. He's targeting the Rams. He is eyeing week 5 against the Rams for his return. But if Dak on Friday says he's ready to start, who stops him?
Well, I just think that's something that, you come to a consensus on something like that. I mean, you got to love the competitive nature. That's what everybody in this organization loves about Dak. Never want to underestimate him. You never, certainly want to second guess. I mean, this guy's a competitor. He certainly wants to be in there helping this football team. But I know between, I think we got one of the best training staffs in the NFL, and Britt Brown in terms of the rehab, and Jim Maurer. I know the coaching staff is going to certainly do what's in Dak's best interest. I mean, there's that old saying, sometimes you got to protect a person from himself. And, this is probably going to be one of those that we got to make sure that, he's not pushing the envelope, because we all know, Dak would, probably push the issue probably to a point of detriment if we don't stay on top of it. But I'm confident the organization will make a great decision here in terms of timing of when Dak's ready to return to play.
I do wonder how Rush's game has allowed the Cowboys to slow down Dak's return to play.
Right.
And now that's not an admission that they want Cooper to play. It's just that they want Dak to be 100% healthy.
Yep.
And, we can deal with Cooper Rush. I will say this Fantex brought this up on truckright.com text line. 15-yard passes downfield. What percentage of passes downfield for each quarterback in the NFL?
I heard that Cooper Rush at least through PFF stat, has like made no big time throws in the past 2 weeks.
Okay, interesting. So this is just this year,
and that's a stat from them, big time throws.
Yeah. So this is from late round QB. Our boy 337 said this on the text line. Which quarterback? Now, granted, it's only 3 games of the NFL season, and only 1 for Dak and 2 for Rush. But Dak has attempted the fewest percentage of his throws 15 yards down the field this year.
From one game.
One game, I get it. But that was 6.9% of his throws, of his dropbacks, went 15 yards down the field. Cooper Rush is at 17%. Tua is at 14. Russell Wilson's at 21. Jimmy Garoppolo is at 20. Justin Fields, 33. So these are guys you don't expect it, right? You don't expect Mitch Trubisky to be throwing it downfield. Almost 30% of Mitch Trubisky's dropbacks have gone 15 yards down the field or more. And Dak is, now while he's completing 50% of those 6.9%, it's the lowest in the NFL. He had the fewest percentage of his dropbacks go 15 yards on the field in that one game.
Which is amazing. We keep talking about Cooper Rush like getting it out for the easy completion, but he's also kind of going downfield.
He's going downfield at a much higher rate than Dak did. So in 2 games, again, this is not a total, this is a percentage.
Yeah.
So in 2 games, he's done it a lot more than Dak.
Still a ridiculously small sample size.
Very small.
Against maybe the best defense in the NFL for Prescott. Now the Mike Bassett question to Stephen Jones. Now, Jerry didn't want to touch this yesterday, and nobody is probably going to touch it because it creates controversy. Let's see what Stephen said about what he feels Dak actually does better than Cooper.
I think he's, let's start with the fact that he's the quarterback on this team. I mean, the whole team looks to him for leadership. You can see he's the ringleader down there, in terms of, really fired up about when this team has success, whether it's Cooper or anyone else on this team. The other thing, obviously, I think Dak's, mobility-wise, he's a better athlete. And then, just experience. I mean, Dak's been around, seen it, won playoff games, won a lot of football games, had a lot of success. So Cooper, take nothing away from Cooper. I mean, the run he's had here going back to Minnesota last year and winning these 2, tough football games against a Super Bowl team last year in the Bengals, and then a team that was, came in at home 2-0 and playing good football. So, I think a lot of people were questioning, had we taken care of this backup quarterback situation the right way? And, certainly this team has a lot of confidence in Cooper, and he's certainly shown that he deserves that.
Wow, he answered it. Great answer from Steven. I'm kind of stunned. He said Dak has the edge in leadership, mobility, and experience. And I'm surprised he even went there. But you normally can't lose giving praise to the face of your franchise who paid $40 million to.
No, you can't. But I'll tell you, if you had to give me a choice on the attributes that I want to have out of my quarterback.
Yes. I just wrote down 4 that matter more.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Arm strength, accuracy,
anticipation,
aggressiveness,
and touch. And this is Basic's question, and I think it's a fascinating one. If you force yourself to do this exercise when it comes to accuracy, arm strength, touch, and anticipation, how would your chart go?
Dak's more accurate.
Okay, you believe Dak's more accurate.
Arm strength,
I know you don't believe in it. I think Dak's got a stronger arm.
Yeah, I really don't know. I guess if they both put a radar gun up there, I really wish the NFL would get in on that. And they do this in hockey, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
You could tell how fast the slap shot went.
Give a little more detail on why the numbers tell you and you believe Dak is more accurate, because that would be challenged from a lot of Tolos.
They have stats for this. It's called completion percentage over expectation, which is how open the receiver is. So that's your expected completion percentage, and then what it actually is. And Dak's is just better. His numbers are higher. So all the metrics that talk about accuracy, Dak's got him beat. Cooper as I'm going to start calling him now completely, is he does go downfield more right now. And it does look like, it looks like his play action's better, which I think is a really important thing. And perhaps his touch is better.
And what about anticipation? A big knock on Dak is,
going through progressions?
Not going through progressions, but throwing a little bit behind guys, not throwing them open, waiting more till they're open, that hesitation a little bit in the pocket. It's been a big knock on him.
It has. His tight window throws have always been really, really good against the league average. So I don't know if that means that he is just having to throw into tight windows, if he is trying to throw guys open. The knock on him is he's never really wanted to throw guys open. He wasn't going to take that risk, and he's a relative risk-averse quarterback. And I don't know that's totally been dispelled. I think Dak does have a bit of risk aversion in him, and that's not something you want. You don't want your quarterback to be scared of making mistakes. You want him to just go out there and sling it. If he makes a mistake, he makes a mistake.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. So that is Inside the Star on DFW Sports Station. Thank you for turning it on and leaving it on. We have a current NFL player going up against Shannon Sharpe and his breath. Tyreek Hill is calling out the NFL whipping boy at cornerback, and an update on Tom Brady and that household. Plus, is this a big fight between Pat Mahomes and Eric Bieniemy after what happened in Indianapolis? Around the rest of the NFL with Sean and RJ next on The Fan. But first, let me get you.
drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one gets hurt. So frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Some of the Tolos are responding to the quote from Dak that I absolutely love while talking about learning from the sidelines. And basically, just to shorten it up and paraphrase, he said, I'm just seeing more and more how simple this game can be. Hearing the calls in the headset and then seeing how defenses line up reinforces sometimes all you have to do is slow it down and go through the design of the plays. Basically, trust Kellen. It can be so blanking simple. That's what I can't wait to get back to. And I love that. Some Tolos love it. Some do not. Nathan, hopefully this helps him take the next step from being a good quarterback to a great one. Rojo, he's about to be 30 and had an entire season to sit on the sidelines, which is followed by all the money. We may be in big trouble if he's really just now finding out how simple this game can be. Omar on Twitter, I'm sorry, but while this is perfectly logical, he's seeing things from a different perspective. It's year 7. His understanding of the game and ability to make it simple should not be a given. It should not be a given, not a question. So do we owe Steve Young an apology? That from A. Measy. So these are some of the Tolos reacting. Look, at least from my job, just my own perspective, sometimes being out a week on vacation or 2 weeks, I do come back and you focus on like little details. You come back in, and at least for me, I'm like, all right, let's try to stay on the clock this week. Let's ask better and shorter questions. Let's try to go ahead and, send better audio. Like it's a reset, when you're out for a week or two from work. You come back and you focus, or you notice something from someone else that you borrow. If I fly home to Maryland and I check out the Junkies, shout out to the Tolos and the DMV listing right now, and I'm like, that's something I should do. They're really good at that. I don't see anything wrong with that. I don't think that's a detriment. I think that's learning. I think that's growth. I think that's a positive. And that's why I love this quote from Prescott so much. And let's see if he tries to do less. And the Cowboys, we're going to have a conversation about whether the Cowboys are going to have to tone down their identity. If they're going to have to change, I'm going to ask you what their identity was at the end of last year and before this season started, what it is now with Rush, and what it should be. I think that's a question to get into, because I think we're going to have to become, there's an argument to be made, we should become a little more boring as a football team. I think that's a topic. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it might. Yeah, they might become a little bit more boring.
I know that goes against all of your high octane, let's score 30.
I might have to stop watching. I
Philosophy.
don't watch running plays. I turn the game off. Okay, the year 7
not
thing.
just running, though. Just shorter, simpler, quicker, easier passes. And maybe this team starts scoring 23 or 24 instead of 30.
I mean, shoot, they already do shorter, easier passes. By the way, let's let some of these other tight ends out there who are more athletic than Dalton Schultz.
Oh!
See what we can do.
Choppy already trying to get in Dalton's pockets.
Okay. They brought up it's year 7. In year 6, John Elway went 8-7, had more interceptions than touchdowns thrown. In year number 4, Peyton Manning went 6-10 and threw 23 picks. He didn't figure it out until year 6. Quarterbacks don't figure it out until Tom Brady was a bus driver until year 6. And then he got Randy Moss. This is the norm. The idea that, he should just come into the league ready to go, it's not really realistic. Patrick Mahomes did. Okay. I mean, we're talking about the guy who's had the greatest start of a career as a quarterback the league's ever seen. This is the norm. Like, chill. It's not it's year 7. This is about when you start to figure it out. Like, right about now. Matt Stafford was a turnover machine. Had to figure it out, right? Some guys start off hot, then the league catches up to them, and now it's his turn to catch back up to the rest of the NFL.
All right, let's go around the rest of the NFL real quick as we take a break from the boys. Tyreek Hill in the postgame after the Dolphins beat the Bills. By the way, man, Rex Ryan had an amazing point that I think he should get a lot of credit for. He said this Buffalo game in Miami this past weekend would be the hardest game of the year for Buffalo because of the sideline, the weather, and the way that the Dolphins stadium was built and constructed. He said that sideline over there on the other edge, on the other side, is brutally hot. And the Dolphins, Jerry, set up their stadium to have an advantage, their sideline being in the shade for a 1 o'clock start in Florida gives the home team so much of an advantage, and the Bills were dropping like flies out there with dehydration and cramps. And he just said, because when Rex said it last week, I was like, what are you talking about? Miami fans are soft. They suck. Florida fans, they don't have any passion. They're not crazy about anything. They're not loud. They may not even show up for this game. He said it's not about the fans. It's about the weather. It's about the heat, and it's about the sideline. So Rex ended up being dead right on that as Bills players were just dropping everywhere. But and he would know with his time
with the Jets. But it does Rex and the Bills.
Oh, yeah, and the Bills.
But, does Rex realize, the Miami Dolphins don't win a lot of games?
Well, they have a good team now.
Yeah, they have a good team. That maybe that's why they won the game, not the fact that because when
the Bills were cramping up.
Yeah, sure, I get it. Yeah, no, it's definitely a factor. It's definitely a factor. But is Rex forgetting that when the Dolphins stink, it's not that big of a factor?
So Tyreek Hill, after the game, was asked about primetime, the Amazon Prime matchup. It's going to be Chiefs-Bengals tomorrow night. That should be a good one. And Tyreek remembered a little score to settle.
Oh, we play on primetime that week? I didn't even know that.
Amazon Prime.
Oh, we play on Amazon Prime? Thursday. Oh, that's going to be lit right there. I didn't even know that for real. But, yeah, we're looking forward to who we play?
Bengals.
Looking forward to the challenge. It's going to be fun, And I can't wait to go against Eli Apple, man. I owe you, boy. I owe you. I'm here. The cheetah is here.
Man, whoa, I feel bad for Eli Apple. This guy, he's the black sheep of the NFL. Everybody calls out Eli Apple. What did he do? I remember his mom being a headline back in the day.
It's probably his mom.
But come on, good Lord. It's a vicious verbal assault on Eli Apple every single year. Now, why does Tyreek Hill want payback? Why is he calling him out? Well, the Bengals won both games against the Chiefs last year, including the AFC Championship game. And on the final play of the first half in the title game in Kansas City, Eli tackled Tyreek short of the goal line. That stopped Kansas City from a 21-10 lead. And then the Bengals, of course, completed the comeback. So this is Eli Apple versus Tyreek Hill with the cheetah calling him out.
I just did a quick Google search on why Eli Apple is hated by everybody. And some of the things they're saying is bad in the locker room, overly cocky with nothing to back it up, taunts people for no reason at all. So there you go. He's got a history of taunting other NFL players. He is also not very good, and maybe he's a dirty player.
Eli is not talking back right now, but his teammates are. Jesse Bates saying, I don't know if Eli got him tickets to the Super Bowl last year or not. I think that's probably why he's a little bit upset. Mike Hilton, corner, it must have still been in his head a little bit if he brought it up. We're not with all the talking. We just go out and handle our business. So Tyreek versus Eli Apple, a storyline for the football game tomorrow night. How about Jerry Jeudy against Shannon Sharp? Shannon Sharp went on social media while the Broncos were busy not scoring points again, and the Denver Bronco legend tweeted, Jeudy does all this route running in the offseason and can't catch an effing pass. Tweeted that during the Broncos-San Fran game. Jeudy responded, and you be doing all that talking during the season while your breath be smelling like your ass. Hashtag big win. And apparently he deleted it quickly, but of course the internet never forgets. So Shannon Sharp going after Judy's route running in hands, and Judy going after Shannon's breath.
Ooh. That's funny. It's funny. Man, like, I got... How close do you get to Shannon Sharp to know how his breath smells like? Is this like, you're just making this up? Is he just making this up? Like, you and I are, like, we're still like 5 feet away.
Right.
I have no idea what your breath smells like.
Yes.
We've been close enough. I can't tell.
Yeah.
You know, you really only know somebody's breath if you're, like, making out with them.
This is like explaining a yo mama joke to your kid, right? If someone's like, your mom is so fat, and you got to be like, son, they don't really know mom. You know, there's no reason. No one breaks down jokes like that.
No, you don't break down jokes like that. My kids use mama jokes all the time. You don't have to break anything down. Nothing down. Nothing gets broken down.
Do they still use yo mama jokes?
They don't say yo mama like that. You know, like your mama's so fat. They don't do like that. They just say like your mom likes it. Your mom's, that's what your mom said.
It's turned into your, not yo.
Yeah.
Yo mama.
It's not yo mama.
Yeah,
It's your
mom.
mom. It's just your mom.
Your mom. Yeah. And apparently there's more gossip websites talking about Tom and Giselle. It's not about football necessarily. They've just grown apart. And Tom's trip to the Bahamas during training camp was with the kids without Giselle there.
Now that was something. That was something. I did not know that at all. We had all assumed.
The kids attended the Bucs-Packers game. Apparently she was not there.
Yep. And this is interesting as we find this out more, because it was like everything that was reported was that, Tom and Giselle went to the Bahamas.
Yeah.
Like it was a rekindling or a promise to the family, but apparently we just made the promise to the kids. Well, how does that change the locker room?
Why would it have an effect on the locker room?
Well, I think some people would say, if the wife says, I need this from you.
Right, like it's more excused.
It's more excused. You could tell your kids, hey, wait a couple of more months.
Yeah.
But maybe you can't tell your kids that. I just wonder in the locker room if that is a bigger faux pas than leaving training camp.
So there's the report. They're just growing apart. Distance between them. So there's your gossip update here on Sean and RJ. Thanks for being a Tolo. We are live on YouTube, Twitch, and the Fan Cam. Hit us up always on the truckrick.com text line at 877-881-1053. Are we happy with the Super Bowl halftime show performance? It's now official. And speaking of marriages, an NBA player on the most dramatic team in the league giving some marriage advice. That's all next with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Well, let's get your carpet clean. Clean way, green way, zero res way. RJ Choppy Fan Special. Fantastic.
Super Bowl halftime show is now official. I know you're crushed and disappointed because, excuse me, the initial rumors were your girl Tay-Tay, Taylor Swift, was going to be the halftime show. Nope. Instead, it's going to be Rihanna.
And look, I got to be honest. This sucks. You know, we had a great halftime show last year. Maybe the best ever. Maybe the best ever. And now you're a little soft. A little soft.
You don't like Rihanna?
She's okay. I thought, you know, her music's not my jam.
What would have been your T Swift order of playlist for the Super Bowl? You're the choreographer of the halftime show.
Oh, I would have gone old school. I'm not a fan of her new stuff. Although her new stuff is her old stuff because she's got really lazy too. So I'm kind of getting out on Tay Swift too.
Okay.
She went flat lazy. She just decided to re-release her old stuff just so she could, call it hers now instead of it was a big to do with the record labels. But no, Rihanna will be fine. She's going to put on a good show. I mean, I love the J-Lo Shakira one. I mean, that was tremendous. How could you not love that? But no, I'm going to be disappointed because last year was so amazing. Like, so amazing. It had literally everything you could possibly ask for. Basically every era, every genre. I mean, everything you could have asked for was in last year's halftime.
With Dre
and Snoop and Eminem and, Fitty rolling out there. And, I mean, boy, he went upside down and it was like, damn. That was $1 Fitty.
So there it is. Rihanna for the halftime show, not Tay-Tay, to the disappointment of RJ Choppy. Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. So I got some leftover audio from NBA Media Day, and there was a lot of interesting stuff. Jimmy Butler's hair.
Oh yeah,
what was that?
Mm-hmm.
Jimmy Butler looking like Medusa, saying his sole purpose this offseason was to troll the internet. Of course, you had the Mavs talking. Bassick not happy about Christian Wood coming off the bench. He thinks that is going to lead to Wood leaving us in free agency after his contract year. Of course, you had Luka. JaVale McGee was thrilled to be in DFW, talking about the city and a chance to win big, especially after seeing Luka for 7 games last year in the NBA playoffs. But the big drama, of course, is taking place in Brooklyn, as everyone is asking the Nets about the Kevin Durant soap opera. And one of the guys that gave a golden comment was Markieff Morris.
Oh, yes.
Talking about this type of drama just being part of the NBA.
Like I said before, Brooklyn was a top team the whole summer. Actually, that was my number one phone call right up until what happened with Kevin. But, man, that's the NBA, man. You break up with a girlfriend, you get back with her. Same shit. Same shit. You have your differences until you figure it out.
Does it work?
Yeah, I mean, broke up with my wife a couple times. We still married. It works. Sometimes you need space to figure some things out. It just works, It is what it is.
So there's Markieff going viral for that. Broke up with my wife a few times. We're still together.
Yeah. Sounds like a healthy relationship.
Right? All right. But I think the number one storyline is what's happening in Phoenix. This is good for the Mavericks. DeAndre Ayton got a new deal, right? Remember what happened last year with the epic disaster, the Game 7 disaster. Ayton and Monty Williams fighting. Ayton not going back on the floor. Mavs win in an absolute beatdown. Okay, Ayton's got to be leaving Phoenix. Rick Carlisle and the Pacers tried to pay him. Problem is, Ayton's a restricted free agent. Phoenix matched. So during media day, the Suns' big man sat down and was asked how thrilled he is with all that new money.
Congratulations on obviously getting the deal. Just maybe your thoughts that now that you got that. Maybe what was your initial reaction once the Suns matched the Pacers offer?
I was happy. It was all done, I guess.
That's it?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Would you sound like that if you got 4 for 133? 4 for 133. I was happy. Yeah. That's it?
4 for 133. You're doing jumping jacks, hula hoops, going crazy. 4 for 133.
So then yesterday there was follow-up with Ayton. I don't know how good this is going to sound because of the basketballs. It's so-so. Joey says it's so-so. But the media tried to follow up with DeAndre over why he didn't sound excited to be back on the Suns.
How have you and Monty kind of been able to move
I haven't
on?
spoken to Monty. No, I haven't spoken to him at all. Ever since the game.
Stop it right there, Joey.
No.
I haven't spoken with Monty ever since the game.
What?
They haven't spoken since the Mavs beat their ass in Game 7 all off season. I don't know. Did you want to connect to figure out if this would be a good $130 million investment to bring him back?
Yeah.
You figured that they would have discussed how they're going to make it work.
You think so?
Haven't had discussions. Joey, play the entire clip now with DeAndre discussing it.
How have you and Monty kind of been able to move on?
I haven't spoken to Monty. No, I haven't spoken to him at all. Ever since the game.
So not even
No.
open that
I'm here. Are you happy to be here, DA? Yeah, I'm all right.
I'm here. I'm here. Are you happy to be here? Yeah, I'm all right.
Yeah, I'm all right. So,
wow.
This is a couple of things, and I think this is a larger issue the NBA has. Not the NBA, but it happens really. First off, he's okay. Like, he's there for the money. Like, he's content with being there. But
I don't know if he's content.
He's all right.
He does not sound content.
He's all right. He's all right. The other thing is, I mean, we see this, and I wonder if this is really a big deal with the Monty Williams situation. We see this with other players. Like, players in the NBA, like the superstars, when they're free agents, they just tell the teams where they're going to go. And you figure out the cap space. Right? Like,
yeah.
Like, how often do you think, just pick a player that's a high price free agent. Like when Luka's a free agent, let's just say he's unrestricted. and there's a half dozen teams with cap space. He may not even make a trip to any of them or talk to the head coach. He doesn't care. He may just pick a team. Oh yeah, I'm gonna go to Sacramento, and they'll pay the money because they want Luka Doncic. Like he may not even get a sales pitch out of him. The NBA is so odd with that, and I wonder, if this is completely abnormal. I think it's abnormal, but is it like super stunning?
I think it's super stunning because when have we ever heard a player signing a new deal and sounding like this right after in year one? In the months after, when have we ever heard about something? This is restricted free agency, right? You can't leave if your team matches. So that is DeAndre Ayton with some drama. That's not going to play out well for the Phoenix Suns, and that would be good for the Dallas Mavericks. So they got the Robert Sarver drama with the owner, which, by the way, Steph Curry chimed in during Warriors Media Day and said he was speaking with the commissioner about this.
How does that happen? This is wild to me. Like, he's discussing the punishment with the commissioner? Does that strike anybody as odd? Why is the commissioner having discussions about other players with Steph Curry?
Well,
it doesn't sound right. Like,
who is Adam Silver the commissioner for?
The owners, not the players. Should there not be boundaries with your boss? Like, why are you having discussions about other people? I don't know. It just seems like
Or why is Adam Silver taking the call?
Yeah, it seems like a real. I mean, you take the call, right? It's one of your players. If he has a problem, take the call. But man, I don't know. I just found it odd. Like, do you think Mike Trout's talking about the Trevor Bauer punishment with Rob Manfred?
No.
Yeah, I still think it's appropriate. I don't think it's appropriate to have,
makes Adam Silver look good to the players. Makes him look phenomenal to the players.
Yeah, it does.
I wonder what the other owners have to say about it.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think
I'd like to ask Cuban. Is it weird? Does it sound weird to you that Steph Curry is weighing in on Robert Sarver's punishment to the commissioner of the NBA? LeBron probably has his ear. I'm sure David Stern talked to Magic and Michael.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, do you think Brady...
Is that a smart commissioner, or is this out of bounds?
I mean, you think Tom Brady's talking to Roger Goodell about what they're going to do with Stephen Ross?
Well, no, because Tom was part of that.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Like Aaron Rodgers or whatever. It's just like he's not talking to them.
And then, while I think the Suns situation, at least with the player, not the owner, the Suns situation is good for the Mavericks. I don't think this is going to be good for many people. Zion Williamson showing up looking like a different man. Apparently getting with a nutritionist, refocusing on his career, and Zion looks cut up.
It's one of those feelings where I'm in the gym and something happens and I'm like, oh man, I can really do that. Oh, that's different. But now I learned a lot from nutrition standpoint, from working out standpoint, how long I need to be in the gym and the most efficient way to work out. I feel like I'm in my best right now. I feel like I'm moving faster, jumping higher. I feel great.
Did you see him? Did you see him?
Unit!
Man.
What a unit.
He's shredded up, man. Good for him. Hopefully he stays healthy.
Yeah, he won't. He won't. He'll be out by end of November.
He looks different, though.
Yeah, he looks good. He looks really, really good. And that they need it. That's a dangerous team.
Very dangerous.
If they're healthy, that's a pretty dangerous team.
CJ McCollum, Ingram, and now you're sitting there with maybe a healthy Zion. Ooh, meanwhile, Lonzo Ball, physically, he's sounding like this isn't the same medical issue, but he's sounding like Travis Frederick when Travis was trying to figure out what's wrong. He's like, I still can't really run or jump.
Yeah.
Even the doctors are confused with my knee, so Lonzo physically sounds messed up.
Do you remember the name of the disease?
Guillain-Barré.
Guillain-Barré. Yeah. Guillain-Barré.
So there it is, a little recap of NBA Media Day on DFW Sports Station. Bobby Belt Cowboys Insider at 7:20. But we got to get you some headlines. Dak has picked out the week that he wants to return. Stephen Jones on how the offensive line is going to work with Jason Peters. Is the World Cup coming to DFW? And does Liv finally have a TV deal? Headlines on a hump day. With Sean and RJ next.
Let's get you over to Diamonds Direct. Unbelievable zero interest finance.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's time for Hump Day headlines to get you through your morning and to your weekend as quickly as possible. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. That is what TOLO stands for. Dak Prescott says he's unlikely to play this week against the Washington Commanders, but he is eyeing Week 5, RJ, against Aaron Donald.
Oh, baby.
And the LA Rams.
Man, just what I want to see. My quarterback, who just has a broken thumb, playing against the best interior pass rusher maybe the league has ever seen.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I can't wait to see.
Stephen Jones was on yesterday with KMC, and they asked, can we just pencil Dak as out for this Sunday against Washington?
As I said, they're going to work through that this week, and it'll be, we got really smart people. We'll all be looking at how he does, how he feels, and what we think is in the best interest of Dak.
But Dak sounds like he's ruling himself out, but wants to return against the Rams. You got other guys returning. What are they going to do when Connor McGovern is healthy? McGovern, and then Forniak, and now you have Jason Peters into the mix. Yesterday, Jerry sounded a little bit surprised himself that Jason Peters could go and play left guard with that limited pitch count. Steven, on when McGovern comes back, is he going to go back to starting?
Well, that's what the coaches will work out this week. I don't want to get ahead of it, and we'll see. See how this week plays out. But I think he's got a chance to be in the picture as well, which just should solidify our offensive line play. I thought Jason Peters did some nice work in there at left guard, and I thought Forniak did well as well. So I just think it's good to continue to get this depth as you see across the league. Not everybody's fortunate enough to have that. I think our offensive line's really coming together as a group and really doing a nice job.
All right, it's always fun to take a little different perspective and look at the grading from Pro Football Focus from the Cowboys win over the Giants. The grades are out.
They are out. Let's see. Give me a guy. Who do you want?
Let's go to Cooper Rush.
Cooper Rush was the highest graded offensive player for the Cowboys.
Wow.
He had an 82.1. So that's in the that's kind of in the borderline elite category. He had an 82.1 pass grade, 57 run grade. So there you go. That's what Cooper Rush had.
How about CeeDee Lamb?
He was the fourth highest graded. He had a 74.2, a 74.4 pass grade.
Okay. How about Noah Brown?
Noah Brown was sixth. He had a 68.9. His pass was a 68.6. His pass blocking, 65.3.
Pollard and Zeke.
Zeke was tied with CeeDee Lamb at 4. Pollard was third. He had an 80.
Okay. So just go down in order with the grades.
All right, so Rush.
This is offense.
Mm-hmm. So Rush Fehoko, who only played 3 snaps. Pollard. I'll just give you the guys who played the majority of the snaps.
Yeah.
Lamb and Zeke were tied. Noah Brown. Zach Martin was 7th. He had a 64.9.
By the way, Tolos were asking to get to the bottom of Zach Martin cursing, apparently towards the Cowboys sidelines, and someone from Blogging the Boys kind of isolated the audio, and it appeared like Zach was saying, "Stop running this BS." It was like a running play in the middle of the Cowboys offensive line, and Zach was either yelling, we think, at Kellen Moore or Mike McCarthy, cut this BS out, that his problem was with that play call or play calling. That is the best guess right now.
Yep. And it's okay. So that, and listen, sometimes the players have a better vantage point on what's working.
Of course.
And who is like, this guy's a menace. I can't block him. I can't do this. Can't do that. Let's see. Zach was next. And then you had Jason Peters, a 64.2. He had a 78.5 pass block grade, a 60 run block. Terrence Steele, Tyler Smith was a 59.8. Ferguson was a 57.6. Hendershot a 54.9. Farniak a 54.3. And then bringing up the rear was Badez a 52.3.
And my apologies. Let me give the props to J Flow. That was the Twitter account at TVJ Flow, who is a Tolo. That's the one who got that Zach Martin sound. Some other fallout from the game. Sterling Shepard suffered a torn ACL. He's going to miss the remainder of the season. The guy who broke the news that Jason Peters was going to play, Jordan Schultz, tweeted, "Gutted over the Shepard news. Many players have since relayed an important message to me over the past 12 hours. Every NFL stadium needs natural grass. We know it's much safer. Specifically, players have a 28% higher rate of non-contact lower extremity injuries on turf. A 28% higher injury risk as people were reacting to Sterling Shepard. That was scary to watch that Monday night.
He was in a straight line run.
And it looked like he was going like half or three-quarter speed.
It's absurd. There's no way that should have happened. I totally agree. All these dopes who write these articles that the Cowboys training facility in Oxnard is bad because the field is crowned.
Well, some dummy off Bro Bible.
Guess what?
Trying to get clicks. And I like Bro Bible's website.
Guess what? It's natural grass. The players would rather play on a half-tilted natural grass field than a pristine turf one. It's better on their body. It's better on their knees, their back, their hips. And there's not the same risk of ACL tears. You still have a risk. Of course you have a risk. And, you wonder, the Cowboys have an indoor-outdoor facility. They used to have one grass, one turf field. I think they're now both grass on the outside. I'm not sure about that one. But the indoor one obviously is turf. They're going to roll in. They're going to roll in natural grass for the World Cup here at AT&T.
Yeah.
They're not going to play on turf. So don't tell me it can't be done. By the way, if you haven't noticed, that stadium gets a lot of sunlight.
Right.
Especially when you don't put the curtains up.
You have defensive grades from PFF?
I do.
Okay.
Number 1, Tank, 86.1. He had a 29 tackling grade, which is terrible. His pass rush grade was 87.5.
And he was even better against LeBron when LeBron, Cowboy fan, LeBron James, tweeted after Saquon's touchdown run Monday night, "Saquon is back." Well, Tank quote tweeted that and responded, L. Right back to LeBron. Big fat L for the supposed Cowboy fan. How about Dez Bryant? Dez Bryant is starting to become the degenerate RJ Choppy. He laid down $10K on that game. He's been betting on the Cowboys and winning, as he called the win over the Bengals and the Giants. $10K for Dez.
Look at that. I said that Tank was one. Chauncey Golston technically was one, but I'm just going basically with the starters.
Yep.
Golston had a 94 grade in 11 snaps. His 93 pass rush grade was the highest of the team. But Diggy Zoo was next, 76.5. Micah, after that, 73.5. Micah's tackling grade was terrible, a 26. His pass rush, a 69.5. His run defense, nearly an 80. Hooker, Anthony Brown, solid football player right there. Dorrance Armstrong, Diggs was next. He had a 56 grade. His tackling was a 73. His coverage grade was a 59.
Micah was asked about DeMarcus Lawrence's 3 sacks. Now, Micah's got 4. He said, he's on my neck right now. He told me he's coming for me. I believe he's a premier top rusher in this league. I can't do this without him. So that is where we stand with the PFF grades. Did you get any of the former Cowboys as we're trying to keep an eye on them with Randy Gregory, Connor Williams? Who else do we have?
La'el Collins. La'el had a 50.6.
In the game?
In the game. His pass block was a 40.
Against the Jets? A 50 and a 40?
I think the Jets have a decent line, right? Quinn Williams on that line. They had a decent line.
Wow.
Connor Williams, not good either. He had a 56.8.
Yeah.
His pass block was a 75. His run block was not good. Randy Gregory. Let's take the L. 89.7.
Oh, against San Fran? That may be top 3 PFF grade in the league defensively.
It may be.
Or overall.
76 run grade, 75 tackle, 87 pass rush. That's a good year.
But we replaced him with Micah, so we don't have to take the L. Don't worry about that.
That's true. No, you're right. That's very, very fair.
We may get the World Cup final in Arlington yesterday, and ESPN reporter John Sutcliffe apparently said 2026 World Cup final will be played at AT&T Stadium. It's not officially confirmed. All right? Dallas Sports Commission would not confirm it. They're like, no, the official announcement was to come in 2023, so we got to get KMC to ask Jerry about this on Friday. We know that we're getting some action here in Arlington, but is the 26th World Cup final going to be here? And then I got tired out by the Live story over the past number of weeks, but yesterday, Phil Mickelson made the news. Well, more importantly to me, there are rumors going around, RJ, that Liv may have found somewhat of a TV home, although they're paying for it with Fox Sports 1.
Yeah, I mean, like FS1, you see Major League Baseball in there, you get lost on there. Like nobody ever goes to that channel. But they don't care. They have so much. The Saudis are not trying to make a profit here. This isn't a profit for them. They're trying to basically to, get good PR.
Yeah, I'm sure at
it'd be
some
nice
point
to turn
in
a
time
profit.
you want to make a profit.
But like they have unlimited funds. I mean, they just keep getting money from oil. Like it's unlimited. The entire idea that this is like they want to compete. They don't care about. They just care about their reputation, and that's what a lot of the guys in golf are saying. Like they don't really care about turning a profit because that's not their goal. Their goal is to get a reputation boost.
It's a bad look. It's kind of makes them look pathetic, in my opinion. This report is from Golf Week that no one is going to sign you up. This was a major risk. This was a humongous question mark. Would one of these networks take the backlash from the Saudi connection and put Live on? Because I'm sorry, if you go to Fox Sports 1, it's not a great TV move in terms of exposure.
But they don't have a choice, right? This is it. Their choice was stay on YouTube or this. And they'll probably stay on YouTube still. They'll probably do both. And they'll see how it goes. Look, you cannot convince me. Because I do watch, I love golf. I watch a lot of golf. The Live Tour is just better. There's more names on it.
Have you watched the tournaments?
I can't watch it because it's on YouTube.
Then you don't know if it's better.
No, the golf isn't better. The names are better. That's all that matters. You tune into the...
But are you going to watch it?
If it's on TV, I'll watch it.
Not you. Yeah. No one's watching it.
Because you can't. It's on YouTube.
Right.
So, it's now it's going to be on TV. Yeah, I'll watch it. Much easier for me to watch it. And now there's only like 10 events. But there's no doubt the names in Live far exceed the names in the PGA Tour. The caliber of golf is probably better on the PGA Tour because they're younger and they're in their prime. But the names on the Live Tour blow the names on the PGA Tour out of the water.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue with that. It's just like if Pat Mahomes and Josh Allen go to another league and we can't find it, does that make that league better since it's got more quarterback play if we can't see it? If a tree falls in the woods.
Right. Yeah, look, if the Saudis start a football league and Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes are the first 2 draft picks and they go over there, and then now the NFL is left with, with a lesser crop of quarterbacks, that's going to affect the play and the intrigue.
A quote from this article and report, Any advertiser who touches this will get blasted, said a sports TV, longtime sports TV executive. It's a weak product, but it's a tainted product on top of that. So that is Live paying FS1. Maybe the final stages of the negotiation to get on TV in some form or fashion. Headlines on a hump day.
Hump day.
Here with Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station. The coordinators were talking yesterday. What did they have to say? Should the Cowboys be reassessing their identity? And do they need to call the Cooper Rush playbook for Dak when he comes back? We'll ask our insider and Dak defender, Bobby Belt, next.
Well, let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell, right between I-20 and Highway 80. It's a Gilchrist Automotive.
in Frisco. We're going to get that recap from Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. The playmaker Michael Irvin is going to join us at 8:40 this morning. He was on fire yesterday versus Stephen A. Smith on First Take. And 1 through 5 with your NFL power rankings at 8 o'clock this morning. So get those on the truckwreck.com text line. Right now, let's bring in Bobby Belt on the Diamond Factory hotline. Would you like to start with Dan Quinn or Kellen Moore?
Oh, let's start with Dan Quinn.
Okay.
One of the interesting things I thought he had to say yesterday was sort of this discussion about, man, the pass rush looks really, really good right now. You lost Randy Gregory, but you've still got a lot of the same pieces, but the pass rush just seems to be a lot more effective right now. And I thought it was interesting. One of the things that Dan Quinn talked about was he thinks one of the big advantages he has this year is he's gone from experimentation to just, knowing what he wants to do with his guys. Last year when things worked for them, he said a lot of it was, hey, we're trying something out here. We're trying out Micah on the edge. We're trying out sending Micah on this blitz or trying this twist, trying this stunt. And he said a lot of it was, trial and error last year, that he was just trying to figure out how do I best deploy these guys.
Yeah.
And that he thinks that what he's got now is he's figured out, okay, this guy does this really well, this guy does this really well, and that he's calling it more out of confidence rather than just trying to figure out what works. And so that's one of the things that Dan Quinn thinks is the reason for a more consistent pass rush so far this year, is that he basically just knows his personnel better. He knows how they work, how they operate, and what makes them, what makes them tick.
It seemed like the Giants' biggest threat was Daniel Jones running with the legs with 6 first downs and only having a few yards less than Saquon Barkley. What did Quinn have to say about these running quarterbacks? Because Carson Wentz, can be pretty mobile as well.
Yeah, this is something that the Cowboys have honestly had some struggles with dating back to before Dan Quinn's time here, dating back to before Mike McCarthy's time here. 2019, I remember the Cowboys, if they didn't lead the league, they were second in most rushing yards allowed from quarterbacks. And so they struggle with that pretty bad and always have, even against guys that don't seem like mobile quarterbacks. Back when Rod Marinelli was here, it was the thought that was, okay, you're just rushing these 3 techniques upfield and creating these running lanes. That's not as much the case here, and so they're still working on trying to figure out, okay, where do we need to strengthen things? But it was really interesting listening to Dan Quinn talk about how they're addressing it each week and what they're working on each week. And he pointed to the fact that, they had the 2 late hit penalties on Joe Burrow in week 2. And so he said that they spent a lot of time watching a lot of tape from around the league of quarterbacks getting tackled in the open field and trying to see, okay, what are referees calling? What are they flagging? If a guy's getting into a slide, what's the amount of contact you can have to ensure, okay, let's stop our momentum as he's getting into his slide, make sure we're not hitting him to a point that they're going to flag us for it, but we also ensure we're getting him down on the ground and that he's down. And said that's, each week they try and find little particulars like that where they can improve and things that they can study. So week 2, it was trying to figure out, all right, how do we bring down the quarterback to the ground without getting flagged late? And he said this week they're going to have to work on, trying to figure out how they're going to close some of these running lanes and close some of these gaps. But he also acknowledged Daniel Jones is a really athletic quarterback, and it's something that he knew they were going to probably have some struggles with heading into that game just because of the way that offense operates and the type of athlete that Daniel Jones is. But it's just, for all the talk for years, I think, around here that fans were so frustrated with that, man, why don't we have coaches that put guys in positions to succeed? Why don't we have, Sean McVay scheming this up here and doing things like that? I think that when you hear Dan Quinn talk about not only the way that he knows how to deploy his guys this year after experimentation last year, but also the type of details they're working on, like watching tape on how to tackle a quarterback without a flag. I think that fans can feel good that they have that guy on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, I mean, they had it with Wade, but that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
How close do they feel? Because, obviously it's a subjective call. Like every officiating crew is different. But how close do they feel these, or how consistent do they think those sort of unnecessary roughness calls are?
Listening to Dan Quinn talk about it yesterday, it seemed like they had a good understanding of what'll get called and what won't. I think that, they may feel, and I think a lot of people around the league feel like, look, if you're flagging that at times, it's just football and it's overprotection of the quarterback. So it's not necessarily so much that they agree with that, or that they think that that's, well, here's the correct way to tackle. But I think they do feel like there's some consistency around the league. So they may not be happy with the standard, but at least they have a better understanding of the standard. It's similar to, the strike zone argument, Chop, where it's like, you may not think that's a ball or you may not think that's a strike, but as long as you're calling it consistently and I know where your parameters are, I can at least play within those bounds.
Bobby Belt here on 105 through the Fan. Is Kellen Moore, by the way, getting more credit right now than he did last year when the Cowboys led the league in points?
It kind of feels like it, doesn't it?
Yes.
Like everybody's just like, and look, I think that the best game I've ever seen Kellen Moore call, personally, the one where I think he deserves the most credit was the DiNucci game where they scored 9 points against Philadelphia. And that's just because he pulled out all the stops and he manufactured yardage in a game where they probably should have had negative yardage. And so I think that if there's one thing we can say Kellen Moore does really well, for all the things we like to criticize him with, I think that he's shown pretty well over these first few years that he's been the offensive coordinator that when there are personnel challenges, when you're having to go to backups, he does a pretty good job of playing to the strengths and putting the offense in a position to succeed without the full complement of weapons. Garrett Gilbert had success stepping in. We've seen Cooper Rush have success stepping in. He manufactured stuff for Ben DiNucci, like I just said. Mm-hmm. So I think he does a good job of simplifying things down as best he can for these reserve players when they step in. But one of the things that he was talking about that he thinks is a big reason why they've had success the last 2 weeks compared to the first week, it's just staying ahead of the chains, not being in second and long as much as they were the first week. And it's funny, he said up there, he's like, I know we were in second and long a lot against Tampa Bay. I'm not sure how many times, but I know it was a lot. Against Tampa Bay, they were, or actually just against Cincinnati and the Giants combined, they were in 2nd and 8 plus 19 times.
Wow.
Against Cincinnati, they were in 2nd and 18 plus 18 times.
Wow.
Or against Tampa Bay. So they were again in second and long just about as many times against Tampa as they were against Cincinnati and the Giants combined. And so they've been able to get ahead of things. They've been able to run the ball more efficiently. The last 2 weeks, Tony Pollard has 7 yards per carry on first down. And that's something that I think that they're finding is a nice complement, a good way to play with these two backs. Is Pollard has been a guy that they're picking up a lot of yardage with on first down. He's getting a lot of carries on first down the last couple weeks, picking up a lot of yardage. I think he has 5 first down carries the last 2 weeks on first down. So you're talking about 5 different times he's picked up 10 yards or more. Mm-hmm. And so that's been a really efficient way. And then Ezekiel Elliott running the ball has been very efficient on third down. In fact, this season, Ezekiel Elliott is the only running back in the NFL with at least 3 third down carries to convert third down every single time. So Zeke's third down conversion rate right now is 100%. So I think that's where you're finding some of the efficiency, and I think that's what Kellen Moore is finding is, okay, maybe this is the way that we operate this a little bit. We're able to put ourselves in better position on second down. We're not in second and long situations if we're running the ball with Tony Pollard, and on these third down situations, we're finding Zeke's really efficient here. And so that's the combo that I think a lot of Cowboys fans honestly have been, clamoring for a while, but it's definitely been effective for them so far this season.
What is going to happen with the left guard starting and rotation spot on Sunday?
I think there's still a little cuteness about that one. Hopefully we'll be able to get in the locker and get a little bit more straight shooting for us. But, Connor McGovern is somebody who I think is still unlikely to play at this point. I mean, we'll get further into the week, see if anything changes. But I think right now, unlikely that Connor McGovern's going to be able to go. And you saw they still had Peters on a bit of this pitch count, this ramp up, where I think he only ended up playing 14 snaps. Matt Farniak played 50. And so right now I think that's probably a similar ramp up that you're looking at. I don't know that Jason Peters is ready to step in there and and take full-time snaps. But look, they've been very complimentary of Jason Peters and talking about, the impact that he's had here, not just as a player, but as somebody who's a positive influence, essentially another coach on the staff here. Kellen Moore said it yesterday, said Jason Peters is a tremendous leader and that they've just gotten a lot of benefit from the wisdom that he has and how he's imparted it to the young guys. And Tyler Smith will not leave Jason Peters' side in that building. He's soaking in all the knowledge that he can there. Sean, you remember when the first day at training camp when the nosebleeds got there and you observed how they were following around Broadus like a little little ducklings behind the mama? That's Tyler Smith looks like that following Jason Peters around. So just picture the nosebleeds behind Broadus, and that's Tyler Smith walking behind Jason Peters. But it's funny, even the observation that everybody had that in that scuffle on the field at the end of the game, that it looked like Jason Peters was standing behind Tyler Smith, even giving him tips on how to fight. Like, hey, put your helmet on. We're about to get in there and mix this up. And so, he's teaching him everything that he can. And I know Tyler Smith has just discussed how much in the film room he's got Jason Peters right by his side, giving him all the insight that he can, because there's very little that Jason Peters hasn't seen during his career. And he knows a lot of these teams that they're going up against very well. And so, I think as soon as Jason Peters is fully ramped up and if they feel like he's a better option at left guard over Connor McGovern, man, you're talking about a lot of power on that left side of the offensive line. And I think that's part of the reason why you're going to see such an improvement and have seen such an improvement in the run game.
Bobby Belt here on 105.3 The Fan. Your answer, and noted Dak Prescott. He is he's what do I call the fans of Dak?
Well, the fans of Dak, the Dak heads.
The Dak heads.
Yes.
Bobby's a humongous Dak head.
As he should be.
Your answer to the Mike Bassett question of the week, what does Dak do better than Cooper Rush, attribute skill-wise?
Everything, literally everything. There's nothing Cooper Rush does better than Dak. And I don't know why this is even a question that we're kicking around. And my eyesight
tells me when I watch the game, my eyes tell me that he's more accurate.
I know it. My eyes tell me, and I love that it's like all these unqualified eyes that aren't hired by NFL teams. Like, well, my eyes tell me while I'm sitting here, and it's like your eyes are also the same one that like or would have the argument back in the day of like, the Cowboys should trade for Tom Brady, and it's like, all right, that's not how this league works, guys. Like and so to me, I understand that there's a lot of people excited about Cooper Rush. Cooper Rush has not been Joe Montana out there. He's been good enough. In fact, a little bit better than just driving the bus, probably. But he's not been – we're talking about we've seen several examples over the years where Dak Prescott's been a difference maker and has won you games. And that's not Cooper Rush. Cooper Rush still is having trouble throwing to the opposite hash. Like, I mean, he's still bouncing throws out there. So, he's good enough as a backup quarterback. I think that you can feel really good about having him as your reserve, but there's literally not an attribute of Cooper Rush's that I would take over Dak Prescott's.
Ooh. So throwing with anticipation, touch, deep ball, aggressiveness.
Nope, none of it. He doesn't do any of that better than Dak. I mean, look, and we can look at you can look at that as eye test. You can look at that as the counting numbers. You can look at it as the advanced analytics, the peripheral statistics, whatever you want to look at. The statistics, everything else will tell you Dak does that better. And the reason why there's a reason why Dak has been valued as a $40 million quarterback in this league, and Cooper Rush has been valued as being able to pass through waivers about 4 separate times in his career.
Speaking of $40 million quarterbacks, what do you think about Lamar?
You said quarterback, right?
Oh, Robert!
I just want to point out that I mean, if we're going to talk about Lamar Jackson, and we're going to talk about all the props I gave to Jalen Hurts and how Sean thought that was crazy.
Oh my God, you're like my wife. Wow. You redirect. Hey, can we stick on the? Do you have Lamar Jackson regret? Like I do have some ego. No. Why?
No.
Why not?
Because we're talking about we already saw Lamar Jackson blow a gimme lead or a gimme win a couple weeks ago.
If the season ends today, who's the MVP?
Cooper Rush.
You're worse than RJ. You're worse than Choppy.
No, look. Well, he's been good so far. That's great.
Good. He's unanimous MVP today.
He's been good. He's been good. and we'll continue to watch in the season how it progresses and how things go. I don't think we're gonna. Let's talk about my Matt Stafford takes or your Jalen Hurts takes, Sean. Why do you want to go to this? Why do you want to go to Lamar Jackson?
I have admitted that I'm worried about being wrong about Jalen Hurts and the Eagles. Let's see. Okay, for the next 3 years.
I just don't.
I want you to put these. Just stop. Just put these quarterbacks in order for the next 3 years that you would take. Take Dak, Tua, Hurts, Lamar.
Dak, Tua, Lamar, Hurts.
Dak, Tua, Lamar, and Hurts. That's your order?
Yep.
Wow. Which one has made the biggest move up or down that list? Tua?
Tua for sure.
For sure. Dak,
yep.
Tua, Lamar, and Hurts. His Twitter handle, y'all, is BobbyBeltTX. At BobbyBeltTX. Choppy, what's yours in order?
Dak, Tua, Lamar, Hurts. In 3 years?
For the next 3 years.
For the next 3 years. Dak, Lamar, Tua, Hurts. And
you both have Hurts in last.
Yeah, Hurts has been good, but I mean we're also looking at week one.
No, wait, stop. Just stop saying good. They've been great. Like
okay,
him
great.
and Lamar put up historical starts to their season.
I would probably put Lamar first.
What?
Okay, but
go ahead.
Oh gosh, RJ Choppy just reflecting.
Bobby,
Twitter
he's
now.
accounted. He's Babe Ruth, dude. He's accounted for more TDs than every team except for the Lions.
Just so the thing with Hurts, I just want to point out really quickly is that he's been a great player. But like we also got to look at the fact that week one against Detroit, he was still under 60% completions. Like there's still some growth there. We're talking about 2 games where he's looked really good as a passer, essentially, which is awesome, and they've been great. And Philadelphia is by far the best team in the NFC East right now, but. I think that there's still a little bit of, being measured. Look, and this is somebody who's been a bigger Jalen Hurts fan than I think most people have been, and I think he's been really, really good. It's just I don't think that I would have him above those guys right now.
Friday night is going to be fun at Terry Black's. Oh, my God, it's going to be fun at Terry Black's. Y'all can get out there for the sports arguments. Thank you, Bobo.
Love y'all.
Bobby Belt on the Diamond Factory Hotline. I got a new topic. This is my patented, put them in order, Romo, Rivers, Eli, Roethlisberger from way back in the day. Mm-hmm. And is there anyone else I'm forgetting? Those are just kind of the hot names right now in my mind. Dak, Tua, Lamar, Hurts. Y'all put them in order on the truckwreck.com text line. Joey, in order. Let's get them. What are they?
For the next 3 years, I would probably take Dak, Lamar, Hurts, then Tua.
Okay, I have Tua in last as well. Mm-hmm. I'm going to have Tua last. I'm going to have Lamar.
That's interesting. Because the guy you have in last literally beat out the guy you have in third in college.
Okay. I mean, that was a ways back. That was like 3 years. I mean, Lamar Jackson is, in my opinion, a better football player than I'm putting Lamar 1. Okay? I'm putting Lamar 1.
I might switch to Lamar as 1.
I'm putting Lamar 1. I'm not putting Dak 1. I mean, Lamar Jackson can just win you games by himself. I don't believe that with Dak Prescott. The Dak versus Hurts is bothering me. How much? And to me, it's an overreaction question mark in my mind. How much are we overreacting to Hurts against scrubs? And then how much are we overreacting to Dak just one game? And did Dak get last year fixed? People are talking about like a 12-game stretch of judging Dak negatively. I'm gonna go Lamar, Dak, Hurts, Tua. Lamar, Dak, Hurts, and Tua over the next 3 years. What are we getting on the truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053?
Lamar, Dak, Hurts, Tua. Lamar, Dak, Tua, Hurts. Lamar, Tua, Dak, Hurts.
Lamar, Tua, Dak, Hurts. Okay.
Lamar.
Isn't the Lamar perspective amazing how it shifted from the offseason? Including myself. Yeah. We were all kind of fine. No one was going absolutely nuts that Lamar was being knocked on these lists, that he was being kept off these lists outside of the top 10. And now he is going to get the most guaranteed money. He's going to get the biggest quarterback contract in the history of the league after he bet on himself.
Let's see. Tua, Lamar, Hurts, Rush, Dak.
Tua, Lamar Hurts rush Dak.
Let's see. You guys are forgetting how bad Tua has been. Yeah, but like this year, like again, the injury. How much did the injury to his hip impact him?
Again, if I wanted to pick apart Tua, right? He was held in check until that one quarter against Baltimore.
Oh, yeah. He had his first 7 quarters, he scored like 34 points.
And then
he went off.
Against Buffalo, they scored 21 points.
But it's good defense.
And 20 against the Patriots. So I feel good about Tua in last. But I'm going to go Lamar, Dak, Hurts, Tua for the next 3 seasons. Interesting poll to throw out there.
Yeah, I'd go Lamar, Dak, Tua, Hurts. That's how I would do it. Now, another thing on the text. Hurts is on the exact same trajectory as Josh Allen passing-wise. That's a scary number.
Oh, in terms of like the leap?
The improvement,
the completion percentage
accuracy,
stuff?
Yeah, it's a very similar trajectory.
Wow.
Now, that would be interesting, though, because like this guy couldn't throw in college. He could not throw. He was like, literally, he was in the middle of the championship game. You don't bench a quarterback in the middle of the national championship game or the Final Four. And he was benched, and Tua comes in and saves the day. It was, that just doesn't happen.
Is there anyone else I should add to this mix? Or are those four fun names right there?
Those are fun names because, Herbert, I think we all agree, is a higher, Burrow the same.
Yeah.
And then guys like Fields aren't there yet, and Lawrence isn't there yet.
And like Cousins and Stafford, that's kind of old. I want to do this for...
The only one I think you could throw in there is Lawrence.
What about Kyler Murray?
That's a good one.
That's a good one.
But I want to kind of keep it to these. This kind of feels fresher, newer. We've talked about Kyler and Cousins.
Trevor Lawrence you could do, I think. You could throw him in there. But then again, it's kind of new with him, too.
Yeah.
But he's taking a nice little leap.
Oh, man. Oh, this blew up. 877-881-1053, Trubrick.com text line. Before we leave the Cowboys, we are going to have the Playmaker on at 8:40 this morning. Michael Irvin brought to you by Driveway.com. Insider calls brought to you by Driveway.com. Car buying delivered on your terms and on your turf. Yesterday, Michael went viral for what he laid down on First Take.
And what you're looking at on that defensive line is something finger licking good special. That's what I'm talking about. All 5 they just be coming rushing and just getting to the quarterback. It's finger licking good special, and we can get somewhere with that. I'm going to tell you this, too. I have been hurting because I have been having to tell the truth about how great Philadelphia look. And they do look great. And I said there is no chance. But with that finger licking pass rush, we do got a chance. We'll get a chance to get to Philly because we got that finger licking pass rush that is so good. And a pass rush can stop everything. Now, we should talk about C.D. Lamb. Did you know the number 8 stands for new beginning? That's why 88 is so special. God knows I needed so many new beginnings, and 88s can take a new beginning. The Bible talks about men like this. They call them mighty men of valor. You might mess up, but you would do everything you have to do to make your mess up right. And that's what C.D. Lamb did last night. He did everything he needed to do to make his mess up right. Yes, I dropped a big pass, but I came back and I had a C.D. Lamb drive. You want to talk about a playmaker? That's a playmaker. He made the plays. And then the one-handed stab for the grab of the touchdown on the go-ahead. It's what playmakers do. It's what 88 do.
Michael Irvin. Wow.
Man. Thank you for all the memes, Mike. I appreciate everything that has gone on in the last 24 hours on the Instagrams and the Twitters and the talks of Tick on that finger-licking good meme. Trust me, it went in certain spots that we can't talk about on the radio, and I approved of every single one of them.
Kevin Gray sent that to me. I texted Michael just with the fire emoji, and he gave me the call to explain. While dropping the knowledge. So we'll have Mike on an hour.
And you answered this. Did he FaceTime you? Or
no,
not?
Well, it was actually during the nap. So I woke up and I saw the missed call like 4 or 5 hours later. So I was like, all right, I'll try calling him back.
4 or 5 hours later?
Well, I didn't sleep for 4 or 5 hours. I
I
got to it then. I got to it then after picking up the kiddo. All right, truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on Sean and RJ. Tom Hanks got me thinking after this story that came out yesterday. I don't know. I probably put Tom Hanks as one of my top 3 all-time actors.
He's phenomenal.
And he said he's only made 4 pretty good movies in his career.
Yeah.
4.
This is one of those things where it's like, you know, the Academy just doesn't like these kind of movies because they don't have meaning to them.
Or is he being, overly humble dude?
He could be being overly humble dude. That's certainly possible.
Okay. What do we think the 4 are on the truckwreck.com text line? 877-881-1053. Do we have some just undisputed? I have one undisputed one in the top 4.
Oh.
Like, it's a number 1 seed. To me, it's not even close.
Yeah. So, look. Forrest Gump.
Forrest Gump has to be there, right?
I think it has to be there. I think that's one of the ones that he has defended that because it's kind of taken some heat lately for being, like, overly nostalgic.
What do you mean?
Well, because, so it beat out Pulp Fiction and Shawshank for, like, Best Picture that year. And, those 2 movies.
Wow, what a
year.
What a category that was.
What a year. And, I think people are saying, like, Pulp Fiction's a better movie. Because, as we've, as the years have gone on, we stopped liking the feel-good stories. And we started liking the same thing happened to pro wrestling, right? The heel. Attitude Era. You stop liking the good guys and you start liking the guys who are kind of good, kind of bad, right?
It's subjective. It's food.
Subjective, right? It's food, exactly. I love Forrest Gump.
Okay.
Saving Private Ryan is another tremendous one.
Ooh. Okay. Now, people would probably say the most work he put in was Castaway.
Well, yeah, he lost like 1,000 pounds for that movie.
Well, and he was by himself.
Yeah.
It's literally one person by himself throughout the entire movie. Castaway was called boring by many.
I thought it was boring. And when I first saw it, I mean, I love it now. But when I first saw it, I'm like, dude, he's literally talking to a volleyball for 45 minutes.
Okay, what else is on the list here? We got The Green Mile.
Never saw it. Big, to me,
Catch Me If You Can, Sleepless in Seattle.
We have forgotten
Toy Story.
Yeah, we have forgotten Tom Hanks's comedic start to his career with Big, with Turner and Hooch.
The
Burbs is I think it's my favorite Tom Hanks movie. I absolutely love it. It's in my top 4, has to be.
So what's your top 4?
Forrest Gump, Saving Private Ryan, The Burbs, and Big.
Oh, and Big.
Big.
Ooh. Only made 4 pretty good movies. How about the truckwreck.com text line at 877-881-1053? Does he get credit for Toy Story? I don't know. I don't know if you get credit. I mean, yeah, it was your voice, but if we don't see you acting, does that get put on there? I don't know.
See, Forrest Gump, Saving Private Ryan, Castaway, Green Mile. Oh, Money Pit. Oh, Money Pit was greatness. How did I forget about Money Pit? Big, got to be on there. Philadelphia, you guys have got Philadelphia.
I'm putting Philadelphia on there.
I never saw the whole thing. You've Got Mail. Terminal. Saving Private Ryan. Catch Me If You Can. Castaway.
Captain Phillips was pretty good.
I'm the captain now. Mr. Rogers Story. Let's see. I mean, there's a million of them, man. This guy has done so many movies.
Yeah, he's a beast.
Oh, we forgot the Da Vinci Code.
Da Vinci Code.
You know what? I gotta take Big off. I gotta put the Da Vinci Code on there.
All right, so reset your 4.
Forrest Gump, Saving Private Ryan, Burbs, Da Vinci Code.
All right, let's talk about the burrito. Little, what's the cheapest that you've been on a date in terms of taking action? This a Chipotle story?
This is a Chipotle story. This was a man on a Hinge date. He went on Hinge. They go out, and they go to Chipotle.
Okay.
Well, this guy's a TikToker. Big E. His name's Elijah. Big E, the insurance guy. Okay, that's what he goes.
We have a Big E, Tolo.
We do. He has 90,000 followers.
Okay.
Which makes me think this was all a setup. But he went viral on TikTok because he recorded himself calling his date and asking for something in return.
Biggie, the insurance guy. This past weekend, I went on a hinge date to Chipotle, and I paid for this girl's burrito. She got steak and guac in it, but we're not going on a second date, so I'm going to call her and see if she will pay me back for it.
Hello.
Hey, Lucy. Elijah from Goodman Family Insurance and Chipotle this past Saturday. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. So, listen, I was thinking about this past weekend, and when we went to Chipotle, I paid for your burrito, which you got steak and guac for, which, is fine. But since we established we're not going on a second date, I was wondering if maybe I could text you my Venmo and you could just kind of pay me back for that meal.
Yeah, I guess.
Appreciate it, Lucy. Yours was roughly like $13. It was a little over that, but I'm cool with $13.
Okay, yeah, I guess I can do that.
Awesome. I'll text you my Venmo now.
Okay.
Thanks, Lucy.
Bye.
Fake.
I'm thinking fake. TikTok doesn't believe it's fake. A lot of people are saying that
her reaction would have been a lot more confused and irritated.
I think you're right. I am erring on the fake side. Others are saying now that you're definitely going to get a second date out of this one for pulling that move.
Why?
Because psychologically, she's like, I can't.
He doesn't want me. Rejection.
I've got to see this guy again. Like, what's his next move going to be?
The steak and the guac is probably that's the most expensive one you could get there, right?
I would think so.
Definitely with the guac, you add it.
You're adding it.
Joey, what's your Chipotle order?
I like the bowls, just pretty normal with chicken, rice, and pico de gallo and cheese and lettuce. Like pretty plain.
Guac?
No, I won't spend extra. I won't do it.
Oh, but do you like guacamole?
Yeah,
Oh,
I like
this
it.
poor kid sitting here.
He likes it.
You two kids can get into radio.
Yep.
Here out of UNT. 87 on the couch upstairs. On mom's couch, he said. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on Sean and RJ. This is going to be interesting. Buffalo, loss. Kansas City, loss. Philly, Miami, win. Cowboys, where are they amongst the national media? It is time for the power rankings every hump day at 8 o'clock around the NFL power rankings next on The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to One Air. Let's get that brand new.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the greatest show in sport. The biggest football game in the history of Western civilization. What a ride it's been.
You know what time it is. It is now time for the Around the NFL Power Rankings on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy with you. The playmaker, Michael Irvin, is coming up at 8:40. This is going to be interesting because I think our power rankings, did we get bludgeoned last week?
I mean, no, we lost 4 or 5.
Okay, 4 or 5?
Yeah, no, we were okay.
Oh, wow. All right, let's reset them. What happened? Who are the teams?
Well, I lost 4 or 5. I had Buffalo.
My record in there. Yeah.
I had Buffalo 1.
Okay,
Kansas City.
0 for 2.
Tampa.
0 for 3.
Philly. San Fran.
That would be 4 or 5.
You had Buffalo.
X.
Kansas City.
Wrong.
Chargers.
Wrong.
Philly.
Right.
And then the Rams.
And then the Rams got a W as well. Okay. So I was 2 of 5. You are 1 of 5. I feel like I try to tell you about Tampa Bay and Tommy Boy, but let's see what happens this week. First, let's check in on the Cowboys. Blogging the Boys always compiles the Around the Country rankings for America's team. How much are they moving up? Blogging the Boys had them at 20. They're now 11. NFL.com from 21 to 13. ESPN, not that impressed with the Cooper Rush win over the Giants from 21 to 16. USA Today from 16 to 10. That's the highest ranking of all the national outlets. Cowboys 10th best in the NFL. Yahoo from 20 to 12. CBS 19 to 13. The Athletic from 25 to 17. They were one of the outlets that had us dead last after week 1. And then Sports Illustrated from 21 to 13. So about in that 11 to 13 range for the Cowboys, except for the Athletic, who still has us really low at 17. That is the Dallas Cowboy rankings. I think this week we should go, well, you pick. I was going to say 5 through 1.
That's fine.
Because I think there could be some changes at the top.
Oh, there's going to be changes, baby.
We've all had Buffalo and KC, 1 and 2, 1 and 2, 1 and 2 for the most part. We'll start us off with number 5, Ralph.
All right, I'm going to have to change mine up from what I had on my prep email. I'm already having second thoughts here.
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to change this up just a tick. At number 5, I have the Baltimore Ravens.
Oh, okay. Who did you previously have in there?
I had the Ravens in there as well, but I'm going to make some changes throughout the list.
The rest of it, okay.
Throughout the rest of the list. The Ravens at number 5. They are 3rd in efficiency so far to start the year, which is it's very early. These numbers don't really work out too well just yet. They should be 3-0 though. They blew that game against Miami. They had no business losing that game. They would never lose that game again, ever. Their quarterback is the best player in the NFL right now. He has more touchdowns than
Bobby.
He has more touchdowns than every team.
Bobby.
Except the Lions, who are tied with him.
Bobby.
He is 12 touchdowns on the year. The Ravens have 12 touchdowns on the year. Literally every touchdown they've scored, he is accounted for either throwing or running the ball. The Ravens are number 5.
I have the Ravens at 5 as well. The LA Chargers get bumped off my list for this week. Maybe unfair with the injuries and Justin Herbert being left out there to die by Brandon Staley. Still disagree with that decision from the Chargers head coach, but I thought you covered it pretty well. Ravens at number 5 on my power rankings for this week. And did you have a Lamar Jackson stat or article yesterday? Maybe it was just on all those numbers that you just
It was based
gave.
on the numbers I just gave, yeah. Like he has got more, he's accounted for more touchdowns than every team in the NFL except for the Lions. Every team the Ravens have scored, he's either ran or passed for it. After 3 weeks,
What are you thinking if you're the Ravens right now in terms of this deal? What do you do?
I'm thinking that
because we knew he could take over like this. He's
Yeah.
playing above his head probably right now. Not going to score 4 more touchdowns every week. The principle of the argument is, I think, Lamar getting hurt. We're going to guarantee all this to a guy who runs like this, even though you've talked about the different studies that show, weight and size doesn't matter. I don't know if weight and size is Lamar argument. It's just the style of running around, getting hurt.
Right. This is style, like whether or not that is.
Because he beefed up.
Yeah, because he did. Look, I think he's having obviously a fantastic year. I think he's going to continue to have that. If he gets hurt, he gets hurt. But man, they're going to utilize this cat as almost to the point of abusing him, because it is that contract year, and he may go sign somewhere else. Maybe he's done with the Ravens, and they would have a choice to franchise him or not.
All right, number 4.
So I'm having to change things up.
Oh, you gave me the Skip Bayless dramatic breathing.
I initially had Kansas City in here as my number 4.
Whoa.
I initially had them in there.
Punishing him that much from the loss in Indy.
I am taking them out of my top 5.
Whoa!
And I am inserting the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Oh, Mikey Bassick! Basket.
There are
Wow.
3 teams in the NFL in the top 6 in both offensive and defensive efficiency. The Bills, the Eagles, and the Jaguars. And I have Jacksonville.
So tomorrow on a neutral field. You're picking Jacksonville to beat your boy Mahomes.
Tomorrow, yes.
Okay.
In 6 weeks, no.
Okay.
Tomorrow, yes.
Tomorrow, yes.
Absolutely.
Jacksonville at Philly. I mean, here we go.
Yeah.
Let's prove it.
Yeah.
In filthy. Give me the spread for this game. What do you think it is right now?
I would say Eagles by 4.5.
Eagles by 4.5. The spread is Eagles by 6.5.
I'll take Jacksonville on that one.
6.5 for Jacksonville. So there you go. Oh, I like it. RJ Choppy with the Jags sitting there at number 4. What do you think our spread is, by the way, or have you already checked on it?
It's in Washington, right?
No, it's here.
Oh, it's here. Cowboys by 4.5.
Cowboys by 3.
That's too low.
All for their spreads this week. All for their spreads.
Too low.
I have the Miami Dolphins.
Oh, I like it.
At number 4. Miami didn't win that game Sunday. Buffalo lost that game. And the Ravens, to me, lost that game against the Dolphins. So I don't think this is disrespectful, even though in that QB discussion we just had, I'm putting Miami. I put Hurts at number 4 behind Lamar, Dak. Did I say Hurts? I'm sorry. I put Tua last in that QB discussion that we just had. But look, I think they should have lost the Baltimore and Buffalo game with the way they were going statistically against the Bills. It should have been an L. And now it's going to be Miami at Cincinnati. That is going to be very fun this weekend. I'm going Dolphins number 4, and I expect to get some hate, some disrespect, haterade on the text line from that. Dolphins 4.
But I'm getting killed for the Jags pick. I understand. That's fine. That's fine. That's not what this. Let me just live. Okay, we're all living in Trevor Lawrence's world.
Oh,
it's a really good defense. They did lose to the Commanders. I don't care. We're all living in Trevor Lawrence's world.
Okay.
All right. He's on the same trajectory as Peyton Manning was. He lost his first 9 road starts.
Oh, my God.
And then he finally got a win against the Chargers.
That is not the same.
On the road.
I know. That is I can't believe someone put that out there, and now we're like he's on Peyton Manning's path. Bassick probably went and bought 7 more trading cards based upon that.
Yep, there you go. So there you go. That's who I've got at number 4. Number 3. Changing it up again from the power rankings that I had in the prep email.
What changed? What has changed your mind?
Just, I looked at it and I was like, man, this was just botched.
Okay.
This was butchered. I have Miami next at number 3.
Okay.
And I don't feel very good about it because I think there's a little bit of smoke and mirrors with their 3-0. They should have lost to the Bills. They got dominated in that game. They should have lost to the Ravens, but they didn't. And I'm on Team Tua right now, but I'm going to regret this. I'm going to regret this entire power ranking next week.
Number 3 for me is the Philadelphia Eagles To me, it was a Philly-Miami. Okay, Philly-Miami tomorrow, neutral field. What's Vegas putting that at?
Philly or Miami tomorrow?
Eagles-Dolphins.
I think put the Eagles as the favorite.
I almost put them 2. I thought about putting them at 2, but it is a weaker schedule, no doubt about it. But I'm going to put Philly sitting there at number 3 in my power rankings. Truckwreck.com text line, hit us up, get them in. 877-881-1053. 2. You have taken Kansas City out of your top 5.
I've taken them out.
Wow.
Philly.
Ooh, okay.
They're the best team in the NFC right now. 2 through 53, they're the best. Their quarterback's not bad. This is a force. He's a force. They're all forces. I have Philly at number 2.
Number 2 for me, I shall not deter and be a traitor like RJ Choppy, the Kansas City Chiefs. That was a bad loss, but I'm going to say that Indy was playing for their lives. Some analysts on TV, I think it was Rex Ryan, saying this was the game where they really missed Tyreek Hill. This was the game.
They never go to.
Mahomes and Bieniemy fighting and arguing. Mahomes downplayed that yesterday on his weekly radio show. He said it's not a big deal. I just want to be more aggressive. Him versus Eric Bieniemy. Again, tomorrow if it was a neutral field, I would take the Chiefs over the Eagles, and that is what. But it barely. That is why I have KC at number 2.
All right.
So
KC number 2.
We all have Buffalo 1.
I got Buffalo 1.
Buffalo 1.
They should have won that game against Miami. They dominated. I can't, now I will say this. We got to do something about Ken Dorsey. That's an unhinged lunatic.
He looks like a boring dude, too.
He looks like a boring dude.
Right? He didn't have any crazy personality at Miami.
Not that I remember. Not that I remember, but I mean, that's a lunatic. And then to come out and apologize?
Did he apologize?
Yeah, he sort of. It was one of those, hey, Sean McDermott can't tell me to apologize. I'm going to apologize.
Okay.
But, yeah, he's a nut. He's a nut. Guys, every NFL game, there's 5 million cameras on you.
Dorsey said it was a playoff atmosphere. Obviously, we weren't on the winning end. I was frustrated. I reacted that way. Something I'm definitely going to learn from. I don't ever want to take passion out of the game. We're going to give them something I'm going to learn from, make sure to correct moving forward. For what? No need to apologize.
Yeah,
right?
You don't have to apologize for it, but just don't do it. You don't throw things like that at work or, slam equipment, work equipment. But, like...
I was thinking fans would like this.
Some do.
If you saw Kellen Moore go nuts, you'd be like, man, he cares.
I know, right? That the whole thing, like, if you're emotional, you care more. It's the Chris Richard fallacy.
Okay, so you thought it was inappropriate yourself.
Yeah, I mean, in a work environment like that, I don't know. It's just, it's.
I mean, he's up there with 2 other guys.
Oh, no, yeah. Who he's with? No, absolutely not. But it's on camera. It's a bad look.
Okay.
Peter King was going in on him.
Oh, I'm sure Peter did. 1 through 5. Buffalo 1, Kansas City 2, Eagles 3, Dolphins 4, Baltimore 5 for me.
All right, Buffalo, Philadelphia. Let's see. Buffalo, Philadelphia, Miami, Jacksonville, and Baltimore.
All right, there it is. This week's Around the NFL Power Rankings. The playmaker, Michael Irvin, is coming up at 8:40. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. RJ is spending his free time checking out local police scanners. See which one in the Metroplex has him entertained, and how can you get that instant upgrade to first class that we're always looking for. Those stories, plus the playmaker losing his glasses. He'll be joining us live at 8:40 next on The Fan. But first, let me get you on over to your new ride and your new deal at Autoflex.com. They have 125 late model vehicles ready for new homes, your driveway, your garage. And they have even more coming in, unlike other dealerships.
There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens to you when you get hurt. So frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Yankees win, but Aaron Judge is still stuck on 60, Choppy. This is your home for Rangers baseball. They beat the Mariners yesterday right here on this radio station. What are people talking about in terms of breaking records now in baseball?
Well, like there's one of the most unbreakable records in the sport. MLB on Fox posted this on Twitter yesterday, day before. The most unbreakable records in Major League Baseball.
Okay.
By
the way, playmaker Michael Irvin is coming up in 20 minutes at 8:40.
Number 1, Barry Bonds' all-time home run record of 762. Number 2, Shohei, 10 wins and 30 home runs in the same year.
Wow.
Number 3, Joe DiMaggio, 56-game hitting streak. Number 4, Adam Wainwright and Yadi Molina. Overrated. 320.
Molina?
He's really good. He's really good. He's just 325 starts as a battery. And number 5.
Why are we even including that one? That's lame.
I know. Number 5, Cy Young, 749 complete games. So the people at MLB, think that someone has a better chance of pitching 750 complete games than they do of breaking the all-time home run record. We literally just saw somebody get to 700 2 days ago.
Yeah, we need to flip those, excuse me.
Yeah.
Flip-flop those. The home run record to me is more attainable than 10 wins and 30 home runs. Unless Shohei breaks it again.
Yeah, Shohei's going to break it again.
Unless Shohei breaks it again. Otherwise, if they put in parentheses from another player, not named Ohtani, I'd have that arguably number 1.
Yeah.
I think the hit streak is more unattainable than the all-time home run mark. I don't care about the catcher batter. I'm scratching that. And definitely the complete games. In today's era of baseball.
Guys
won't throw 7.
The active leader in complete games in Major League Baseball right now is Adam Wainwright at 28. He has 28 career complete games. He's 40. Cy Young had 749. Okay?
Yeah. Like, who made this list?
A pitcher has to average, I went back to the math. A pitcher has to average 25 complete games a year for 30 years in a row to break that record.
Wow.
It's not getting broken.
That's crazy.
Like, that is the most unattainable record in sports. It's never getting broken. How is that not number 1?
All right, take that out. How do you order home run total and the hit streak?
Man, the hit streak,
where's Cal's streak in this?
Oh, man, is
that attainable?
I think that's unattainable as well. I don't think anybody's going to get to that in number either because guys they sit for different reasons now.
Cal's or 56?
I would say Cal. You can get hot. You get red hot for 2 months. No one has. It's been 70 years.
So you're saying Cal's more difficult?
I think Cal's is more unattainable. I think it's more unattainable.
Who's the last Triple Crown winner?
Miguel Cabrera a couple years ago.
Okay.
And that was the first one since Yastrzemski in 67, 68?
Judge still in the lead for that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's at 1 point batting average.
Okay.
Advantage in his home runs. He's already locked up the home run.
What about 400 average in today's baseball?
In today's baseball, that's not going to exist. I mean,
all it takes is one guy.
It's all it takes is one guy, for 1 year. But no one's come closer to. No one's ever come within closer than a dozen games of DiMaggio's streak of 56. That was Pete Rose, and that was on turf, like old school turf. I don't think that'll ever get broken. But we literally just saw we just saw Pujols get to 700.
Yeah.
I mean, if he wanted to, if someone would sign him to play 5 more years and he could literally do it, I mean, he might be able to get the record. So I think it's a little bit crazy to put that number one. Like seriously, you have to average 25 complete games a year for 30 years in a row to break Cy Young. It's not happening.
Yeah, someone over there didn't do any math. So the batting average leader this year
for the league is it Goldschmidt?
No, NL.
Arenado?
Freddie Freeman.
Oh, Freddie Freeman. It was like 325, 330?
327. And last year, Did ESPN change this guy's name? You can clean my screen since yesterday you made fun of my spit all over the place. I didn't clean it. Give me the batting average leader last year. What's that name?
Huh! They put Trey Turnerman.
Trey Turnerman. Not Trey Turner. Trey Turnerman. That's like yesterday on TV, ESPN, talking about the Cowboys' odds of winning the AFC East. This just in, they're low. So there's Trey Turnerman. But last year, last year his average was 327.
Yeah.
So I bring that up to look at the gap to 400.
Yeah, 400. It's a crazy gap. I mean, we've had George Brett get really close. He batted like 390. Tony Gwynn got really close. Paul O'Neill in '94, the strike year, got close, or was up there close enough to where it'd be in striking distance. But no one's gonna get the 400.
All right, why are you checking out police scanners, local police scanners?
So I'm on this group text with some friends, and our friend Carly sent this over to us, and this is like the third or fourth time that she has sent the same Facebook page. It's the Southlake DPS page. Okay. And on Facebook. And apparently whoever writes this is either a comedian or a wannabe comedian, because they've been looking for this guy. This perp has been at large since September 13th. So I'm just going to read this. I thought this was hilarious. There's a photo of him, which is not very, obviously you can't see the photo on radio, but here we go. Help us identify this tattooed taker. On the September 13th at 4:50, this bad guy walked into an REI, made a beeline to the solar panel area, stopping only once to look at some other expensive stuff.
What's REI?
REI. It's like an outdoor kind of store.
Okay.
All right. He grabbed 3 Nomad 50 solar panels valued at $250 each, probably hoping the sun's out because his guns are out on full display here. No, not a weapon, but remember, guns are a cool word for muscles. He slung those things under one arm, probably giving everyone watching a view of the thatch of underarm hair, which should be a crime in itself. And he walked past all points of purchase, allegedly. We only have one photo, and let us assure you...
This is an official post of the Southlake Police Department?
Yeah, official post. We only have one photo, and let us assure you he's wearing a black tank top and black pants. The way the photo looks, you might think it was a full-on black bodysuit or leotard, but it's not. He has on a backwards white hat, tufts of curly hair, but again, with the sole photo, we can't tell if the hair is unkempt, flowing locks, or permed. More often than not, the tattoos are the clues. The tats find the facts, and we're hoping this case is no different. So take a good look at these sleeves of the bad guy, and what do you see? Initially, we saw that Dallas Cowboys star, what appeared to be a wolf, which means he's a cool dude. But with just a static image, looking at these hodgepodge of tats is like looking at clouds. 1 minute, it looks like a wolf. The next, it looks like Pennywise open up his mouth to eat the Cowboy star. You see that, right? Or maybe a Great Dane at attention. The bad guy was driven by his buddy, another guy wearing a white hat. They drove a beat-up red Mustang that's seen better days, and the car had an altered license plate. Diana's looking into that, and we know the first thing you say is, run the plate. We promise. There's also a Cupid black decal above the bumper that, again, if you stare at it too long, looks like the cloud trick. Oh no, now it could be Naruto doing an air kick or something. If you recognize him, call yada yada yada. Update. The same name has been coming in frequently. We have our guy, Good Work Gumshoes. So this post apparently triggered enough people to call in that they knew this tattooed taker.
That was really detailed.
Very detailed.
That person could write for TV shows.
I know. Probably better than the stuff that's out there.
I don't know who's got less of a life, whoever wrote that much detail into it, or whoever is in your group chat going to check out these posts.
I know. I don't even... Is there Southlake DPS Facebook page?
Is there no middle ground between like local neighborhood updates? Like I'm on this stupid neighborhood app and I can't get off of it. I've unsubscribed 48 times. I can't get off of it. And like these types of you either love it or you hate it, right? I hate it. I don't want any of these updates. I don't need to be sitting there peeking out of my blinds like your aunt does or your grandmother does of who's coming into the neighborhood, but just monitoring and keeping an eye on everything. I don't love it, but some people love it. That's what keeps them busy.
I guess. I mean, it's definitely It definitely sounds like something like your aunt or my aunt would do. Like they would just scour a retiree, a stay-at-home mom or dad with too much time in their hand.
Who's that moving in down the street?
Yep.
Oh, did you see their furniture coming out of the truck?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh.
Got every neighborhood's got that person.
All right, get us a first-class plane seat. I ask RJ all the time, because I'm too lazy to sign up for like the rewards programs, and I'm too lazy to go do the eye test or the interview screening process at DFW Airport for what is it called? Pre-check. All these things. But I always ask him, how much do you think it would cost right now? How much do you think it would cost? It's always coming back from the trip. Oxnard, Arizona, Super Bowl. How much would it cost to upgrade? And I've never done it.
So sometimes it's $90. Sometimes it's 180. Sometimes it's 500. You know, like you never know what it's going to wind up being. So this flight attendant revealed the little secret. First off, she said, book your flights on a Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. That's when the flights are the cheapest.
Okay.
But she said, if you don't care about losing, okay? Losing meaning not getting the upgrade to first class. If you're flying solo, this is only if you're flying solo. You can't do this with a group of people. Only if you're flying solo. The easiest way to get a first-class upgrade, if you don't have any status and you don't want to pay for it, is to book a ticket by yourself on the very last row of the airplane. And the reason for that is that, especially the summertime, if the pilot says we need to change the weight of the airplane, they're going to go to the very back of the plane. They go to the last row because that's where you want to take the weight and move it up. So if they have open seats in first class that they're just going to let go, if you don't have status, get a seat in the back of the plane, you board the plane, they come see you, they come find you, and they will take you up to the front. They said that's the easiest way to get a first class ticket without paying for it, without upgrading, without having any status.
But then the odds are it's not going to happen. I get stuck in the back.
You get stuck in the back.
I'm the last one off.
You're the last one off. You get stuck in the back.
By the bathroom.
Right by the bathroom. Very, bumpier back there. But, that's your first class ticket.
Okay.
Your chance.
877.
Plus, to say it's the easiest place to survive a crash.
Is it?
Because usually the plane hits you're not going to.
Yeah,
you're not going to survive the crash anyway.
Yeah, that'll.
But if you did, be in the back of the plane.
877-881-1053. Chartwreck.com text line. He lit up Stephen A. Smith yesterday on First Take. He is going crazy after these back-to-back wins. Let's celebrate the Cowboys with the playmaker Michael Irvin. Join Sean and RJ after this.
Well, let's get you over to Platinum, Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, Jeep, and Terrell. Take that short drive.
hit it again. I don't know how it happened, but we have done it again. We have stolen another one. I want us to understand this, Stephen A. Here goes the new slogan. It's as a backup, in rush, we trust. As a backup, in rush, we trust. As our backup of America's team, in rush, we trust.
The playmaker, Michael Irvin, after another win right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're set to be joined by number 88, brought to you by Driveway.com. Car buying delivered on your terms and on your turf. So we'll check in with Michael Irvin momentarily right here on DFW Sports Station. It is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. The way to hit us up on the truckwreck.com text line, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. I want Michael to be a free agent receiver and choose between the following four that we put out there: Dak, Lamar, Hurts, and Tua. He's a free agent receiver, and he's got to pick between those four. I'm gonna make him a free agent receiver. Good morning, Mike. How are you?
What's up, guys?
Back-to-back wins. How you feeling?
Man, I feel great. It's a great head start. The way I looked at this whole Cooper Rush thing, if we can split whatever games he play, you still have a shot coming out of this. And now, man, he's won both games. So absolutely, man, that's a great head start. And won that division game. So yeah, that's a great head start.
Is there anything that Dak could borrow from Cooper Rush's game to implement for his own when he comes back?
I don't know that I'd say Dak takes something from Cooper Rush game. I wouldn't mind Kellen taking something from Cooper Rush's calls, the calls that he's making. And I don't even want to put that on Kellen because, we'll say that, oh, man, look at the run game now. Look how he's leaning on the run game. But the reality is it seems like they just found that line. They found a pretty good offensive line with Peters over at guard and Tyler Smith over there at the tackle and that whole left side. So I don't even want to say he's calling a different game. Let me just see where he continues to call his game with this running game going now.
Michael, Dak had a quote that I'm absolutely in love with this morning. He said, "I'm not learning new things about defenses. I'm seeing just how simple this game can be. Hearing the calls in the headset, all you have to do is slow down and go through the design of the plays. It can be so blanking simple." Can you speak to that? And did you ever have a time when you were sidelined where the game just gave you a little different perspective before you came back with a return?
Well, mine probably went the other way after I got sidelined. Coming back after all the stuff I went through, the game kind of changed for me. So it was never the side where I sat down and said, "Wow, the game opened up to me." You know what I mean? But I can definitely see where that would happen with the quarterback because there's so much to worry about. Now when you're on the side, you can see the things that Dak is talking about. Wait a minute, let me calm down. I'm not worried about all these things, and the game can slow down some for you.
Mike, I occasionally would go back and look at past players and when it sort of clicked for them, right? And we were talking about how earlier today, Dak's in year 6, 7, it should have clicked already. And I go back and it's like, well, John Elway went 5-11 in like year 7, and Peyton Manning went 6-10 in like year 4 or 5. Is there a light bulb that just goes off for players, and is each position sort of different?
Well, each position is different, and each team is different. The light bulb can go off for you, but you ain't got the right guys around you lighting it up. That's just a bright light. You ain't got nothing going. You know what I'm saying? So you need more people to be lighting that thing up. You need that bulb to go on and more people, so then you can have a real good team and have some great success. Dak may get it. John Elway may get it. But, boy, if the rest of this team ain't worth anything, how would we even know that they really got it? You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Because they're still losing games. So that's the whole key to it.
Michael Irvin on the Diamond Factory hotline. I texted you, very upset after CeeDee Lamb's first half, like the rest of the Metroplex, wanted to rip the 88 jersey off of his back.
Everybody.
What did CeeDee Lamb show you Monday night?
Well, everybody did. I can't tell you how many texts I got. I mean, people, man, we got to get that jersey off his back. But then to come back and play on the main, to take that whole drive over that he took over, that fourth down play. You see, he caught that fourth down. He caught that ball in his body, like I was talking about, not trying to catch it in his hand. So when they hit him, the ball was stuck on him. That was a great play, that fourth down play. A great play for him to hold on to that ball. And then that one-hander at the end was just it was incredible. It was just incredible. So you know what? I said, oh my God, what a horrible game he's having. And I had already said how hard it is for him to prove he's the number one with a backup quarterback. But, boy, he came through in the end right there, boy. And I'm so glad it happened the way it happened. If not, that's all we would have been talking about this week.
Michael Irvin here with Sean and RJ every Wednesday at this time on DFW Sports Station. You're a free agent receiver right now. You're picking in the offseason, and you can pick between these four guys. I want to know what team you're going to that you want throwing you the ball. Lamar, Hurts, Tua, Dak. Free agent receiver. Stats, numbers, you're taking it all into account.
Tua, Dak. Lamar, Hurts, Tua, Dak. And when you look at those, Lamar, Hurts, Tua, Dak. Hurts, Tua, Dak. The only one really can't run in there is Tua. If you're a free agent receiver, you want to make plays, you probably say, let me go to Miami because he's not going to do much running. That's just the logic of it. That's just the logic of it. Miami, Tua's not going to do much running. He got a short pass a game, and they're going to spread the ball around. If you are a free agent, that would be your choice.
But I understand the running. Who's the best thrower?
Well, listen. I need to make sure you're going to throw.
There you go.
That's the most important thing, is to make sure you're going to throw. Then I start discerning about who's the best thrower. Hurts may not want to throw. Lamar may not want to throw. And if Dak gets frisky, he may want to go. Tua ain't going nowhere.
That's for dang sure he ain't going nowhere. How many wins in a row does Cooper have to have for you to even consider not bringing Dak back?
I don't think Cooper, if Cooper wins every game while Dak is out, I still don't think you make that change. I don't think you make the change. You stick with Dak. It's not just a financial thing. It's the way Dak leads this team, the way Dak leads these guys. And Dak has something to do with leading these guys right now. So there's no way you'll put Dak on the sideline. I don't care if he wins the next 3 games, however long Dak is out.
Michael, you said something earlier, and Brian Baldinger touched on it as well, and we're going to have a future conversation on the show about do the Cowboys need to change or scale back their identity of being, offensive first and scoring 30 points? I know it sounds crazy that, you want to score as much as possible, but with what you said about Kellen Moore calling the game, do you think they need to dial this thing back a little bit and be a little bit more conservative when Dak returns?
Well, I think what we need to do is make sure that we lead with the run game, and then let Dak do his thing with that defense plan. You know what I'm saying? Or if the game plan determines it, we can open up with the pass and then finish with a great run game. A lot of times, Emmett was a great finisher. But once you establish the run, now you can start tinkering with what you want to do. Because once you start with the run, you know what everybody's going to come in to do. They're going to try to stop that run. Now that opens up the passing game. So sometimes you'll start the game passing the ball because everybody's stacking in the box trying to stop the run. So they're going to give you the one-on-ones, and then they'll start playing coverage, and then you go to run. You see what I mean? Once you establish the run, and I'm not talking about game by game, once you establish to this season, everybody knows, well, we can run this football. Now their main priority is to come and stop the run.
And now you got your offense set because you know what they're trying to get done, and you can run it off that.
Which running back should lead in establishing the run?
Boy, I don't mind. I really don't mind. Doesn't matter to me who starts or not. But what I saw, that 15, 13 carries between those two, that balance like that, I do like that. I do like that balance right there. And I think they decided, hey, we got to try everything, get some people involved here, and they balanced it off, and it works great, especially with this new offensive line.
Michael, what are we missing about when you or Aikman or Romo and Jerry talk about, he told you on First Take, where we go as Zeke goes. The rest of us all roll our eyes, and we're like, he has very little left. He's not going to break anything. Maybe he gets you those tough yards on a carry. What are we missing as football Cowboy fans about what Zeke Elliott actually has left?
Well, what Zeke does, Zeke brings dictatorship. He's a dictator. He's coming. He's going to hit you. You're going to fall back. And maybe Zeke doesn't have the burst through the hole like he used to have, but he has some power. And power sets the tone for a whole football team. Everybody wants to be physical. Zeke sets that tone on let's be physical.
But do you have more faith in him being able to pick up a first down over Pollard?
Oh, no, I have faith in him picking up the first down. Now, him going 70 yards might be something different.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But him getting those 2 yards, getting those 3 yards, getting those first downs, yeah, I got plenty of faith he can do that.
Thank you, brother. Keep delivering the gold on TV. We were playing it all day, all morning long.
That was fun. That was fun. And listen, man, that defensive line is just destroying, man. If we can keep that up, we really do have a chance. We really do have a chance.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate it, brother. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, guys.
That was Odyssey NFL insider Michael Irvin, brought to you by Driveway.com. Head to Driveway.com today to shop more than 25,000 new and used cars and Driveway's nationwide inventory. Truckwreck.com. Text line is open at 877-881-1053. How about we get to the real experts? No offense to Mike. Where are the Cowboys in the division? What about MVP? Micah still wrapping up Defensive Player of the Year. We have all the odds from Vegas on the Cowboys and everything else in the sports world, including college football. Final hour of the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day!
Next on The Fan.
Well, let's get your carpet clean. Cleanway, Greenway, Zero Resway, RJ.
the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam. We are live on Twitch, YouTube, and 105.3 The Fan. It's a hump day.
Hump day!
With Sean and RJ. Glad you're joining us. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Your home of America's team. And we got to get to the real experts where you can make some money. How'd you do with your degenerate football picks?
A much better week. The previous week, I had lost 11 of 14 games. Going into last week, and I started off with like 5 straight. Oh, man, it was a good week.
All right, let's see what Vegas is saying about the NFL and everything else we love from Bet Online. The current favorites to win the Super Bowl as of this morning are
Buffalo.
It is Buffalo. Also the number 1 team in our power rankings from just an hour ago. Good song, Joey. 9-2. Who's second? You know this song, Choppy?
Trying to hear this one.
Turn it up a little bit, Joe. You, Mr. Hip Hop?
I can't hear this.
Turn it up, Joe.
No, I can hear it. I can't. I can't make this one out.
Really?
No. I'm terrible. I need words. I'm terrible with this. Oh well, doesn't matter.
Number 2. Who is it, Joey?
It's Drake and Rick Ross.
Oh, it's Drake. That's the reason.
You dismissed Drake?
Yeah, I'm Team Kanye.
Oh, you are Team Ye.
I'm Team Ye. Yeah.
All right. Number 2 to win the Super Bowl.
Kansas City?
It is Kansas City at 8-1. Who is number 3?
Tampa Bay.
Tampa has lost their spot as NFC favorites. They are no longer number 3.
It's surely an NFC team. I'll go Philadelphia.
It is the Philadelphia Eagles. Mid-February, they were 40-1. They were also 40-1 mid-March. And now 17-2. Hip-hop specialist Bobby Belt texting in money in the grave. Yes, thank you. B squared. So Philadelphia 17-2. Then Tampa at 9-1. Who's after them?
After Tampa at 9-1. Could you, let's go the Rams.
Rams are next. They're not next. They're after that.
Green Bay?
It is Green Bay. Green Bay is 19-2. The Rams are 14-1. This is the win it all. Stop me when you hear good value. Are the Rams being disrespected and forgotten about? I mean, they've been pretty even keel since February. February, they were 10-1, then 12-1.
Mm-hmm.
They stayed 12-1 all the way until September, 16-1, and now they're sitting here at 14-1. They're going to win the division. It's not going to be San Fran, in my opinion. Definitely not going to be sorry Seattle, and it's not going to be Arizona. So they're going to win the West. I feel like the Rams are being forgotten about a little bit.
They might be, but the chance that they went back-to-back, that would take me out of the running for the most part when it comes to them. They would have to be much better value than that. So many things went right for them last year in the postseason. I just don't know that I see it happening again.
Okay. If the Rams are 14-1, the Cowboys are now what?
33-1.
On the money. 33-1.
Bam.
Cowboys in February were 14-1. They were 50-1 September 13th. And now they're 33-1. Creeping up. 50-1, 40-1, 33-1. And look, KMC said this yesterday. If I told you that they were 2-1 after the Buccaneers loss, you're thrilled.
Of course.
Absolutely thrilled.
Thrilled.
And they're 3-point favorites against the Commanders on Sunday, right here on the station. If you tell me you survived Dak with a record of 3-1 and he's talking about coming back for the Rams game, that's an awesome feeling.
Awesome feeling.
And a great win. Right?
Awesome feeling.
Okay, the team's ahead of the Cowboys. So the Rams are 14-1 according to Vegas. Ravens and Dolphins 16-1.
Ravens and Dolphins 16-1. Okay, I think that's pretty decent value there
for both.
More so the Ravens. I don't know that I think Miami's got a real chance to win it, but the way Lamar's playing, I mean, that team looks solid.
Chargers and San Francisco are 20-1.
I will trust the Chargers 5 years after they win 5 straight titles.
Denver's 22-1.
Oh, simmer down.
We punting on the Broncos already?
We're punting on the Broncos. We're punting on Russell Wilson. We're punting on Nathaniel Hackett. Punting on all of them.
Minnesota is 25-1. Cincy's 28-1. Right ahead of us. We are tied with Indianapolis, and there's the Bengals at 28-1.
Man, Minnesota got pretty lucky to beat Detroit. Detroit should be 2-1. They got pretty lucky to beat Detroit last week. I don't know that I'm up in Minnesota higher than us.
I'm not feeling good about our Minnesota wild card selection. That was out of default.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Worst odds belong to who?
Jets?
No.
Okay.
They're not even amongst the bottom 3.
Really?
I know.
Well, the Bears are 2-1. So I don't know it's going to be the Bears.
Bears are right above the Jets.
Okay. Houston's
dead last. 500-1. Houston's played pretty competitive. I give them credit. Houston is 500-1. The Seahawks are 400-1.
Okay.
The Falcons are 300-1.
Oh, the Falcons are awful.
So the Eagles have passed the Buccaneers as NFC favorites. Jacksonville, who you put in your power rankings ahead of the Chiefs, went from 100-1 to 60-1. The Dolphins passed the Ravens, Broncos, and Chargers in the AFC. So that's where we stand right now. NFC odds, if you think the Cowboys can just win the conference, they don't have to win the Super Bowl, but they win the conference, 18-1. Philadelphia is the favorite in the conference at 7-2 in order to win it. Give me the order of the NFC East.
Eagles, Cowboys, Giants, Commanders.
Yes. Eagles are 1-4 to win the division. Heavy favorite. Cowboys are 5-1. Giants are 9-1. Commanders are 25-1. I would flip-flop the Commanders. I think the Commanders are better than the Giants. I'm more worried about this game coming up than I was the Giant game, even though it's in Arlington and the other was in New York. That's just me.
Okay. I look. I mean, they're both clearly bringing up the rear. Stop it. Be nasty. They're both
very nasty.
Very nasty. One of the nastiest people ever.
All right, give me the order of the AFC East.
AFC East. Bills, Dolphins, Pats, Jets.
It is. Give me the order of the AFC North.
AFC North. Ravens, Bengals, Browns, Steelers.
Money. Give me the. You won't get this one. Give me the AFC South.
AFC South. Jacksonville, Tennessee, Indy, Houston.
Butchered it. Colts, the favorite, 11-10. Jacksonville's 9-5. Then Tennessee. Then Houston. Give me the order of the greatest division of all time that we're all looking dead wrong about, the AFC West.
Kansas City, Chargers, Broncos, Raiders.
They have Denver second. Then the Chargers, then the Raiders. NFC North. Give me the NFC North.
NFC North. Packers, Vikings, Lions, Bears.
Got it. I wanted to see if you would show your Detroit love over the Vikings. NFC South, Tampa, Saints, Panthers, Falcons. Oh, how hideous is this division? It's hideous. But Tampa's still a heavy favorite. By the way, they moved their practice facility to Miami because of the hurricane.
Yeah. Which is, it's right in the path. Right in the path.
NFC West order.
The NFC West is going to be Rams, Niners, Cards, Seahawks.
Well done. There you go. MVP favorite.
Lamar.
It is Lamar Jackson, 7-2. Who's second?
Josh Allen.
Good job. 4-1. Two guys are tied after that.
Two guys are tied after Lamar and okay, let's go with Hurts.
Yep.
And Tua.
Mahomes. Tua's 14-1.
Okay.
Man, this takes me off. There's 11 guys on this list. They're all just quarterbacks.
Yeah.
I hate
the only ones that matter.
I hate that. Trevor Lawrence is 33-1.
Oh, baby.
33-1 as RJ has recruited Bassick has recruited RJ to the T-Law bandwagon. Defensive Player of the Year favorite.
Micah Parsons.
Still after Monday Night Football.
Still.
It is Micah Parsons. Lawrence Taylor tweeting his props to Micah and Cowboy fans about 12, 13 hours ago on social media. Then it's Myles Garrett. So Micah is 5-2. Then Myles Garrett 6-1. Aaron Donald, Nick Bosa, Von Miller. Coach of the Year favorite.
Mike McDaniel.
He's second.
Stop it.
5-1.
Stop. Sirianni?
It's Sirianni. 13-4. That's not crazy.
No, but I mean, okay, who was the more maligned quarterback, Hurts or Tua?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, Hurts a little bit more.
Hurts a little bit more? Okay.
Hurts was, I'm sorry.
Tua
was more maligned.
Tua was picked on more.
Tua was criticized more.
He was picked on a lot.
We were ready to replace him for sure. This was 1 year wait and see with Hurts.
He has the highest QBR in the NFL. 81.5. Stupid number.
Tua?
Yeah. Stupid number.
So it's Sirianni, then Mike McDaniel. Care to guess third Coach of the Year? You can throw out a guess too if you want, Joey.
Mike McCarthy.
No. AFC coach. You've been loving on them a lot.
AFC, Andy Reid?
Doug Peterson.
Oh, yeah, Doug Peterson.
Doug Peterson, then Kevin O'Connell, then Dan Campbell, Brian Daboll, Sean McDermott, Kevin Stefanski, Brandon Staley, John Harbaugh,
simmer
Matt
down.
LaFleur.
Did you say Brandon Staley?
Brandon Staley, 28-1. Mike McCarthy, 33-1.
I love Brandon Staley. He is getting mocked around town, around the entire world. Mike McCarthy is about to go 3-1, and all 3 wins are with a backup.
Bet on it. 33-1, you want to lay down?
Oh, my God.
$5 or $10 bucks?
I hate people. I just can't stand them.
Comeback Player of the Year, the favorite is Saquon, followed by Lamar.
Okay. Yeah, he got hurt last year.
How could he not be the favorite?
Yeah, he should be. They'll give it. They gotta find a way to give it to somebody who's not a quarterback somewhere.
Then McCaffrey, Derrick Henry, Juju, Jameis, Michael Thomas. Offensive Rookie of the Year, Drake London is your favorite. He's balling for the Falcons. Falcons have some weapons with Pitts and Drake London and Patterson.
They do. They just don't have a quarterback.
And then Jahan Dotson is here. We need to talk about him before this Commanders game. He's 10-1. Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Oh man, it's gonna be either Hutchinson or Walker.
It's Hutchinson, but Walker is 4th behind Devin Lloyd and Karlaftis.
Okay.
All right. Odds to win the NCAA championship in the world of college football.
Let's go with Georgia.
It is Georgia. 19-10. Then you keep on naming them until you get it wrong.
Then Bama.
Yep.
Then Ohio State.
Yep.
Then
Think a little bit.
All right. I'm not just gonna go Clemson. I'm gonna go USC.
It is the Fighting Trojans. Are they the Fighting Trojans? It is the USC Trojans. Then my Clemson Tigers. You're not gonna get right after this. That's top 5.
Okay. I have 3 options, I think, for the next one.
All right.
Michigan.
It is Michigan. Who are your other options?
My other options were going to be Kentucky and Tennessee.
Neither. It's Michigan, Utah. You guys are tied with Penn State. 66-1 for the Vols.
Wait a second. They're like is that like the 6th? The 6th best odds? 7th best odds? And it's 66-1?
Tied for 8th.
That's how
Yes.
little parity there is in college football.
Yes. Ohio State is 3rd at 13-5, and then it goes 16-1, 18-1, 20-1. After 20-1 Michigan, it drops to 50-1 Utah. That's the plummet.
And that's how lack of parity there is in college football. That's what it is right there. That's wild.
Odds to win the Heisman?
Let's go with, is Bryce Young still the favorite?
He's 3rd.
Is C.J. Stroud the favorite?
C.J. Stroud is the favorite. Then Caleb Williams.
Okay.
Some USC love up here. So it's Stroud, Caleb Williams, Bryce Young. Next coach fired?
Did they give you any further beyond that? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
I got Hooker, Stetson
Go
Bennett,
Vols, baby.
Jalen Daniels, and Sam Hartman. Heartthrob.
Oh, man.
The
Sam
heartthrob.
Daddy. Sexy Sammy.
Then
baby.
Next coach fired. Would you like to guess the program?
Next coach fired. Let's go with
Colorado. Who's the head coach?
Eric Bieniemy.
Carl Durrell. Then,
Carl Durrell.
Then Auburn's coach.
Brian Harsin.
Then Stanford.
Is David Shaw still there?
Yep. Then South Florida, Navy, Missouri, Northwestern, Sark and Jimbo back to back. 14-1 for Sark to get run, and Jimbo at 20-1.
Man, Jimbo, they got lucky. Like Jimbo, if they had lost to Arkansas, he would have had a worse start to his career after 52 games at Kevin Sumlin.
Is it a smart idea for the Dallas Cowboys to start scoring less points and being more conservative when Dak Prescott returns? We're going to make the argument, or at least one of us, or none of us, should the Cowboys change their identity next.
Well, speaking of scoring, let's get you over to BlueChew.com.
There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one gets hurt. So frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpieces coming up at 9:40. Do the Cowboys need to become more conservative when Dak returns? Dak is looking at week 5 against the Rams. He also gave a fantastic quote that I'm in love with. We'll get to that in a second. But yesterday, Stephen Jones was on with KMC, and I can't believe he answered it the way he did. I'm happy he did, but I'm still surprised he went into some detail when they asked the Mike Bassett question of the week. What do you think Dak does better than Cooper Rush?
I think he's let's start with the fact that he's the quarterback on this team. I mean, the whole team looks to him for leadership. You can see he's the ringleader down there, in terms of, really fired up about when this team has success, whether it's Cooper or anyone else on this team. The other thing, obviously, I think Dak's, mobility-wise, he's a better athlete, and then, just experience. I mean, Dak's been around, seen it, won playoff games, won a lot of football games, had a lot of success. So Cooper, take nothing away from Cooper. I mean, the run he's had here going back to Minnesota last year and winning these two, tough football games against a Super Bowl team last year in the Bengals, and then a team that was, came in at home 2-0 and playing good football. So, I think a lot of people were questioning, had we taken care of this backup quarterback situation the right way? And, certainly this team has a lot of confidence in Cooper, and he's certainly shown that he deserves that.
Bobby Belt this morning was insulted by this question. He said there's literally nothing, zero, that Cooper Rush does better than Dak Prescott. And there is Steven talking about leadership, mobility, and experience. And Bobby kind of dumbed it down, right? And others have as well. If they were both cut today, who would be picked up first by the rest of the league? Take the salary out of it. And obviously the answer is Dak Prescott. So there's the answer.
Put the salary in it.
Put the salary in it. Ooh, that makes it a little more interesting.
He literally was just passed on by 31 teams 3 weeks ago.
Tomorrow I think I'm going to do a Cowboys apology segment, and one of the questions is going to be, do we need to apologize to the front office for Cooper Rush? And I think my answer is going to be no. That'll be tomorrow, but I don't think I'm willing to give them credit for the way Rush is playing right now. Maybe they do deserve it. I don't know. I know
they deserve credit for winning games with a backup quarterback. Unless you have there's a couple of backup quarterbacks that are just better than others, but for the most part, the best backup quarterback is the 33rd best quarterback in the NFL. That's not any good. And that's not somebody you pay, and that's not somebody you build your team around. Like, if you want to look, if Cooper Rush gets a job in the NFL, a starting job next year, it's good for him. He's not going to win a championship. He there's no chance he wins a championship. Like
I agree.
It's just not going to happen. So
unless he gets, the
look, if he had the 2000 Ravens defense, then we'll figure it out.
Right.
Okay, but short of that, it's not going to happen.
All right.
And the people out there saying, we've seen Trent Dilfer and Brad Johnson win Super Bowls. Why can't Cooper Rush with this team? Because this is not the 2000 Ravens defense.
Yeah.
Or the 02 Bucks. And it's not the 2015 Broncos.
All accurate. All accurate. So Brian Baldinger and his Baldy's Breakdowns NFL Network talked about the Cowboys and the differences he's seeing on offense.
Steve, I'll start this off by saying there's not a quarterback controversy.
No,
however,
there is not.
The Cowboys do put a game plan together different with Cooper Rush at quarterback than they do with Dak Prescott. And he's attempted 62 passes, Andrew and Steve, in the last 2 wins, fourth quarter comebacks, all that. He's been sacked once. Last night I saw a lot of wide formations. Both tight ends blocked very well. Jake Ferguson along with Peyton Hendershot. They both contributed a great deal. A lot of play action, a lot of max protection, a lot of half-field reads. And the fact is, they said, we're not going to let this guy get hit. We're not going to allow Cooper Rush to be affected early in games where he starts to be a little shy about keeping his eyes down the field. And I do think there's something to glean from the way that they have protected Cooper Rush going forward when Dak does come back.
Interesting. So he talked about protection. He talked about formations. He talked about play action. And he talked about reads, half-field reads. So I was just wondering, and Dak gave a quote that I give him a lot of credit for. I hope he is able to go ahead and implement it when he comes back. But he gave a quote saying, no, I'm not sitting there on the sidelines learning new things about defenses being put up against us. He said, I'm seeing more and more just how simple the game can be. This is what Steve Young talked about that we played a few days ago. Dak said, hearing the calls in the headset, then seeing how defenses line up from the sideline reinforces that sometimes all you have to do is slow the game down and go through the design of the plays. It can be so blanking simple. That's what I can't wait to get back to. And that just had me thinking, along with Brian Baldinger, talking about the differences about how they've toned it down with Cooper Rush. Should the Cowboys become that team moving forward?
Well, that team runs the ball more, I think. And is that really the skill set that you want with Dak? Who has shown, look, I mean, let's be fair. Like, he has shown and proven that he could lead the number one offense in the league. Do you want to downgrade for that?
Some people want the Cooper Rush, more conservative game plan applied to Dak. Is that crazy? 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com, text line. If we ask him to do less, I know it sounds nuts, right? But if we ask him to do less, do you allow your defense? Who should be leading the way on this football team, the offense or the defense? Like, which one should we be thinking of? I know your automatic answer, but which unit is better when he comes back? The story of the 22 Cowboys will be offense or defense first that comes to mind.
Well,
last year it was offense.
The defensive unit right now is better, but you would okay. I know it's going to sound really, really hard. Okay, but so we do this with running versus passing. The best rush attack in the NFL is about as efficient as the 17th best pass attack. And defense is kind of similar. You would rather have the 15th best offense in the league than the 5th best defense. You have a better chance of winning more games. So I would say the defense is better, but you need to win by offense. Now that's not true for the history of the NFL, but in 2022, you're better off having the 10th best offense and the 1st best defense.
Okay. See what the Tolos are saying. I'm just curious. By the way, Richard Sherman, thanks to ZR Tolo, Xavier just sent me this. Richard Sherman on his podcast weighed in on the QB discussion. This isn't a quarterback controversy because Dak makes too much money. That's what Richard Sherman had to say about Rush and Dak. What are the Tolos saying?
All right, so, and this is a great point, and this is true. When you look at total points, right, you got to look at also total drives. So would you rather score 35 points in the game on 10 drives or 21 points in the game, but you're only getting 5 drives? You'd rather score 21 points and only getting 5 drives. That means the other team's only getting 5 drives. So you're more efficient that way, and that's kind of what you want to see. Once they figure out the tendencies of Rush, they're going to shut him down. Dak makes the offense more predictable because he struggles passing from under center. Let's see, it's a less variance type of game plan with Rush. It's boom or bust with Dak. See, I wonder if it's more variance because you're slowing the game that you're getting fewer drives. So it's a higher rate, right? I don't want Dak to have this offense. I just want the wins. I feel Coop has what Tebow had. Oh, my God.
Tebow was a bum. A lucky bum on top of it. One of the rare arguments I won. Not saying you disagreed, but the discussion about
right.
Tebow.
Oh, yeah. I would say that the offense that Dak runs is more simple and dumbed down than the one they have for Cooper Rush. Rush could throw it 25 yards down the field. Prescott's a dink and dunk 5 to 15-yard quarterback and inaccurate deep passer. That is a narrative that has never been accurate. Dak is one of the most accurate downfield throwers in the NFL. That's not an opinion. We have numbers to back this up. Defense leads, and the offense will follow with more opportunities on the field. The rush plan works. Defense is playing all world.
You see, people want the defense to lead the way with a little bit more dial-back game plan.
I know. They must be so fun to hang around with.
And the thing is, Dak doesn't even really. He doesn't have a reputation for turning it over a ton while having an offense that scores tops in the league. Man, the worst thing for Prescott was getting injured in that week 1. It would have been so much better 6 or 7 weeks in, like last year, because now we're just sticking that Tampa Bay game and 3 points on him, which is totally and completely unfair. But just wanted to throw it out there. Brian Baldinger with the interesting observations on the differences in the Cowboys offense. Go more max protect, go more 2 tight end, go more play action. I just want Dak to implement that thing that we talked about in the quote. Simplify, dumb it down a little bit, and the big plays will come. That was Steve Young's initial advice. 877-881-1053 to hit us up here on Sean and RJ. Let's crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece to finish up the Hump Day edition. Next with Sean and RJ. But first, let me get you that security system beefed up. You know how to do it? You contact DFW Security. Hopefully you already have it in your home because you're getting so many more features.
Barricade Rentals. Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. Buyers Barricades, the Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. Head to buyersbarricades.com.
Oh, that was a good addition to the commercial break, if I don't say so myself. It's now time for The Real Thing. Crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece with Kevin Hagelin, Mikey Bassick, and Corey Majors. Corey, I like the Terry Black's barbecue hat.
Friday night.
I tried to save you some hot sauce in there. Did you get it?
I did get the original. Should I try the ghost pepper? Like there's one
hot.
other one, the chipotle mustard.
No, I only took home the ghost pepper. It's spicy.
All right, I'm just gonna stick with the regular hot one.
Friday night, 7 o'clock. Myself, Corey, and Bobby Belt at Terry Black's in Dallas. What's coming up on the show?
At 10 o'clock was Monday night, the blueprint for the Cowboys ground game going forward, as I heard Michael Irvin talking with you guys this morning. And then at noon, do we owe any apologies to the Cowboys in the first 3 weeks of the season? We'll get that. And then the lunch rush and the expressway at 12:20. 35 minutes of nothing but sports talk.
Also, I was reading that article that Bobby sent out about why scoring is down across the NFL.
We may as well not do a show tomorrow. They're doing our whole show today.
What's going on? Oh, we got Tony Beasley today at 12.
We were going to have Beasley
No,
tomorrow.
you weren't. No, you weren't.
We're going to talk about Adam Levine's text messages that were inappropriate that might cause his divorce.
That's a little old.
Oh.
Is he getting a divorce?
I don't know.
Oh, no.
I was doing a ride to Maroon 5, and then my daughter came and said, "Did you hear what Adam Levine did?" I was like, "No, I don't care."
You were like the guy with all the tattoos everywhere.
Yeah.
What were we comparing it
Where's
to?
his hat cocked to the side? He cheated. Can you believe that?
What was colder, Adam Levine, or what was the other scandal? We were asking which one was more cold-blooded. Adam Levine wants to name his new child after the girl he was messing with.
But, yeah, really? But he said, he was like, "Nah, I didn't sleep with her. I might have been a little flirty. My bad." But that was it.
But what was the other one?
I'm trying to think what the other one is.
There's another huge scandal.
And he's married to a Victoria's Secret person.
Yeah. While you think about it, would you automatically divorce your spouse if they slept with somebody else? Is my question. Or do you think?
I'd like to. I've always instantly said yes, but I feel like kids do complicate.
Yes.
Right?
I can see that.
I would say yes. Well, that was an interesting question. Would you say yes?
Yeah, I would. Now, you never know. You could find yourself in a situation, this is hypothetical, where you were going to get married in, let's say, 3 months.
Oh, it's the Ime Udoka. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's right. What's colder, Adam Levine or Ime Udoka having his traveling secretary book his wife's travel plans?
Or him try to name the
I think
child.
if that part is really true, that's worse. It's like, I want to name our kid after the person that I was hooking up with that wasn't you. That's pretty awful. I mean,
sorry.
they're both bad.
I interrupted you. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm just saying, hypothetically,
You
you
were
might
talking about how you
find
would give your wife a free pass.
yourself a situation where maybe you had a baby with somebody back in the day and you were going to get married in 3 months and they decided they wanted to sleep with somebody else. Like, that could happen, and then maybe you wouldn't get married.
Yeah, that happened to you.
What?
Yeah, that's a real life event.
What happened?
God.
Wow.
He just explained it, Sean.
More detail.
Oh, man. So Terry Black's on Friday night.
Yeah,
That place
it's a
is
good
great.
place to start.
We went there in Austin. My son said it was the best barbecue he'd ever had in his life.
Although my wife is convinced that all these celebrity marriages, they all know the deal. Or at least you should know the deal. You know the deal going in. If you don't think they're going to mess around.
Why do you think they get married then? Wouldn't you just want to go live your life and do whatever the hell you wanted with no consequence?
Ego? How many celebrities are married to nobodies? Can you name the most high-profile celebrity who's married to a no one? Why do they all get married to other celebrities? It's strictly ego.
Well, it's who you're around, right?
Wife? Who is
You're not who?
Hugh Jackman.
You know,
who's Tom Hanks married to? You guys were talking about
Rita Wilson. She used to be an actress.
Yeah, she's somebody.
I know Matt Damon's married to a
Denzel
nobody.
Washington married?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Deborah Lee Furness.
Well, yeah, but Hugh Jackman, I don't know.
Like Britney Spears. She was an advocate for the nobody.
Yeah, K-Fed, baby.
When does
Maybe John
fiance
Cena.
fall off of, you're not a fiance? Udoka and
Nia Long
got engaged in 2015 and have no plans of ever marrying. This was even before the cheating thing. So they get engaged. They're never going to get married. They have no plans on ever getting married. So
Joke's on them. They already are.
When do you say
common law? Yeah,
we don't say fiance anymore because we're never getting married.
Yeah. And if she's the one who kept delaying it, then I think all this is justified.
Whoa! Why didn't he just break up?
Can you
with her
imagine the
then?
girl? How many girls? If there's been an engagement of 3 years or more, how many times is the woman responsible for keep pushing it back? Because everyone always says, "Oh my God, how do you let him just? You should break up with him." I wonder how many often the woman is responsible for delaying
the marriage,
the engagement. Another topic. Since you brought up Tom Hanks, he said the other day he's only really made 4 good movies in his career. What are they?
Catch Me If You Can.
That was a really good
he
movie.
didn't name them, or
He didn't name them.
He said only 4?
Yeah.
Jeez.
All right, catch me if you can.
Forrest Gump.
I bet.
I know I know the hipsters have turned against that movie.
Yeah,
but-
why is he talking about movies he's acted in or also movies he's directed? Because he's
Let's
done
just keep it to acting.
Okay,
Tom Hanks?
all right,
Forrest
yeah.
Gump is number one.
I don't know if Tom
I
Hanks
bet
has he
he's
directed
very
anything?
proud of Philadelphia early in his career.
Philadelphia,
Brothers.
that would be on my
He
list.
directed that?
Yeah, with,
That's not
with
a movie.
Spielberg. Oh, yeah, that's not a movie.
Did you say Philadelphia?
Yeah, he did.
I think Catch Me If You Can and Forrest Gump should be on that list.
He directed That Thing You Do.
Oh.
Saving Private
No,
Ryan.
Not that.
A League of Their Own.
Yeah, Saving Private Ryan. Ooh, A League of Their Own. Crap, that's 5.
Oh,
You got Castaway, you got The Burbs,
Toy Story, Turner and
Big.
Hooch.
Da Vinci Code, Angels and Demons.
Okay.
Those were terrible.
Not those
What?
last two.
The book was far
Da
superior.
Vinci
to
Code's
the-
amazing.
Yeah,
Castaway
the
is
book's
ruined
great.
for me because of the ending.
Radio
Oh, yeah,
Flyer.
sorry.
Remember Radio
Good luck
Flyer.
When they
with the
found
rest
the
of you.
volleyball.
Yeah, no, it's like, oh yeah. Hey, spoiler alert! If you haven't seen this movie from 22 years ago, it's like I stayed alive on this island for years and years and years just to see you again, and hopefully we could be back together. And she's like, oh yeah, I got a family. Do you want to like make out for a second? And then I got to move on. And he's like,
There was
oh,
a
well.
tornado,
Yeah.
and everything went
That
crazy.
was Twister. That's a different movie.
Why are people going after Forrest Gump?
The Green Mile.
Because
Green Mile.
Green Mile's great.
was he in that?
Yeah, he was the police officer that, like, he wasn't the best actor in that movie by far. There were plenty of great actors in it.
Yeah, and
Polar
people don't
Express.
like Green
what-
Mile
in-
either.
In what movie is Tom Hanks not the best
Or
actor
not-
in the movie?
Sorry, I was thinking of not Green Mile.
promise
I was
you
thinking
Elvis.
of I was thinking of the Green Book.
I did not. I didn't like his part in Elvis. I just watched Elvis.
Why? Because that movie is 68 hours long.
No.
It is.
Have you seen the theory though that in Forrest Gump, he shows Elvis the hip moves, and then in the Elvis movie, he steals all the money from Elvis? Like, it took all this time for Forrest Gump to... Like, you go back and watch the theory on this. It's great.
I don't like. Sometimes people think movies need to be not just entertainment. Like, so they're like, "Hey, Forrest Gump did not accurately represent," and I'm like, "You're kidding me." You mean that this one guy in this fictitious movie didn't really do all these things? No.
That's why people are going after
Well,
it?
and plus people still to this day are mad that it beat out Pulp Fiction for
What's a
best,
better movie?
Best picture.
It was better than Pulp Fiction.
I didn't vote on this. I'm not saying that. I love Forrest Gump.
Did
I'm just
anyone
telling
watch
you.
Mr. Rogers?
I did. It was
I
good.
did.
I kind of.
Yeah.
It was slow at times, but it did get me emotional. Like, it definitely did.
League of Their Own is fantastic.
League of Their Own is
I
fantastic.
can't figure out which 4 it is. I really can't. This is too difficult.
Will he eventually tell us?
No, but I know
Okay.
it wasn't Cloud Atlas.
I never watched that.
Nobody
It
did.
looks so weird.
Like the trailer looked amazing, and then it
Sully.
comes out, and you're like,
How's Joe versus the volcano not on here?
All right, Mike.
You know what? If Tom Hanks, if there was a Tom Hanks movie, I would have guessed that would have been your favorite. Joe versus the volcano was
Dragnet.
100%
Dragnet was good.
What I would have guessed.
Virgin Connie
or
Swale.
Big.
$3 in one inning. What are the odds? Did you see this?
No, what game?
Marlins.
Marlins. Richard Blyer becomes first pitcher called for $3 in one inning since how long?
I will say
50 years.
Charlie Huff used to balk quite a bit, but I don't-
1988. He had never balked in his 7-year career.
So he's a lefty.
Okay.
And it looks like the first one he didn't come set. Just if you put your Twitter like Marlins balk. Look at the first one, he didn't pause enough, right? He didn't come set enough.
And let me make it more specific. This was 3 balks
in a row.
in a single at bat.
Yeah, the guy went
against Alonso.
Yeah, the guy gets on first and he balks him home in basically 4 pitches. But they weren't even pitches. So do you have the video, Bassick?
No. I mean, I found it, but it just goes to like New York Post. Let me go to Twitter. And
Yeah, just go to Twitter. That's where you go. You go to Twitter. So the first one, it looked like he just didn't come set. The second one, it's almost like his body is leaning towards first base, like he's off balance.
Oh.
And then the third one, I didn't see anything. He lost it though, man.
Is there anything about the balk that's a little bit stupid, Mike? Like it's too deep, it's too much.
Well, the
I have
funny
to look at my spreadsheet.
It was an up show. It was an up show for
the funny thing is they're like, well, you're deceiving the runner, and it's like, yeah, I am trying to deceive the runner to pick him off, you moron.
Yeah.
And obviously a left-hander. That's why they thought about this. I'm not going to put it past baseball to do this. they're saying that lifting your leg as a left-handed pitcher and then throwing to first should be eliminated because it's the deception of making a pitch.
Well, that's why they have like the leg going behind you.
Right, you can't cross the rubber.
Yeah.
Or cross your leg.
How strict are they in youth sports box?
Not at all.
Not
You
at
can
all.
do. Oh, there's a dude named Casey Fossum. He pitched for the Boston Red Sox for a while. He grew up in Waco and went to A&M.
His brother coaches the Trophy Club team.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well.
So he
Clancy.
balked all the time. I mean, he probably got free outs every summer league high school game because he would cross over. But in Little League baseball and high school baseball, until you get to playoffs, there's only two umpires. There's an umpire at home and there's an umpire when a runner on first behind you at second base. So you can manipulate and cross every time. You can kind of step towards home as long as I tell kids, I teach them the balk move for a lefty in high school. And because if I lift my leg and I step pretty much towards home and throw the ball to first, as long as I get off the mound quickly, they're not going to recognize it. If I step to home and then I keep my foot there and don't move, I'm giving them a picture of where I stepped. But most umpires aren't going to notice where I stepped. Now, the other team's going to scream and complain, so you can't do it a lot in one game. But you're going to be able to get away with it one or two times in a game without repercussions.
And at my younger one, he's 10U. They're barely calling balks. My older one, he's 13. They'll call him more, but most of them are like procedural balks. Like you step on the rubber, you've got both hands in your glove, and then you separate them to go and look for the sign, or you buckle your back knee.
At least this guy possibly really balked instead of the Alex Bregman crap going on in baseball. Oh, God, he might have her signs. Drop the ball and get him to third base.
Hey, Santa's going to call in and check you again. Relax. We're back tomorrow with the same exact show KMC is about to do next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for rolling with us this morning, and we're going to kick it off with this. Was Monday night the blueprint for the Cowboys ground game going forward? So that is my question, but
I hope so.
Also Dak updates.
Ooh.
You ready for that one? Why do you say it like that?
Not ready for Dak to come back yet.
Oh.
Is it? Oh, wow. I don't even know. I
Did
can't
you
believe
just
I just
say
said
that?
I can't believe I just said I am not.
Let's alert the affiliates. Our first segment might be about to change.
I am not ready for Dak Prescott
you
to come back
doing?
yet. I like what Cooper Rush has done so far, and I know who the opponents are. And you know what? I think he can do the same work against Washington. And I feel comfortable there. Maybe I feel like Dak is definitely the answer if I need to win against the Rams. But right now, I'm like, let's just keep running with this hot hand Cooper Rush until it falls off. And then when it falls off, when his hand falls off, then we can go to the next one.
All right. So does that mean then, because you mentioned,
that's weird.
You mentioned the Rams. I can really genuinely tell you weren't just going to like blurt that out. All right, so then would this be the last week you would want to see Cooper Rush then? Because you just mentioned the Rams. The Rams and Eagles are up next back to back. And that seems to kind of like align with when they think Dak might come back.
And so I would want to, let's say you get the same performance from Cooper Rush against Washington. I think you're going to need a better performance from your quarterback against the Rams. I definitely think you're going to need a better performance from your quarterback against the Eagles.
Okay.
And so I think you want that guy. But I would say the Rams game would kind of be a warm-up for Dak for the Eagles game, if anything.
Yeah.
For me. But, yeah, man, like, if Cooper Rush goes out there and does the same thing, all right, the team is doing a very good job. He's executing his throws, and the team had the great balance with the run game, which was, 30 carries almost, and they got great yardage out of it, so that's good. The offensive line looks good. Defense looks great. This is a good way, a good recipe to beat bad teams. I'm kind of scared, I guess, of the good teams, but yeah, I want to keep seeing what Cooper Rush is doing and what the Cowboys lay out there, because what they lay out there doesn't look like, I say turd, because game 1 looked like a big turd, all right?
Yeah.
And games 2 and 3 have not.
Do you think that the more Cooper Rush plays well or plays good enough, or however you want to describe it, that buys more time for Dak? Like, if they beat the Commanders again, which, I will feel optimistic going into that game, does that buy them more time going into the Rams game? Because you're like, we're 3-1, Dak could be ready, he could not be ready, so we should probably hold it off one more week since we're not in a negative situation.
Let the bone heal. Let those screws or plates or whatever they did to his hand.
Right.
They keep saying stitches. I feel like there's got to be more there. But whatever they did to his hand, let it feel better. Like, I don't need Dak. I get it, bro. You work hard. You don't want somebody to take your job like you took Tony's job. You have all these things that you want to accomplish, but The Cowboys are let them win, let them stack up some wins, and then you can come in and take things over while things are going well. Offense is clicking, and you just step right in, and everything continues. So, yeah, let Dak come back later whenever we really need him. Right now, though, let Cooper Rush get his dubs.
Okay, and
This is like playing in a 0.5 KD lobby when you're a 1.5 guy. You know what I mean?
I don't know what you mean.
All right, somebody out there
At
does.
all.
If you know what I said,
You
text
said
in
Kevin
right now.
Durant averages 0.5 points.
877
It means kill death ratio. I know that means kill death ratio. I assume. Do you want to be better?
The lower
than a
lobbies are bad. They're like bad lobbies. They're bot lobbies. All right, and then you're a one guy and you're good, and so that's what basically we're going right now.
Okay,
we don't need Dak running around in these bot lobbies.
All right, so. Again, I understood parts of that, but I have no doubt that many people in our audience are like, totally get it. Great analogy.
Yeah.
All right. So my question otherwise was going to be, we just go ahead and fire off cut number 3 because I think this was a magical moment for a lot of us in Monday night's game.
And on this first down, there's a handoff to Pollard around the left side to the 50. He's got a first down and another 14 yards all the way down to the Giants' 46-yard line.
Now, is it entirely possible that I called for the wrong audio? Yes. But the point remains, sorry about that. No, that's totally on me, is I read those numbers in reverse. But the point is, and that was a first down right there for Pollard, was this the breakdown of how you would like to see the carries go? 15 for Zeke, 13 for Pollard. And I realize on a game-by-game basis, you might realize, hey, this person sees things a way somebody else doesn't, or this person is tough enough to move through the line a way somebody else doesn't. But in theory, Pollard, 13 carries, Zeke, 15 carries. And this brought up, again, the amazing stat. And whenever you see stats like that, I'm like, why does nobody else see this? Why don't we just do this? Since 2020, there have been 8 games where Pollard's carried at least 10 times and Zeke's carried at least 10 times in the same game.
Draw it up.
Guess what? We're 8-0 in those games. And so, sure, does the fact that you're running the ball more inherently mean you might have had the lead? I understand that, but...
So next game, just script the first 20 plays.
Yes!
For touchdowns. Yeah, just drop the touchdown play on the first play every time.
You just go and mark that dub.
Yeah,
like
draw up the strikeout pitch.
I realize that is not how that works, but
drop the made 3-pointer shot on every play.
You looked at that game and Zeke was effective. Tony Pollard was explosive. It just felt like what we all kind of hoped that you would see all along. Did you look at that game and say, hey, if we can almost split the carries, maybe that's the way to do this, especially in the more conservative Cooper Rush offense?
Sorry, Kevin, I read this. I understand the KD reference, and I'm definitely not smoking anything right now. Again, proving our audience doesn't just sit around and smoke all day.
Hey, that person is breaking all the paradigms. I totally got your video game reference at 10 in the morning, and I've not been smoking weed. I appreciate them for backing Corey's point
you gotta
up.
go to work to get the money to buy weed.
That is a very fair point. But like splitting the carries, this is closer than sometimes we see. Is this how you wanted it to play out?
And there are a couple things too. Correct me if I'm wrong, were there moments late in that game when the Cowboys were trying to run the clock out and Tony Pollard had the ball?
Yes.
That's something else too. And it's not Zeke where Jerry's like, hey, the power, we're trying to wear them down. They were like, we need yards. So let's go ahead and give it to the guy that's going to get us yards on this play. Not necessarily Zeke. Zeke's going to get you 2, 4, right? But Tony could break something open and get a first down here. And that changes their clock, and that puts pressure on the defense of the Giants. So there's all sorts of things. So when Tony is getting the ball is very important. But I think going back to the way that they did run the ball, Kevin, you listen to so many different people say it, and you were observing it while it was happening. They knew their defense was their bread and butter against the Giants.
Sure.
How do you keep your defense fresh? You rotate those guys in and out. You also have an effective running game, and they were able to get a mix of both guys. Man, go back and watch what the first run plays of the night was Tony Pollard on a sweep from the wide receiver spot. He's lined up back there with Zeke, and then Tony Pollard's out wide, and they give it to him as he wraps around the other side, and then you got a pulling freaking Tyler Smith, and the rest of the offensive line's doing their. it looked really awesome. They did a really good job of executing that first one, and it goes for a big enough play. So I think there are plenty of ways to get Tony Pollard the ball, to keep the defenses honest, but also to explode for big-time plays that could happen later on.
Jason Peters might mess all this up, though, because he'll be too effective in the run game. No, I'm just kidding. But did you see, as soon as he came in for Farniok, for Farniok, they broke the 46-yard Pollard run. And then I think it was a couple plays after that, Elliott had the 27-yard run. So I am intrigued by that. And then when Steven said yesterday that Connor McGovern is on his way back, made it sound like he'll be back this week, I'm starting to feel better about the offensive line.
And go also, Kevin, look at Tyler Smith on that play that you're talking about with Tony Pollard. Tyler Smith makes a fantastic block to push that. Like when Mickey said we could have all run through that hole, that was what he was talking about. You have Peters, who there's kind of this like, okay, what exactly happened here? Did he bait the guy into, hey, I'm not blocking you, and the guy comes in and fills the gap, and then Peters comes over and pushes him out of the play? Or did maybe Peters over pursue a little bit, but he's so athletic that he can actually come back and make the stop that he eventually did? But essentially what happened is that hole opens up because those two guys created the space together.
And in terms of Tyler Smith, yesterday afternoon, Mike McCarthy literally said, I mean, I know it's just the third game, but still, he said that's the best game that Tyler Smith has played so far, and it looks like he's been excellent at run block, which I will give the team credit. That was something that we were pitched before the season started.
We're probably going to be better at this than we are at pass blocking.
It's inherently easier for an offensive line, a younger offensive lineman, to run block than it is pass block. But guess what? Your pass blocking was fine on Monday night as well. And plus, we've been seeing more and more stats that show that Cooper Rush gets the ball out quickly. So I think all of those are positive things going forward. Look, anytime your offensive line is good, especially potentially better than expected, that's a positive thing. Now, going back to Dak, and I'm not trying to cause any problems or anything like that, I just thought that this was an interesting quote, and I know Sean tweeted it out, is Dak said, it's not that I'm learning new things about the defenses we face, but I'm seeing more and more just how simple this game can be. Hearing the calls in the headset and then seeing how defenses line up from the sideline reinforces that sometimes all you have to do is slow the game down and go through the design of the plays. It can be so effing simple. That's what I want to get back to. Does it?
It does. That really does concern me when your quarterback's saying, I just need to slow things down in my mind, and I need to keep it simple, because it tells me, Mike, that he walks up to the line early in games and he's like, I don't know what I'm supposed to be looking for right now. And I'm going to have to figure this thing out on the fly. Once these guys start moving, then I'll know it makes me, and maybe I'm wrong about this. Maybe he's the greatest studier out there, and he goes into a game completely prepared, and maybe he has a Kyler things or Brett Favre things where he's just a little amped up because it's the beginning of the game. But when I hear a guy say, man, I just need to make things more simple. I need to understand how to slow it down at the line and just not overdo it. It makes me think that he's not as prepared as he should be for a game, and that's concerning to me. But I might be completely off on that, and I'm sure that the Dak lovers are going to come at me and be like, you're wrong, he's a studier, he's the best, and Bobby and all of them, they're going to get – that's fine. But what is the reason that sometimes he walks out there and says, man, I'm kind of flustered by what I'm seeing right now?
I guess I look at it from a pitcher's standpoint. I know the person on Twitch is going to get really upset. I'm using baseball as a reference. Is being a pitcher is just like being a quarterback. The ball's in your hands. The one thing that's very different is I have to watch 4 out of 5 games, where Dak has to watch 0 games. He's the starting quarterback every game. You're the starting pitcher once every 5 times. And sometimes when you're struggling as a pitcher, and I don't think they keep charts anymore, but we had to keep charts of the games we weren't pitching in, and you would watch the game and you'd chart it and you go, man, do I make this game difficult sometimes? All I have to do is throw them in, establish that inside part of the plate for a strike, make them conscious of that they don't want to get jammed, they don't want to be late, and then work the ball down and away at times, or then just throw something soft. Yeah. And so I think sometimes we can make the game very difficult because you're playing against the greatest people in the whole wide world. You've eliminated all of the average players at this sport from college. The good players from college don't even make the NFL. So I think sometimes you look at it and you just go, God, am I making this game harder than it is? Am I trying to do too much? And should I just go back to, I'm wondering this, I don't know this. I wonder if he thinks, gosh, should I just go back to the way I saw the game in 2016?
Yeah.
Snap the ball, see it quickly, just get rid of it. If it's for 3 yards, it's for 3 yards. If it's for 10 yards, it's for 10 yards. But let's not try to do too much. Let's just make Cooper Rush is making the game simple and we're winning games.
Now, and I've seen some people say, well, didn't he's had that opportunity because he was hurt in 20. But yeah. I guess my thought would be, do you view it differently when you're out for the season versus, hey, I'm going to be back imminently? You know,
interesting. Yeah, maybe.
I'm not saying that Dak was like, well, I don't give an F about this season anymore, but like, well, how much is he going to learn? And he's like, well, I can use that in 10 months versus now he can watch it and say, you know what, when I'm back in 3 weeks or whatever the case may be, now it looks like a week and a half, I can use this. So that's probably why there's more sense of urgency when he's watching these things on the sidelines. He also said, we couldn't get Steven to say this all the way yesterday, but he's like, yeah, probably not this weekend against Washington, even though I get it for strategic reasons. Steven did not want to go, oh, yeah, definitely out. I gave him the chance, so he's definitely out. Well, you know, it's early in the week. We'll see.
Yeah.
But it sounds like no Dak for Washington, and they've got their eyes on the Rams game.
So we got Cooper then, which I'm perfectly fine and content with. I'm okay with it. I'm happy that we get to another week to see if the guy that's won 2 in a row can do it again.
Yeah.
Can he win 3 in a row? Can this team stay afloat? What is it that he is doing well that we couldn't get in the first game against Tampa? Or maybe it's just Tampa.
And I think one of the biggest things that I think is cool about all of this, and I hope people are on board with this, is I'm not saying that Cooper Rush should be your starting quarterback or anything like that. I just like the idea that maybe somebody puts some heat on Dak. Just like Jason Peters is ready to put heat on Connor McGovern or whatever the case is, or Ferguson and Hendershot might put some heat on Schultz. Like, whatever the case is, I like the idea that there are other players on the roster that can take your spot, not just because you're hurt, but because maybe they're like capable of doing your job even if you're healthy. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105 through the Fan.
All right, Tolos, if you're an adventure
Through the Fan is brought to you by Mullen & Mullen Law Firm, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
What you guys got going?
Well, we're just pretty pumped right now about the Cowboys winning streak and getting it to 3 against Washington. Everyone seems to be saying this. Are you also under the impression that, like, obviously there could be setbacks and we'll see how the progress goes, but it seems like Dak and the organization are envisioning that Rams game as his comeback?
I think that would be more reasonable than anything else anybody's speculated. I think that would be at least, if not maybe the Philadelphia game. So, yeah, he got to be able to, it's okay. One thing, the stitches are out, but
yeah,
you got to be able to grip the ball. You got to be able to throw it. And by the way, you got to be able to take a hit too.
Just throw left-handed.
Right. Well, I've seen quarterbacks do that. Right. So yeah, I think that's a much more reasonable assumption, but it could be Philadelphia. I mean, you just never know once he starts throwing what it feels like. I mean, if you follow, what we know about fractured bones, they usually take, depending on, I guess, the size, around 6 weeks to fully heal. And what are we at now? After this, it'd be full 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Next week would be 4. So yeah. But I mean, it all sounds good, right? There's no setback or anything like that, but you don't want to send him out there and then, oh, no, got to come back. You kind of hurt it again, and he can't grip it and throw it right. So that's going to be that'll be their barometer, watching him throw the ball in practice. You can't fake that, right? Like you can't fake broken ribs.
Right.
They're pretty painful. I don't know if I ever told you the story about when Parcells was here, and somebody, I don't remember who it was, he had some rib damage or whatever, and the guy was, yeah, I'm good. And Parcells snuck up from behind on him and popped him in the ribs. And he kind of jumped, right? And he goes, yeah, and you're trying to tell me you're okay, and I just slapped you. What happens when a helmet hits you? Mm-hmm. And so that was his barometer if the guy was ready to play or not.
You gonna try and tackle Otis Anderson like that? No way, baby. No way.
Oh man. Now, okay, well then we've been kind of talking about this, and obviously people get heated and they hear whatever version of this that they want. But my simple question was, the better Cooper Rush plays, does that buy the Cowboys any more time, or like make them feel like they can give Dak another second to recover?
Wow,
or
you're
do
just
you,
trying to replace Dak.
No, that is not what I'm saying. That is not what I'm saying. But like, let's say he was on the fence, or like maybe he could probably play going in that Rams game, but they beat Washington again. Do you think the organization, do you think Dak takes a step back and you're like, you know what, maybe it's smarter to wait one more week while we're doing pretty well?
I think when he's ready, he's ready.
Okay.
I think this, this 2-game winning streak, and depending on what happens against Washington, doesn't maybe kind of get you to go, well, let's push the envelope, right? I don't have to do that. But I don't think they have to even be more cautious. I just think when the training staff says he's ready, he's ready. And then you go play. You only get to play so many games, right? And you don't want to start taking things for granted, like, well, yeah, we'll just keep winning, and when you just kind of sit there and get better. When you're better enough to play, you play. In my opinion.
But also, I think you'll admit this. Dak will tell you that he's ready, maybe before he's ready.
Oh, he might tell you, but there's signs of if he's ready or not, right?
Like
how's he throwing the ball?
Yeah.
Can Parcells punch him in the hand and see how he feels?
Can we shake hands, right-handed, right? Let's go, okay, let me grab it, see what it feels like, right? Because, think about the pressure of taking the snap. The ball's going to hit your thumb when it comes up. And so, if you're seeing him wincing, it's like, no, go sit down.
Okay, Mickey.
I like the idea of the handshake line to determine if Dak's ready.
Squeeze hands.
And do it with somebody like maybe Jason Peters, right? Give
Yes.
a big handshake there.
All right, so there's a lot of talk, Mickey, about dumbing things down for Rush and the offense. And you can use so many different phrases, streamlining, whatever phrase you want to use. Have you seen any actual sign that they're doing something specifically different than they did with Dak Prescott and calling the games?
Not really.
Okay.
I mean, have you?
That's what I'm trying to find. I'm trying to watch
think of the
for
balls
this.
that he's thrown down the field. Now, maybe not as many, but I think that was out of caution to, okay, well, we're starting to trust this offensive line a little more, right? I'll take more 5 and 7 step drops. But, I mean, the deep ball to CeeDee Lamb that clanked off his chest.
Yeah.
I mean, you weren't streamlining that. You fired down the field. What about going for it on 4th and 4 and throwing a pass? Right? So, yeah, I haven't seen them, pull back, measurably that you go, okay, I can see what they're doing now. I think they've been running the offense, and I think he's showing you he knows it. For a guy that's, only played or started 3 NFL games. So, yeah, and then the other factor is when you can run the ball for nearly 180 yards, that helps the offense a lot.
Did you like that template? I mean, I get it's always easier when it was successful, but did you
when it works, right?
Yeah, for sure. Did you like the template of them essentially splitting carries?
I didn't have a problem with it because I think the changeup was really messing with the Giants' defense. Look at the couple big runs that Pollard had, right?
Yeah.
Anybody could have got through those. Now, he got through them faster than most people, right? But there were some significant holes there for him. So who knows how defenses play when they see him come in, what they end up doing. It's like, oh, okay, 20's in here. Well, this is how we line up for that. I don't know if defenses adjust to that. But, boy, he had some great, especially the one to the left when he would go down to the 25-yard line or so. I mean, we could have run through that one.
A lot of people want to use if they didn't change the offense that much, then they want to condemn Dak for, why wasn't Dak any good in this offense, which was pretty good last year.
Who in their right mind would say that?
Twitter.
And I said in their right mind.
Burn.
I'm trying to the offense.
Did they set a record last year for points scored in a single season
against the NFC East?
But you still had to run your offense, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you had to run the offense against other people. It was more than 6 games.
Well, I think this, and a lot of people, Mickey, I think a lot of this goes to how bad they looked in the Tampa game versus, the offense has scored some points since then, and that's you're making that one game comparison.
But then why?
And that's what I'm trying to ask here is there's got to be Tyler Smith developed at left tackle over the last 3 weeks. They got better at guard, I guess. With what they're doing there. Some players. Noah Brown has stepped up and stepped into a role where maybe he wasn't ready for that Monday or on game 1 against Tampa. But even still, I think that's one of the other things that we're looking at is over this time, while Cooper Rush has been the quarterback, guys have had opportunities to grow into positions maybe they weren't ready for to start the season.
And they've scored 20 and 23 points.
Right? Yeah, exactly. And their defense has been solid enough to keep teams.
Sounds like you're educating people out there.
We're trying.
Good job, Corey. I'm proud of you.
Go.
And overreacting to things too.
And maybe remind him or remind them, because it may not be a him, right?
That's right.
That Dak finished with the 3rd highest quarterback rating last year in the NFL. 3rd. All right? And he set a franchise single-season record with 37 touchdown passes, only 10 interceptions. And his quarterback rating was 104 for the season. So, You don't just kind of fall off the cart and do that, right? You had to be doing something right, throwing for, I don't have it off the top of my head, 4,500 yards?
Lots of yards. What do you think he means? Because we did the quote a minute ago, and I always, if I wasn't prepared for a test, Mickey, so I was using my own self as an example.
Oh.
If I'm not prepared for a test, I'm going to go into the first question reading it 20 times. And Dak says, I need to just be, is the quote, more patient. I need to just keep it simple.
Simple.
And you know, the game can be so simple if you just look at it a different way, where he's talking about, what do you think he means by the way he needs to kind of approach the game now?
I think sometimes when you step to the side and watch some things kind of show up more than watching on film or when you're in the heat of the game. But to suggest a guy that can finish a season winning 11 games in the NFL, as he did last year, and suggest that he wasn't prepared, or suggest that you can put up a 104 quarterback rating and you're not prepared? Are you kidding me?
Can I ask I just want to ask a quick question, devil's advocate on the quarterback rating. Do you think that version of it versus the QBR is still as relevant? Because I know a lot of people put more faith in QBR as opposed to the quarterback rating.
Well, I'm not sure what goes into the QBR. I know what goes into the quarterback rating.
Right.
You know, it's attempts, completions. Basically, that gives you the percentage, and his percentage was 68%, right?
Yeah.
And touchdown passes,
which his touchdown interception ratio was tremendous. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And then it factors in your average per attempt. So, I mean, what else? What else gets factored in for the QBR?
I will have to check with my
I'm looking at the formula right now.
Nerds.
Formula, oh my God, Mickey!
I told you it's going to take a minute.
We don't want to do this, Matt. We don't want to. Trust me.
Not on the air.
It's
right?
going to take a minute.
Completions divided by attempts minus 0.3 times 5 plus yards divided by.
I told you it was complicated. Right, I was just asking.
Does it have points scored too?
We have a lot of math to do, and I know our fans will say that I was told that this would not include math.
Yeah,
so
that's the first
one thing you got to
say.
learn, Mickey, in analytics is the stat that means absolutely nothing is points for and points against.
and W's and L's, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I was did we talk about this yesterday? The LeBron tweet about Saquon being back and ready to go.
And then DeMarcus tweeted
DeMarcus just tweeted L.
Oh, man.
Right?
That is tremendous.
What else, right?
All right.
Okay,
see?
yeah, he's great.
Sometimes Twitter, not so bad.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Mickey. We will we'll get more information on we might need the entire segment tomorrow to break down the formula for you. But
yeah, please do.
We'll talk tomorrow. Good.
Sounds
sir.
good. See
there
ya.
you go. Mickey Spagnola right here on 105.3 The Fan. Wanted to toss this out there really quick. I know we're going to have to go, but there's a lot of rumblings about the United States, or excuse me, the Metroplex is going to host the World Cup final in 2026.
What? I hear these United States rumblings.
Yes. I mean, that's going to be the case, but that it could be in the Metroplex. It could be at AT&T Stadium. So we did some digging around. We did some asking. And so we got this from the Dallas Sports Commission Executive Director, Monica Paul. Because remember, Dan Hunt and FC Dallas, I don't know that to be the case, is FC Dallas is at the forefront of putting this bid together. We believe that Dallas is the perfect host for the 2026 World Cup. FIFA has been an incredible partner every step of the bid process, and we expect a host city announcement in 2023. We're thrilled that soccer fans across the world are eagerly awaiting word from FIFA. I could not get anyone on or off the record to confirm that the World Cup final has and will be in Dallas.
Wait, but if you did get someone off the record, you wouldn't be able to tell anyone anything.
Oh, yes, I would. I just wouldn't be able to use their name. Oh, absolutely.
That's
I could
Paxton.
do that. But people don't like reports like that. But
sources.
Yeah, multiple people told me 2023 is what they were told. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Josh Young and the struggles of Jack Leiter.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's a
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider, taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental is buyersbarricades.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for some baseball nuggets.
All right, great baseball for the Texas Rangers yesterday. First, let's talk about the major leagues. They win 5-0. Who had the RBIs? One guy.
Josh Young!
Josh Young, 2 homers, a single, 5 RBIs yesterday. So a great day for him. He has been struggling. So I know we haven't been paying attention because football season started and he hit the home run to start his career off and it was awesome. And then he started striking out a whole bunch of times.
And not never walking.
Yeah. And so last night was once again one of those games where you see the potential from him. He's going to be the starting third baseman next year, opening day, as long as he's healthy. That's the thing that he needs to obviously overcome is stay healthy. But he looks like a good defensive third baseman. He's not Adrian Beltre, but he looks like he can be a pretty good defensive third baseman. He showed last night off of reigning Cy Young winner Robbie Ray, takes him deep, takes a hanging breaking ball and drives that to dead center field in Seattle. Not the easiest places to hit home runs. So great news there. You see a lot of potential from Josh Young, and the Rangers use Wally Holstaff and get the W from their bullpen.
I really, for half a second, I was like, who? And then I figured out what you were saying. I was really trying to rack my brain for who that person was. I got it.
For the last 3 years, hasn't it felt like sometimes you look at a box score and go, who's this on the Rangers?
Yeah.
I do it for a living. I'm like, wait, I need to look this person up. Where did we get him from? What just happened here?
I got you.
So that's awesome news. Josh Young, awesome game. Rangers win. Awesome news. Frisco Rough Riders win the AA Texas League's championship. So
did it.
Last time they won it, their second baseman was Ian Kinsler. So
wow,
just to give you an idea on
World Series in like 5 years.
Yep. So
bam.
So you're looking at 6 years from now, we're in the World Series.
If I told you right now, the bet is
30 for 30. Rangers
may. What if I told you the Rangers make the World Series at any point in the next 6 years? Don't have to win it. Would you take that bet? Even money.
Absolutely.
Would you take it saying it is going to happen?
It is
I thought
going
you were
to happen.
I thought you were saying if I told you they're going to make it in the next 6 years, would you accept that? And I was like, yes, of course.
The bet is even money. You take yes. Rangers will be in the World Series in the next 6 years.
No. And just because it's difficult to make it to the World Series.
It is.
Like that's the more important thing.
Kevin, why does Corey hate the Rangers?
That's a good question. Are you going Jerry Jones and me? It's right. It's hard to get to the Super Bowl. Come on, Corey. You always tell me to believe.
This is a bad team right now.
What?
They're not good at baseball.
What?
Yet. But they can be. You know, it's like America's not the greatest country in the world still.
You shut your
mouth.
mouth.
But it can be. And that's what's
important. Are you doing the newsroom right now?
That was a great
Thanks,
a great
Aaron
speech.
Sorkin.
Yeah. Aaron Sorkin's a great writer.
Side question. What's the greatest country in the world right now?
Stop it.
Well, he just said we're working on it.
That was from a TV show.
But we can be. No,
I feel like no matter what your answer is, you're going to get destroyed by some portion of people.
All right, so let's go to those Frisco Rough Riders. As it's fun. I got to watch the game last night. I was at Bally's, and they had the feed of the game from the Wichita side, but it was really fun to watch. Now, the start of the game was not fun to watch, and Jack Leiter made his second playoff start. And the Rangers win the game in the Rough Riders win the game in extra innings, win the championship. But Jack Leiter last night goes 1 2/3. He gives up 2 hits, 2 runs, 4 walks, 1 K. He left the bases loaded with 2 outs, and so the reliever got him out of that without painting anything, because if there's a double in the gap, he gives up 5 runs in an inning and 2/3. So luckily, and the thing is, he celebrated with his team. He got really excited. So it wasn't like he was so disappointed or depressed that he wasn't jumping up and down and having a great time with his team. But
which that is what you want, right?
Yes, that he looks like a good teammate. But so for Jack Leiter, for his playoff run, 5 innings, 4 hits, 5 runs, all earned, 10 walks, and 5 Ks in his 5 innings pitched. For the year, real quick, just to give you his numbers, he was 3-10. These numbers that I just gave you do not count on these numbers. 3-10 with a 5.54 ERA in 23 games, 22 games started, 92 and 2/3 inning pitch. And I was talking to Sandler last night. I was texting each other as we were following the Rough Riders game. And I said, well, Jack Leiter's having to overcome for the first time in his life. He's starting every 5th day. And he goes, no, he's not. And I'm like, what? And like, yeah, they still pitch him on a high school college basis. They only pitch him once a week. They're not pitching him every 5th day. So he's not preparing at all to pitch major league standards of baseball. So he pitches on, let's just say Thursday. He pitches again pretty much next Thursday.
Is this just like a catastrophic year for him then? Because he didn't make any advancement in terms of like, I don't know how much you have to build your arm strength up for that, but like mentally, it's probably a whole different ball game. And he had a terrible season.
Yeah,
like this feels terrible.
It's interesting. I'm going to ask Beasley. I know he's not a minor league coach. He's not minor league farm director. He's not general manager, but I am going to ask him when we interview him at 12:20. It's interesting to me that one of the toughest things to adjust to as a starting pitcher from high school / college to professional baseball is every 5th day.
Yeah.
And the Rangers didn't do that one time with Jack Leiter. He sometimes pitched on a 6th day, but if you look at his game logs, he pitches April 9th, then April 16th, then April 23rd, then April 30th. See, he's pitching every 7 days. He's on a high school / college rotational schedule. That doesn't make sense to me on if you think Jack Leiter can help you anytime soon, you're not preparing for him to help you anytime soon at a major league level because you're not at all on a major league schedule. Next thing, Jack Leiter, this is where I'm not too worried. I am a little worried, but not like majorly worried, is that for Jack Leiter, this is the first time he's dealing with failure. He's never failed in his life at pitching.
Right.
As far as I can tell, he was good enough in high school that Vanderbilt wanted him.
Yeah.
He pretty much had pretty quick success at Vanderbilt and was pretty darn good freshman year, a little bit of sophomore year because of COVID, and then was great his junior year to be the number 2 overall pick in the draft. So I will say this. At 19 years old for me, it was the first time I ever dealt with failure. It was in low A ball. I was pitching every 5th day. That took a lot of stress on my arm that I never had to deal with from age, let's say 15 to 18 in high school because I was pitching every Friday night. I wasn't pitching every 5th day. And so there was a lot that I was dealing with. And then the main thing was the mental part of getting hammered for the first time, and not drunk wise, like on the mound, getting hit hard. And you're just like, son of a gun. Like, what am I doing? Like, this worked. This has worked my whole life. It worked in rookie ball, in the Appalachian League. And why is it not working here in the South Atlantic League? This worked just last year. It's worked my whole life. And so I had to evaluate once I got to the offseason, the mental part of it. I was carrying that last start and the failure into my next start, wasn't I? And I had to evaluate myself mentally from that standpoint. How did I mentally fail? And then also, how was I failing in executing pitches? Like, what pitches were getting hit hard? Why were they getting hit hard? What counts were they getting hit hard in? Do I need to pitch, and when I say softer, do I need to throw more off-speed stuff? Was I throwing too much off-speed stuff? Was I not relying on my fastball enough? These are all questions Jack Leiter has to handle in the offseason, and what I'm hoping is he just doesn't look at research and development charts, and he really sits down with himself and evaluates himself. He has a great father who can help evaluate with him too, but the analytic people and the research and development people and those charts are only going to help you to a certain point. He really has to sit down and evaluate, and I think he will, and I think he can get better. But I'll say this for Ranger fans as I'm running out of time quickly here. The Rangers should not even think about pitching him one pitch next year in the major leagues.
Do you believe that is the way they will view it?
No. But they need him to go back to Double-A, and they need him to show for April, May, and June that he can be a successful Double-A pitcher. Once he shows that, they can think about around All-Star break, July-ish, elevating him to a AAA level and then pitching him the whole time in AAA or the rest of the time in AAA. If he needs the whole time in AA to pitch the whole time in AA and don't move him at all like this year, then fine. But when you struggle as much as he struggled, and he doesn't know how to pitch yet. When you watched him last night, if you did, he doesn't know how to pitch yet. He doesn't know how to use the corners. He doesn't know how to use up and down. He doesn't know how to throw a breaking ball early in the count for a strike. That'll happen. I think he's good enough, talented enough, smart enough for all of those things to happen. But for the first time in his life, throwing fastball 95 down the middle or throwing fastball 95 elevated above the strike zone and getting swings and misses and then throwing breaking balls below the zone isn't working. And AA is a very tough level. If you watched last night, and I know not many people did, but if you watched AA last night, you go, this looks similar to Major League Baseball. Then you'll see things that don't. But you're like, hey, if you throw the ball down the middle, if you get behind in the count, if you can't throw a breaking ball for a strike, AA hitters are good enough to start eliminating some certain things and look for others. And so for Jack Leiter, I think he's the future of the Texas Rangers. By the way, I'll throw this in real quick. Owen White threw 2 innings last night in the championship game. No hits, no walks, 6 Ks in his 2 innings.
Wow.
So 0 for 6 with 6 Ks for the Twins AA organization, Wichita. But Jack Leiter has a long way to go before he gets to the major leagues. He has all the talent in the world. He has, I believe, a father who can help him out a lot this offseason to get him better. But they got to start pitching him every 5th day. What are we doing here, guys? We have a 10-year plus pitcher as our general manager. It doesn't make sense to me. I need it explained to me. Maybe it'll make sense to me if somebody explains it to me. You're going to pitch a guy every 7th day from age 14 to 24 and then say, but now you're going to get to the major leagues and pitch every 5th day? That doesn't make sense. You need to prepare him to be a major league pitcher.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, rating the best QB duos in NFL draft history. You only get 2 from each draft. Where do these current classes stack up? 877-881-1053. We'll do that next right here on the Fan.
Commercial. From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I know we usually do shout-outs on Friday. A couple of sports world shout-outs that I thought were relevant. Obviously, Mike just brought up the Frisco Rough Riders winning their first Texas League title in 18 years, but also the Jordan Spieth Family Foundation donated $500,000 to Children's Medical Center Foundation. $500,000.
Is that good?
Yes! And I know he has a lot of money, but that is still a lot of money that he just donated to charity. So props to Jordan Spieth for being an awesome guy.
If you want a shout out, donate $500,000 to something and Kevin will shout you out.
Yeah.
Facts?
Absolutely.
There you go.
For sure. Yes. I'll totally make that deal.
Doesn't matter what it is that you donated
well,
to.
That's a fair point.
What?
That, it's like, well.
Credible charity?
Yeah, a credible charity. That is probably a good way to put it. All right. So I was reading this article. You're going to get me into trouble. I was reading this article. People always debate, the best draft classes in NFL history or the best quarterback classes in NFL history. And it's looking like this upcoming draft class is going to be something. Whether you're, a fan of Will Levis over at Kentucky, whether you're Stroud, CJ Stroud, Bryce Young, and there are like a couple of other potential first-round grades as well. This looks like it could be a monster draft class for the quarterback. So I was reading this article. If you could only take 2 from a draft class, what are the best drafts ever for quarterbacks? You only get 2. So you don't get to say, hey, they had, like, for example, 2004 is a great example, is Eli, Roethlisberger, and Phillip Rivers. But under these constraints, you only get to pick 2. So give me any thoughts that you might have about who the best classes could be and who your quarterbacks would be. And do you think any current quarterbacks are in that mix?
I think that the Patrick Mahomes era we're gonna look back and go, that was the best quarterback to play the game.
So,
and I'm just trying to figure out if anybody stacks up with
Trubisky.
him.
Not that. And the person who was going to be along for the ride with him can't keep his hands to himself in Deshaun Watson, but that's still number 5 on the list. Patrick Mahomes is so good already. Deshaun Watson is a good player. I know, like, obviously the off the field stuff is very, very concerning.
Okay.
But they're already number 5.
Then at this point, are Lamar and Josh higher than them yet?
What do you think?
I'll lean towards that. No. Mahomes is better than both of those guys, but combined, and look, I'm going to be honest here. I'm really biased. I won't root for Deshaun Watson the rest of his life.
I think there's a lot of people who are probably like that.
And so I'm going to be biased and go, both of those guys are way better than Deshaun Watson. But I'm just going to be honest. I probably won't rank Deshaun Watson as a quarterback the rest of his life. I don't care what he does. I'm not for him.
Okay. All right. No, that makes sense.
I know
to me.
I hate saying that. I understand the bias in that, but it's just one of those things where I get he's good. I get why Cleveland signed him and why they were desperate to get him. At the same time, I struggle to want to recognize that person.
Now, interestingly enough, from the 806 and the 903, they said, what about Burrow and Herbert? So that's a perfect entry point here because they're number 10 on the list already. And I think
who's Tua has taken the spot of and Hurts. It's going to be Tua and Hurts and not Burrow and Herbert.
Can you imagine that?
I don't think it will
I don't either. I could see one of them but losing their spot.
It does look like today a great draft quarterback class with those 4 guys, doing what they've done.
What would be your
far.
order of those 4 right now?
Oh, gosh. Can I slight Burrow? Because he made the freaking Super Bowl. I'll lean, and it's close with the first 2 guys. Burrow, Herbert, Tua, Hurts. And it can change a lot. Yeah. There's a 10 to 15 year career for most of those guys. But I'll be interesting to see if Hurts can pull off what everybody says he's just going to keep doing every week and then beat all the good quarterbacks in the NFL in the playoffs.
I'm trying to see if I can make the if I can make the Michael Vick, Drew Brees era fit into this, but I just can't.
Oh, okay.
Because I think Drew Brees was that good, but I can't fit him in because Vick wasn't successful enough over an extended period of time.
And by the way, since we're talking about quarterbacks, somebody said, hey, I donated $500,000 to Brett Favre's charity so I could get into a good school. No,
I like
that is not a legitimate. Brett Favre does not understand how charity works.
The Aaron Rodgers, Dan Orlovsky duo.
Hold on,
from
you
2005?
are not. No, you are not putting Dan Orlovsky in that group.
He goes with Alex Smith, huh?
Well,
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers was so good. I feel like Dan Orlovsky was the second best in that group.
That is preposterous. All right, let's go down the list. Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert, 2020. They're 10th. Number 9, Russell Wilson and Kirk Cousins. I mean, Kirk Cousins, he's got to be stoked about the NFL career and the money.
It would be
made,
better
right?
if Andrew Luck didn't get hurt/retired so quickly, because then you take Kirk Cousins out and you put Andrew Luck in. But
I still think I would have Andrew Luck
over Kirk Cousins.
Kirk Cousins.
Okay.
With all due respect. Number 8, it's Aaron Rodgers and Alex Smith, you jerk,
Okay,
not
all
Dan
right.
Orlovsky.
Makes more sense.
And yes, and you see this with a lot of these guys as we ascend the list. Like, if it weren't for Andrew Luck retiring or not living up to the hype, that group would be higher. If it were for Alex Smith not living up to being the number 1 overall pick, that group would be higher. This group is the perfect indication. Number 7 on the list, because he was that good, Peyton Manning and Matt Hasselbeck.
I was wondering who would go with him. They were just Ryan Leaf or Brian Greasy.
Yeah. If Ryan Leaf had lived up to a third of the potential that some teams thought he had, this grouping would be way higher. It was legit. The teams were split in half. You go back and ask GMs. I don't know if some people have tried to rewrite this history, but there are many a GM that would have taken Ryan Leaf first in a heartbeat, and that was a colossal failure.
Gosh, if Peyton Manning's up there, then I don't know who was in the 2000 draft.
There's nobody.
Was it Chad Pennington?
It was ball and nothing. There was nobody along with. I do want to know, is the Phil Simms Joe Montana coupling in this conversation?
Now, Corey, you have mentioned 2 that have made the list that we haven't gotten to yet.
Okay,
I think I know what number 1 is.
It's got to be Elway Marino, right?
Yeah, that's what I would think.
Michael Vick and Drew Brees from 2001 is number 6. And now that you see the way they've had to put castaways along with some of these other guys, that makes sense. We already told you that Mahomes and Watson
and they're traded for each other.
5th. Oh, yeah.
1977. 1977. Glenn Carano and Steve DeBerg.
Oh, my
Reginald,
God.
Your thoughts?
Is Glenn Carano? I think that actually might be Gina Carano's.
Yes, it is. And Steve DeBerg was drafted in the 17th round.
Okay, well, Corey, I'm afraid I have terrible news for you. Why are so many people texting other random names with Steve DeBerg in right now? There are people like Steve. I don't even know how to say that last name. Not Steve DeBerg, but Steve somebody else is on there.
Sorry, he was the 10th round. He was the 24th pick of the 10th round.
I have terrible news for you, Corey. That cut they didn't make the cut, but Phil Simms.
He said drats.
Phil Simms and Joe Montana did, in fact, make the cut at number 4, 1979.
All right.
Pretty impressive.
I am going through
if you have 2 Super Bowl winning quarterbacks,
I feel like it has to go in there. I'm going through the history of drafted quarterbacks, Kevin. So I don't know where your list is from. I'm trying to sort through a bunch of names because there have been years, Kevin, where 24, 25 quarterbacks were drafted.
Right.
It sounds insane, but they had lots of rounds back then.
Number 3 on the list, Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. Look, Lamar Jackson, we've talked about him. He's 25. He's already won an MVP. I know they just lost, but the Bills are still the favorite to win the Super Bowl, per the betting odds. And I would be willing to wager that Josh Allen is at worst still top 3 to win the MVP this year. They're 3rd on the list.
I know, and it doesn't count. Points for and points against actually are the decision makers on winning and losing. But when you do look at a lot of the numbers, Buffalo outplayed Miami in a lot of ways, but the only thing that matters in analytics is the scoreboard.
Now, from the 214, somebody said Eli, Ben, and Phillip Rivers, you only get 2. You're going with the 2 who won the Super Bowls, right?
I think so, because here's the deal. I think Eli and Ben Roethlisberger are both getting in the Hall of Fame.
I agree.
I don't think Phillip Rivers is.
I also agree.
So I think you have to take the 2 guys that, whether it's 2 years from now or 5 years from now, the 2 guys
I like
that make
Romo West.
So what's the lock on this one? Is it Ben? Is Ben's Benjamin is the lock?
Yes.
Ben's the lock, yeah.
So then let's go around the room here. Who are you taking out of Eli and Phillip Rivers? Because I believe I'm taking Phillip Rivers.
I'm taking Phillip Rivers as well. But
not in the Super Bowl.
No, I know. You're right. And this is where the disconnect happens with Super Bowl wins, quarterback wins, and everything like that. Because, Reggie, I know you're not a proponent of that. And I'm totally with you on this. I think Eli Manning is going to make the Hall of Fame, and Phillip Rivers is not. I think Phillip Rivers is better than Eli Manning. I don't know how to square that with people except to tell you I don't vote for the Hall of Fame. We did the study of 75 years of quarterbacks going into the Hall of Fame and what it takes to get in. I believe Eli makes it. I do not believe Romo West makes it.
Yeah, I'm looking at, there were 2 years where he was actually 1 year where he was supremely impressive in their playoffs. Like supremely impressive, and that was the 2011 season. He has his stats just stand out as he was a great quarterback on that run.
Right.
He has another year where it was like, hey, he was really good as a quarterback.
Right.
He was a game manager on their way to a Super Bowl, and he wins both of them against Tom Brady and the New England Patriots.
Which that matters too.
It does matter when you win games.
Yeah.
When, look at the fan text and how many people are like, doesn't matter that the Cowboys went 12-5 last year. Dak lost in the playoffs. He lost in the first game of the playoffs. So you can't. He still hasn't proven anything other than you can win during the regular. And that's not just me talking about. There are lots of quarterbacks where that can be the example for them, and that's where it comes down to Eli versus Phillip Rivers. Is Phillip Rivers and company failed in playoff games?
Yeah.
And Eli Manning
he beat
had
Tom
2
Brady.
runs. Yeah,
and I still think it would be a little bit different if they had beaten the Steelers, or
in your face, Ben.
Yeah, or when the Jets were good. I think it would have been different. He beat Tom Brady both times.
Is Staubach and Barry going to be on there? I had to look up who in the world was also drafted in the 64 draft. Bob Barry for Philadelphia.
I'm sorry.
He didn't make it.
That did not make the cut. Now,
he doesn't look like he was an okay quarterback.
ESPN chose Ben Roethlisberger and Eli, which I can't say that surprises me terribly much. And Y'all got it straight away, and even ESPN admitted it was a pretty easy selection. And by the way, I just want to say for the Staubach thing, Mike, this is in the Super Bowl era.
Okay.
So Roger Staubach not eligible, or else clearly.
Don't worry. Amazing. I looked at the other quarterbacks in that draft, and it was really tough to find another. Bob Barry looks like the best I could find.
Where was the
John Elway and Dan Marino are, yes, of course, number 1.
Where was the 93 draft? Drew Bledsoe, Rick Meyer, Mark Brunell, Gino Torretta.
Man, I really thought Rick Meyer was going to be good. That might be a segment.
Elvis Gerbach
and
Trent Green.
That actually is an honorable mention. The 2 honorable mentions, 1993, Drew Bledsoe and Mark Brunell. And then 1971, Jim Plunkett. Whoops. And Joe Theismann. So those are the 2 runners up right there. I think that was a mistake. I would have put Plunkett and Theismann above Burrow and Herbert just for this moment because they're 3 years into their career.
The McNair and Cordell Stewart era.
All right, that's a segment that we need to do. Who is the quarterback that you thought was going to be really good? Because, man, I had those Rick Meyer Topps rookie cards. And I didn't realize at the time that they were never going to be worth anything. But I was like,
because it's Topps.
This kid, him and Drew Bledsoe are going to show people what's what. And then that definitely
Ryan Leaf
definitely didn't happen. I think Ryan Leaf is a fair guess.
That's
as well.
my answer to your question.
I thought Quincy was going to be great.
Did you really? No, you didn't.
Come on, Mike.
Played baseball against him. He was the same way. He looked good in a uniform. That was it.
Okay, well,
he hit batting practice good.
So that was a compliment sandwich. He looked good in a uniform. He sucked at quarterback, but he was good at batting practice. Compliment sandwich.
Batting practice is fun.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, NFL scoring is way down thus far. Here are some of the reasons why. Feel free to pitch out your own 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Download the Odyssey app and keep us with you.
20 years.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Perma Pier, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Some people are saying that they donated to charities that I do not believe are reputable. From the 214, I donated to charity on Friday. Then I donated to Diamond on Saturday. See, I do not think...
Those are adult dancer names.
I mean, but at least it's better than Brett Favre straight up stealing welfare money to build the volleyball thing and being like, oh, is that not okay? My bad.
Amongst others.
Yes. Oh, amongst many others. Like, we just single him out because, like, he's in the sports space. But yes, the whole reason he's going down is because Mississippi was even more corrupt than him.
That's Mississippi. Mississippi. I think you said Miss Tippy. I was like,
who is Miss Tippy?
She's from Billy Madison. From the 214 there, Kevin. That is definitely Wolchuk, though, right? Donated to charity and then the Diamond because of what he's missing work most days.
Yeah. Is he betting games with you, Mike?
He's doing his thing.
Yeah, but just one game. He lost and then quit.
Yeah, see, because he needs money for that.
Yep.
Is my hypothesis.
He's down $10 to me.
All right. Then you're going to collect.
Never make it up.
So I saw an article that Bobby Belt sent us from operations.nfl.com about NFL scoring being way down to start the season. I wanted to see first if y'all had any hypotheses about why this might be, and then we can start walking through it.
No preseason. A lot of guys didn't play in the preseason, so they don't know how to play football anymore.
Do you feel like that just started this year?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Wow.
I feel like less preseason games. Maybe it's just because the Cowboys said we don't care about the preseason this year, but I felt like there were less important reps in the preseason this year.
I pretty much agree with that. I don't know. I mean, it is what it is. Bill Belichick has talked about it ever since the Players Union. I mean, it goes back to like the 80s when they didn't care about themselves, except somehow in the last 10 to 20 years, they've decided, listen, do whatever you want, owners, but don't make us practice.
Yeah.
And they're like, all right, so you're saying that we can have like this like salary cap thing and we can like never have you be a free agent your whole life if we don't want you to be? And they're like, yes, as long as we don't have to practice.
All right, so at least a little bit of sarcasm, but not as much as you might think in that statement. So here are the numbers. Through the first 3 weeks of the NFL season, obviously we've seen amazingly close games. We talked about it yesterday. The 18 games decided by 3 points or less, which is an NFL record at this point. But scoring, they're averaging 42.1 points per game, NFL teams combined, which is 5 points less than last year and lower than any season since 2010. So this is the lowest start to the season in 12 years, which again is another thing that we talked about yesterday is the historic hit rate on the under thus far, right? And so it's been great for Vegas. I don't know if we found out the combined earnings of Vegas just yet.
Still asking sources.
Okay. But it's been great for Vegas because people love to bet favorites and they love to bet the overs. And so with the unders hitting this much, it's been great for them. But why is scoring dropping? So there's a couple of different things to break down here. Is the passing game efficiency has dropped while the running game efficiency has increased almost proportionately. But if you think about it, run plays are inherently never going to be as effective as pass plays at scoring points. So if your pass percentage drops a certain amount, but your run efficiency increases the same amount, you're going to see less points. Does that make sense? Just because like you're more likely to hit a big explosive. That's why explosive pass plays are 20 and explosive run plays are 10 in some systems. So that's part of it. But why is NFL passing efficiency down? Now, I don't want to discount the preseason factor whatsoever because I feel like even the Cowboys to a certain extent have been like, yeah, well, maybe playing like almost nobody played a factor in it. But it's a difference in defensive coverages. You talked yesterday, Corey, about Dan Quinn having all the tools in the toolbox in terms of players, but also schemes that he can dial up. So check this out because I thought it was really interesting. So cover one man has dropped to 20% from 26.5%. And what most teams are doing is they're going with multiple deep safeties. So they're going with like the cover two zone. Yeah,
Especially
exactly.
with the proliferation of the Vic Fangio defense.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so that has jumped up another 3%. And over the last couple of years, it's jumped up 4 to 5%. And so
like what happened, and this goes back to, I think it was a clinic by Sark where cover three became a very popular defense. And that was because of one specific coach. Well, not one specific coach, but there was a lot of Dan Quinn's orientation with the Legion of Boom there, where you have a lot of really great athletes and really great players that can play within that system very well. I mean, Richard Sherman even told us that the other day. He was like, don't get that construed. It's very difficult to build a Legion of Boom like the way that we did whenever we did that. But a lot of cover three became all right, well, we figured out how to pick and how to catch and throw against that very well.
Right.
And now cover two. Now everybody's like, hold on, what the hell do we do with this cover two defense? And at some point, I think if you listen to Romo, he has a pretty concise way on beating cover two, but you have to really understand the nuances of what they're trying to do. And what coaches are doing a really good job of right now defensively is disguising it pre-snap, even disguising it within the play.
Okay.
So that you're kind of a little caught off by, hold on, I thought it was cover three. I thought it was this, but it was actually this.
Yeah, I'm really glad that you said that because you would think so much leading more towards cover two as opposed to just like straight up cover one, man coverage, everything like that is that's what they're doing the bulk of the time, but not always, because you talked about those coverage disguises. They are blitzing. Defenses are blitzing way more than usual. So, again, just the first 3 games, but all this info in previous years is from the first 3 games.
Does that mean they're getting to the quarterback faster and more?
I think that's a viable possibility because check this out. The last 4 years, average blitz rate, 27%. This year, 38%. That is a massive jump. So what you're seeing is, in general, defenses are moving away from cover one and then splitting out a couple of different things. You can run cover two, but also you can run more. We're just bringing some straight pressure and all the combinations in between. So I think that might be the idea right there is, if you have more cover two, you're logically going to be getting less, deep plays, or at least that's how the idea would work, right?
And it also tempts the defense, or dares the defense, or the offense rather, to run the football more.
Exactly, which we talked about, which is probably why the run efficiency is up but why points are down. Now, to your other point, does that mean that the rushes are more effective? Not necessarily. They just might be hitting the quarterback more because they're rushing way more. Well, you know what? If you're pressuring the quarterback, if you're hitting the quarterback, most quarterbacks struggle in those scenarios. I know some of the greats are like, bring the pressure. I will embarrass you all day long. I certainly understand that. But that's another reason
I'll slice you up, man. Yeah,
absolutely. And I understand that those quarterbacks exist. But like if you just take the league average, more pressure on a quarterback should inherently lead to worse results for that quarterback.
Now, Kevin, much like I do with a lot of things, I skipped to the very end of this column that we got because
the anecdotal evidence,
the anecdotal evidence,
yes.
These 11 red zone fumbles through week 3, which, by the way, Reggie, is tied for second most since 2011.
Is that good?
I think it's bad. It's bad.
No, I mean.
Let's
it
say
depends on who you're rooting for. Okay. If you're rooting against Seattle or against Denver, probably.
I'm going to go ahead and say that's 77 points.
Okay.
All right. That are missing from this. Hold on one second. But we're also going to take away about 10 of those points because kickers can't make extra points nowadays. So 67 points is what's missing from this chart.
Allow me to play devil's advocate once again on this then. It's probably unfair to assume none of those fumbles would have happened, right? Like how many?
So you want to give me a window here? Like let's say 2 or 3?
Yeah, like you could slice. Let's slice off 3.
All right, 3.
All right. So, which is probably way too low, but let's devil's advocate that. All right. So that is 8 touchdowns. I'll give you all the extra points. That's 56 points. How many games have there been? 48.
Okay. Let's do the math.
So we're talking about what? 1.2 points per game?
All right. So it's still 5 points per game drop. So
Yeah.
that would be
And so now it's 3.8.
Okay.
Which is still a massive drop. But you're right.
Yeah.
That is like Denver alone was trying to contribute to that. But yes, you're right. There have been an abnormal number of red zone fumbles. But even if you factor that in, points are still way down. And I think this is the logic behind it.
I am very interested to see if this carries over the rest of the season then. Because if Mike and I are right, and the first 3 weeks is kind of a sign that the preseason was taken very lightly, guys are kind of working their way back into it in these first 3 weeks. If we're right about that, and defenses are better right now, like they're playing schemes differently, I want to see if it plays out for the season, because it could mean that
change all the rules and make it easier for offense.
Offenses catch up by the end of the season. They figure out, they see the tape, they say, okay, these are the things they're doing, because they can't go a full season going, crap, we don't know how to beat cover 2. Like, it can't happen again. Last year was a struggle for a lot of quarterbacks.
Yeah.
And now they're like, hold on, this has never been done before. Yeah, it has. And people have beaten it before. You just got to figure out how. So, like, I think that by the end of the season, the tape will, just like with Cooper Rush, by Rams game, by Philadelphia game, they're going to have plenty of tape on this guy and say, oh, the Cowboys have done this to make the game a little bit easier for him, which I did see. Hellman did a really good job, by the way, on Fox Sports to throw a story together to kind of show some of the things that the Cowboys have done differently for Cooper Rush, which is a lot simpler than some of the things they've done for Dak.
And somebody asked the question, how are the non-elite quarterbacks doing? Because there's your problem. Well, I would suppose to you that, don't you think going into the season, people would list Tua and Jalen Hurts as non-elite quarterbacks? Well, guess what? The Eagles, 38, 24, 24. The Dolphins, 20, 42, 21. Like, those two guys aren't dragging it down. Maybe some of the other quarterbacks, but you've seen some quarterbacks come up in the world as well. Now, clearly, the Favre-Rodgers game, that will set the bar a little bit lower, but I think that's ebbed and flowed a little bit. So those are just some of the ideas. I'm not ruling out preseason whatsoever, but I think more, I guess, conservative defense, if you want to talk about in the secondary, along with the combination of more aggressive defense from the front line,
maybe you have better,
has caused some of this drop.
Even more so, maybe you have better guys that are being drafted to get at the quarterback, at this point too. Like, maybe that's another, you're talking about the aggressive nature. Yeah. The fact that these guys can actually do it, where you were begging to find a war daddy for a long time, and now you're starting to say, oh man, you got TJ Watt, you got Micah, you got Miles. There's a lot more guys that can
Armstrong.
actually Aiden Hutchinson,
And to that point about from the 817, running effectively defeats cover 2, right? And that is if you have the stomach for it, right? Because you're going to have to grind it out all day long, and sometimes teams don't have the stomach for that, or sometimes they make too many mistakes in the long run to be able to sustain that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Who's still rich? Who's wearing the coolest uniform? And who doesn't think the butt punt is funny? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
RJ Choppy here.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When the time comes to sell your vehicle, Classic Chevrolet will buy it for full market value and not a penny less. That's pricing true to their Texas values, and it's the right way to do things. So find new roads and visit Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some Gridiron Glory.
Biscuits.
And we start with this. Corey, I know you're excited for the MILF Hunter.
All right.
We talked about it last week. That's what Mike told me to call him. That's what we talked about this last week. He said it looked like he would be cleared. He is cleared and on track to start against the Steelers. So,
and to go back to hunting?
Your fantasy bet fantasy bet of Joe Flacco leading the league in passing yards.
Date
like
people your own age, Zach Wilson.
What's your variance on that? Do you give him 5-7 years, or does it depend on age? Your variance gets larger?
I feel like if the person's old enough to be your parent,
that's a no-go.
That's the line.
All right.
14?
14 years. And that's, of course, depending on age. Make that very clear. All right. Let's go. Are you thinking this over?
I was just letting y'all talk that out.
Yeah.
Y'all get to make the rules on this.
No, I'm married, so I'm done dating.
Corey, you have that whole thing with your wife and the sleeping around.
No, don't say it like that.
It's not necessarily how it
Do not
works.
say it like that.
With only famous people.
Right.
Your wife can do famous people. You can do famous
Which I was
people.
discussing with Kevin earlier. I want to put the
Actually,
list.
that is true.
I want to put the list on the wall in my closet and then just check one of them off and see if she notices. And she's like, or if she then puts her list up on the wall and just passive aggressively checks one off, or, I just want to see how it happens.
So you want to test your marriage then, is what you're saying?
Man, Bond is strong as oak.
Okay.
Like her word. Oh, crap. Every
I
time
have
somebody
more questions,
says
but this is football nuggets.
Yeah, this feels like a Mike likes it or God help us an off-air conversation. All right. I know, Mike, you'll be pumped about this. The awards for Players of the Week, Week 3. I'm going to start with the NFC.
I think there's laws in both of these.
Cordarrelle Patterson won NFC Offensive Player of the Week for the first time in his 10-year career. First time he's ever won that award. So congratulations to him.
It's not his fault that his coaches didn't know how to use him.
Just didn't know how to use the player.
That actually is looking more and more fair by the day. And then for defense, it was Brandon Graham from the Philadelphia Eagles. On the AFC side, defensive end Trey Hendrickson for Cincinnati won it. And your offensive player of the week for the AFC, I'm going to let Mike Bassick take it away.
Could it be Trevor Lawrence?
Trevor Lawrence!
Oh my God!
For the Jacksonville Jaguars.
The bum who was a bust who nobody should have drafted.
Man, what a low level for you to be that excited, but yes.
The worst quarterback in the history of football.
That feels unfair. He has won AFC Offensive Player of the Week.
Who did you say won Player of the Week on defense for the NFC?
Yeah, why didn't Trevor Lawrence
Brandon Graham.
I mean, why didn't
Why didn't
DeMarcus
Lawrence?
That's
Yeah.
what I thought there was possibly going to be DeMarcus Lawrence and Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, what did Brandon Graham do?
I apologize. Do you have his stat line?
Let's look at his stat line real quick.
look at his
I did
2.5 sack performance against the Commanders. Really? 2.5 sacks?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, how many did our guy have?
3!
With a broken foot.
Yeah!
What?
I mean,
That doesn't
we
sound
were
right.
concerned that it
Thought
could be
it might
broken.
be.
Okay, I was going to
He
say.
went back to the locker room.
I
We
feel
weren't
like
sure.
we would have talked about that. He also, I don't know if this makes a difference, he also forced a fumble. How many sacks does that count for? 0.49?
Two different stats.
Did he get a fumble? I mean, did he get a sack
Then it would
on
be
the forced fumble?
2.99 to 3. So yeah, he won. I'm sorry. DeMarcus Lawrence got job.
That's 2 weeks in a row now that the Eagles have had Defensive Player of the Week.
They're
Interesting.
pretty good.
Who won it? The Slay?
That's because the Cowboys.
Is that who won it the last week? Their cornerback for intercepting all those balls, I assume.
That
Since you said back-to-back weeks.
that does make sense.
All right.
All right.
Wait till they play the Cowboys offense.
Yeah, you just wait.
Yep.
All right, do you want something to cheer you up, Corey?
Yeah, because I'm furious
Okay,
right now.
I can tell. Here's something that'll cheer you up. Awesome uniform news. Black helmets for the Saints. Their variant black helmets Sunday for their game in London. Those helmets are pretty cool. And
They
then,
are, dude.
I know. So I thought that would make you happy. And then I know you're pumped about this. Thursday Night Football, the all-white uniforms for Cincinnati.
Yeah, I'm stoked.
Those are awesome.
Cincinnati's favored by 4.
I am surprised by that.
Against Miami, huh? Man,
That's even more than your usual 3 to 3.5 built-in home field advantage.
Dude, I didn't know that 13 teams gave the variant helmet this year. That's awesome. All right, sorry,
that is a lot.
I'm really looking
because
forward.
COVID's going away. We need more variants.
Okay.
What?
I don't know if that's
there's
correct.
different COVID variants.
I understand.
Delta. So we're like, you know what? Let's work off of COVID. Let's start putting more variants in our sport.
I am interested though. Like the Bengals all white getup is awesome looking. They have changed the logo in the middle of the field, and the end zones are both all white with their Bengals stripes. I'm really excited about it. It looks really cool, man.
They should go all white. Everything outlined in white.
All white, everything?
Just everything white.
Just really color rush it?
Yeah.
Even the orange is white?
Yeah.
All right.
God, that feels like that would be a nightmare, but
I don't want to watch that game.
I would kind of I would want to see it for at least one series.
No.
I'm not saying I can make the whole game.
Everything's white.
I want to see it
white
for at least
out.
one series.
Can't tell numbers.
They're like third and I don't know.
The referee's
2?
like, can you come here? I can't see your number. It's outlined in white on white on white.
Penalty on, I don't know, that guy, and he just points in that general direction.
Dude in
the
the
other
white jersey
team
over there
has the blackout.
Do you think the Bengals will beat the Dolphins?
I actually do.
Oh, because if you didn't, I had a fun proposition for you. That is not the way I wanted to phrase that. A betting proposition
H
is no.
Okay.
Why are you like this?
That's actually pretty funny.
Triple H.
Is when will the Dolphins lose their first game? Well, the overwhelming favorite is the Bengals. But after that, do you think they'll lose to the Jets?
Nope.
Do you think they'll lose to the Vikings?
What time we're at?
Ooh, I don't know the time offhand.
That's a big.
Because then if it's a
deal
prime
for
time
Kirk
game.
Cousins.
Because if you think they'll lose to the Vikings as their first loss, 6.5 to 1. Think they'll lose to the Steelers for their first game? 16 to 1. If you don't think they'll lose until week 10 or later, 14 to 1 on your money.
Jeez, week 10. How many times has a team that didn't lose until week 10 won the Super Bowl?
Vikings games at noon. Kirk Cousins could play good in that one.
I think I thought the 85 Bears, did they lose earlier? Did they lose that game to the Dolphins later
they won
in
the
the
Super
season?
Bowl, right?
And they did win the Super Bowl. No, you're right.
They lost to the Dolphins.
I missed this when it came out on Thursday, but I just wanted to throw it out since we didn't mention it. They put up the Forbes 400 wealthiest Americans, and the Waltons come in as the highest NFL owner because of course they do.
Is that TV show?
Not that, no, but that is, man, you're on a heater in this segment.
Mm-hmm.
Is Jerry Jones is the 44th richest American. In case you wanted to know. 44th. Ahead of Stan Kroenke.
And I did find out America, 4th ranked country in the world.
Who are they behind? Who is this according to?
Yeah, how do they rank them?
The based on economy
War
and power and lots of different, actually very, very interesting ways
GDP
they rank them.
and such.
Number
China got
1,
us.
Switzerland. Number 2,
what?
Germany. Number 3, Canada. 4, U.S. Number 5, Sweden.
Okay.
So it's not based on military might. It's because of Fed retired.
The best
and they're like,
countries in the world.
Switzerland.
Based on economy.
Look back at World War II and see what happened to Germany and the United States.
God. And you talk about the Cowboys living off of what they've done in the past for a
Hold
long
on.
time.
Are you insinuating that America is living off too far in the past?
Off of
Good
WW2.
Lord, Corey! What the hell's
in the
happening?
21st century.
My God. Poor greatest generation people. Corey doesn't give a crap about what you accomplished.
I'm going to go see where I can live in Germany.
All right, let's go from that to who does not think the butt punt is funny?
I mean, it is funny.
It is. Except
you think it's funnier than a lot of people.
I was with
That's
Jared
probably
Sandler at the Ranger game during that, and we had that on television. He goes, "Why did the punter punt it backwards?"
That's what I thought happened too.
I don't think he did. He was facing forward.
I thought the offensive lineman backed up too far, so he over-rotated trying to adjust. It was only once I saw the replay I was like, "Oh, that's pretty bad." Well, Miami special teams coordinator Danny Crosman said absolutely zero amusement and 100% critical mistake that had the opportunity to possibly lose a game. It will never get a smile from me. Ever. Man, Corey thinks even your quote is hilarious.
It is hilarious. Come on, man. Don't take it that seriously.
It's because they still won, right?
Yeah,
if they would have
it's
lost,
fine.
I would have been like, oh, yeah.
Don't be backed up in the end zone again.
Yeah.
Then you don't have to worry about that. But I guess you do need to make sure that your guys are aligned properly
Yes.
and doing their job.
That is very
So,
fair.
Makes a lot of sense.
Who do you think leads the NFL in receiving yards thus far this season?
Well, I know it's Stephon Diggs.
That is correct.
Stephon Diggs.
All right. That is also correct. But here's the
I'm gonna
sobering...
guess Stephon Diggs.
Oh, nice,
God.
Reggie.
Ooh,
Thanks.
sorry. It's Craybon Diggs. No, I'm just kidding. But here's a sobering stat for one particular NFL team. First in the league in receiving yards, Stephon Diggs. Then Jalen Waddle. Then Tyreek Hill. Then A.J. Brown. Then the Chicago Bears.
What?
There
Those guys have more receiving
There are
yards than all
four
the Bears.
players.
I think number 5 was a little bit of a random, but I forget who it was.
It's the Chicago Bears.
I know it's
their entire team combined has 297 receiving yards, which is worse than 4 individual players in the NFL.
They're bad.
They're 2-1.
And they're 2-1. Doesn't make any sense
I
to
want
me.
to see them and the Broncos
They're
play
a
to
playoff
determine
team right now.
who is the worst
Herbert-
over 500 team.
Kellen Herbert's actually doing a really
Yes.
good job.
I suggested Brandon pick him up
Yeah.
for fantasy, so yeah.
I'm upset I didn't grab him
Well,
late.
Montgomery screwed me over by getting hurt.
Sorry about that, Mike.
Lost all my FanDuel and DraftKings money.
I'm sorry.
I didn't lose it all. I just lost the money, I bet.
Would it make you feel any better if Aaron Rodgers said that Bill Belichick is the greatest NFL coach ever?
No, I don't feel like that's a tough statement
Not a
to
reach.
make. I feel like you go back to Vince Lombardi
Yeah.
at this point, or Bill Walsh would be the competition.
Wow. Shots fired at Tom Landry, huh?
Well, I mean, he was great. He's a Hall of Famer, but would you say Bill Walsh was a better?
Please, in the same segment where Corey talked about America living in the past, don't also bash Tom Landry. I beg of you. And by the way, the
I
Browns...
tried to call my kid Landry Thomas, but my wife said no. Wouldn't that have been a good name?
That would have been a good name.
Instead, we got Jake. Just kidding.
You can't take that one back.
Golly, y'all! Mike's like, well, I got to bash somebody. I got to go after one of my kids. Well, I was going to tell you also Myles Garrett might play this weekend, but right now it doesn't seem like any of this matters. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, I guess. Coming up next, do you owe any Cowboys an apology through the first 3 weeks of the season? 877-881-1053. We'll do that, and who the hell knows what else next right here in The Fan.
Sports.
Listen. Stream The Fan 24/7 all day, every day. From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan through 3 weeks. Is there any Cowboys player that you owe an apology? 877-881-1053. And Corey, you also brought up some I was going to say great news. I don't know if it's actually great news, but a great update about Dak Prescott and throwing.
Oh yeah, a couple of different things here, and I do want to throw the Michael Gallup stuff in there real quick too. Dak Prescott said he will begin throwing at the end of the week.
Okay.
He's been soft tossing so far. Kevin, this is similar to last year when we saw him throw the plastic football a couple times during training camp, but he's been soft tossing, but he is going to start actually throwing the football at the end of the week. I would bet then, based on that, he's not playing on Sunday. Against Washington, because you're just now practicing throwing the football that late in the week. It's going to be a while. Michael Gallup said he didn't play against the Giants because he wasn't ready mentally after just 2 days of practice and pads. And I appreciate him saying, hey, that's not it. But Mike McCarthy said that Michael Gallup made some Gallup-esque catches last week in practice. Gallup said, big fade, go up in the air, snag it, got the toes down. And then he said what the feeling was after? MG's back. That's exactly what I said. MG's back. And you know how I like speaking in third person, Kevin.
I'm surprised you didn't say that Corey likes.
Corey likes whenever MG's back.
You really messed that one up. You had a great chance.
Is it first person?
No, you just could have referred to yourself.
It's Corey.
Yeah. It's okay. You'll get it.
I think me and probably a lot of other people owe an apology to Cooper Rush.
Why? Because you didn't think he could do it?
No,
Okay.
I definitely did not.
All right.
I think the Cowboys do too. I know Steven kind of pushed against that idea that they needed to apologize. He's like, look, he wasn't exposed to any other team. And I was kind of like, yeah, but like bigger picture, wasn't he waived multiple times and the Giants had him multiple times? Anyways, he is going to make his 4th career start on Sunday. If he wins, he would be the first Cowboys quarterback ever and the 27th quarterback in NFL history to win his first 4 starts. So I apologize, Cooper Rush, for not thinking that you could do it. And I have an intriguing question for tomorrow that will maybe give you the credit that you deserve. So I bet a lot of people say Cooper Rush, and from the 254, everyone owes Cooper Rush an apology, including the whole organization. So Cooper Rush makes a lot of sense.
How does the whole organization owe him an apology? They believed in him enough to go ahead and throw him out there to start.
Yeah. After they were like, hey, if another team wants him, knock yourself out.
Okay, all right. I thought they were suggesting that
hey, you only beat out Will Greer because of an injury. I appreciate that the Cowboys believed in him to a certain extent. But let's stop with this nonsense that they're like, oh, yeah, we knew he would come in and win 3 straight games. Bull crap.
I owe a lot of people an apology. And I'd like to say I'm not RJ Choppy. I am going to apologize. RJ says you should never apologize for anything you do.
What a weird take that is.
Just keep lying or just keep avoiding it altogether.
Yeah, just avoid it and lie.
Can I tell you one thing you don't owe an apology about?
Oh, tell me.
Kevontae Turpin. Did you know of punt returners in the league who have at least 4 punt returns? He leads the league with 16.3 yards per return. So
Mike,
no apologies
I have
necessary.
the numbers. I have the numbers written down over here. All right. I wrote the numbers down, and you said per.
Did your pickle just leak again?
No, my pickle didn't leak.
Per punt return.
Per punt return, Mike, we said if he had 13.5 yards per return and a touchdown, that would be a good season for Turpentine. And right now, you said he's at 16, so he's up. Like we said, 13.5 was a number with 1 touchdown. We think he probably will break 1.
But if he doesn't
break 1
and still averages 16, I'll be like, great.
I'm very
happy.
I
can live with that. All right, but now to the apologies.
All right, multiple apologies here. Not in order, but just in my head, how many people that have surprised me with how well they've played. Number 1, I'll go with Noah Brown.
Yeah.
I thought Noah Brown was a blocking wide receiver.
Yeah.
And after week 1 against Tampa Bay, I just thought, oh, man, this is going to be really bad until Michael Gallup gets back. And I'm not even sure how good or how much better it will get. But I just thought, man, Noah Brown is looking like a 4th or 5th receiver at best in the NFL. But his last 2 games have been very, very good. I can remember that play. Remember when Cooper Rush kind of lobbed the ball over and you're like, wait, what's happening here? And then Noah, snatches it out of the air. And I'm like, man, what a great play. And that's just one example.
Do you feel comfortable then, or do y'all feel comfortable in general with the wide receiver combo or a trio of it's going to be Lamb, Gallup, and Brown? Like, those are your guys.
I would like for it to be better, but it has the potential to be better because CeeDee Lamb can get better as the season keeps going on.
Sure.
I don't know. Michael Gallup, I guess, can get better through like just feeling better and more reps. He's been in the league a little long enough that you think that he's kind of in his prime. Same thing with Noah. Noah, I just don't know because he's only been asked to block for the most part in the NFL.
I'm curious when that happens, because right now with Cooper Rush, they're running a lot of 2 tight end sets.
Yes.
2 tight ends, 2 wide receivers. And that's the simple part of it, Kevin, is those guys are doing a good job of blocking up front. So when you talk about keep it simple, stupid, are you going to do the same thing with Dak and stick to that? Or are you going, you know what, we're going back to shotgun, 3 wide receivers, never asking Dak to go under center?
I hope not, because we've been wanting to talk about this all week. There's just been so much cool content. Is tomorrow I have a story about why I hope and wish that they will stay with that 2 tight end set.
But that being said, Michael Gallup's out there.
Yeah.
Not Noah Brown.
Yeah.
And Noah Brown's been he's made some clutch catches for you. So I think that's a huge factor when it comes into this, is when Dak comes back or when Michael Gallup comes back. How do they plan with Cooper Rush on the field? Do they say, you know what, because Gallup is a good enough receiver, maybe Tolbert's not, maybe Fajoko's not, maybe some of these other guys just aren't quite the pedigree of Gallup. This makes it okay for us because we know these guys will get open in their routes.
Next.
I have a softer apology, but still an apology. DeMarcus Lawrence. So DeMarcus Lawrence, that last game had 3 sacks.
Yeah.
I figured he'd end the year with 5 or 6 sacks.
Yeah.
Now, hopefully he gets way more than that after getting 3 in one game. He
that
does
would be
get to
pretty
play
disappointing now.
He gets to play the Giants again, so I'm hoping there's a couple sacks there if you get to play the same team again later in the year. But I would just say I was kind of convinced that DeMarcus Lawrence was turning into a rotational defensive end and not premium. I don't know the exact word to put on it. I don't want to put elite. He's not an elite defensive end, but a good defensive end. And this last game, he really showed that he can still provide a lot of game-changing plays, which I thought were maybe past him because of injuries.
Right on time with that. I need to apologize to D-Law, Pat from Plano. So I don't think that you're alone.
Apologize to who, Kevin?
Oh, Tank.
Thank
Excuse
you.
me. And I did say that yesterday. Yes, apologize to Tank for sure.
My next one, and in a weird way, I'm going to make an apology here to Tyler Smith. Sorry. To Tyler Smith.
He does look like a heavy hitter, though, don't he?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I thought that he was going to struggle more not practicing at all until 5 to 8 days to go till opening night. That it's just like, look, I think this is probably his future position, but I would assume you need to practice this at an NFL level to look competent at it. And I thought the first month of the season, he was going to struggle with penalties. And I know he's had a few.
Yeah.
He was going to struggle with blown assignments. He was going to struggle with a veteran guy making a couple moves on him that he's just like, crap, I've never seen this in my life yet at this level. And he's really done a great job. He's done a good job at playing left tackle.
A couple of people are jumping in on that one. From the 469, we all owe Tyler Smith an apology. And from 214, Cowboys champ on YouTube, I want to apologize to Tyler Smith. I thought he was going to suck, and he's doing way better than I thought.
Why would you think that?
I mean, probably because some of the reasons that Mike laid out.
Small college, because he had a bunch of penalties in college.
Yeah.
Because nobody can develop. Nobody can get better. Like, come on.
I also want to throw out an apology to Brett Maher. Well,
Kevin, I'm going to go ahead and get my list started here. I owe apologies to nobody because I believed in everybody, and I think I was the only.
You're sitting in RJ seat.
Well,
I can't get anybody's name right.
I think it's more that I believed in everybody while there was a lot of negativity floating around. I'm not going to point fingers at y'all, but I'm going to say there was a lot of negativity, and I was the positive beacon of light whenever everything was going wrong, and therefore I owe nobody an apology. But if I did need to try to make an apology capable,
Not saying you do.
I got 2 people.
Okay.
Kevin and Brett Maher is one of them, and it's not necessarily Brett Maher, but whoever we were just saying can't find kickers. We were like, come on, what's happening here? There are no good kickers out there, and Brett Maher has missed one, and it was plus 50 yards, and maybe we don't ask him to do that anymore.
Well, and that was the one that was like, what was it, like 59 yards or something?
And
I was like, well, it's from the 214, to your point. I owe the apology to Brett Maher. He's pretty reliable and solid when it comes to kicking the rock. He's proven he can be the kicker for this team, and I would trust him with a late game kick. I think in this moment I would too.
I'll also say I'm not saying that I talked poorly about this guy, but I did have some doubts. And Terrence Steele is turning into a very, very good
There it is.
run blocker right now.
I love to hear that. And from the 806, I owe Terrence Steele an apology. I thought he was going to suck it up, but he's really stepped up in place of Lyle Collins.
Yeah, I'd take Steele over Rashawn Slater right now for sure.
Well, okay, sure, because Rashawn Slater is out for the rest of the year. So that is a factual statement.
Hey,
yeah.
by the way, knee.
I do want to
just keep playing.
Would you still take Steele over Collins?
Yes.
Me too.
I would, because I can't trust Collins.
Yes.
But here's the other thing. Penei Sewell's playing really well. I just wanted to point that
yeah.
out. If you haven't kept an eye on what he's doing, like Detroit got lucky that Jamar Chase was gone. But did they have the pick already? But yeah, Terrence Steele, if you're watching what he's doing, he plays with athleticism, plays with more power, and when it comes to run blocking, they feel confident with the right side. I did have one play. The play where Zach Martin yelled, "Stop doing that, S." I'm still trying to figure out what he's talking about because I saw lots of different things that he could have been making.
Steele or the sideline?
Maybe the sideline or Steele or the refs. There's lots of things that I think it could have been. So there we go.
This one's interesting. This might be the only one I've seen for Kellen Moore thus far from the 940. They owe Kellen Moore an apology. Definitely don't think he was ever the problem anymore. And so they're like, I don't think he was a problem, and I don't think he's going to be the problem going forward. From the 682, I owe Tony Pollard an apology. I don't raise enough hell about how phenomenal the dude is.
It's good, man.
Man, there are a lot of people who don't like Tony Pollard, and I'm not sure, but I feel like a lot of the crossover is they're just loyal to Zeke.
I love when people are like, can he do it for 20 plays?
I'm like, I don't know.
We've never tried.
Yeah, give him a shot.
How would we know?
And they're like, well, his blocking is terrible. I'm not here to support his blocking, but guess what? It has gotten better.
When he gets the ball and runs for 10 yards, then I'm not worried about it.
It's still not great for sure, but if the offensive line is playing better, maybe you don't need that skill set as much because absolutely when the offensive line struggles, I get why having Zeke in there is a logical choice as an additional blocker, just like we might see a little bit more of Hendershot and Ferguson because they are better blockers than Schultz, and we might get into that more tomorrow. But, man, people will bash Tony Pollard, which I think is unfair. Like, he's a backup anyway, or he's, like, consistently been a backup. I know the Cowboys always go, it's 1 and 1A, and I'm like, well, that's not really the way you use them, but all right.
2 consecutive texts here say, Broadus owes an apology to Kellen. Also, we owe an apology to Kellen Moore. And I want to see him have this success with his offense when Dak is at the quarterback position again.
Okay.
Because what they're doing is working, yes. And congratulations on that. I want to see if that carries over further whenever Dak's on the field, if they can help him in those moments too.
It sounds like are you going to dispute?
No, well, we were out of time, but I was going to say I like it. I'm just wondering how much Mike McCarthy is helping after his comment going into the Cincinnati game of I need to help the young guy out. And so I'm just wondering how many people, I don't feel like I need to in this situation because I haven't really bashed McCarthy a lot, but I wonder the people that have bashed McCarthy, if they're wondering, man, I need to apologize. That guy won 2 games with a backup quarterback now.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Rangers interim manager Tony Beasley as part of the lunch rush on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Permapeer.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, brought to you by BioAdvance and TXU Energy. It is the Texas Rangers interim manager, Tony Beasley. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How you guys doing?
We're doing good. I know we want to talk about last night's game and a couple of other things for sure, but I was kind of curious, do you tell the guys, do you talk with the guys, or do they get the feeling of being excited about potentially being a spoiler for other teams like the Mariners?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't really had a meeting about it. Our expectation is obviously to still win every day, and we're trying to do that. But we know that we have playoff teams that we're playing. We got the Mariners and we got the Yankees when we get back home. So if we can disrupt the playoff scenario, then obviously that's something that a little bit of motivation for us.
Tony, last night, Josh Young had 2 home runs. How do we get him to have 2 home runs every game?
Oh.
That's a tall order for anybody. But, obviously his debut, his first at bat was a homer. And he hit quite a few homers in AAA this year when he first came back as well. But, last night was just he executed the game plan. We had a good game plan going into last night's game against Robbie Ray. And, he got the pitches that he was looking for, and he just didn't miss. He was ready for certain pitches in certain areas, and he launched. Made good contact and hit the ball out of the ballpark to get us going early, and then he got a big 2-out hit for us as well to give us a 2-run lead at the time, and then off of Diego late, he got a slider, I think it was, and was able to put a good swing on that. So it's just good to see him have some success. He started out kind of hot and went through a little spell there where he's, got pitched kind of tough and had some tough at bats. But the thing I like about Josh is that he stays pretty even keel and just comes to play today's game, and doesn't get too wrapped up into what has happened last night. And so, that short memory thing that you have to have in baseball, he seems to have that.
Bees, I know I'm fast forwarding to the next time you come home to finish the season against the New York Yankees and Aaron Judge, but I was watching some of the Toronto games recently with Aaron Judge, and they're really being careful with him, somewhat pitching around him. And for Toronto, it makes a lot of sense. They're trying to get home field advantage in the wild card round. I was just wondering what your thoughts are. You guys have to face them 3 or 4 games here to finish the year. Your thoughts on challenging Aaron Judge or just staying away from him and pitching around him?
Well, I mean, I don't anticipate us, not trying to pitch to our pitching plan as far as Aaron Judge is concerned. I don't understand. Anyone else can do what they want to do with Toronto. I guess, like you said, they're both competing for spots. I would guess if it's a scenario where we have a chance to win the game, and he's the guy that we deem not to beat us, then we're not going to give him a chance to beat us. But I would anticipate that we would execute our pitching plan to him, and if we make mistakes, and if he capitalizes, he does. But I anticipate us trying to get him out.
After Seager got plunked, I was hoping we could go back to the timeline. Will he be good to go quickly, day-to-day situation? What are your anticipations for him?
It's a tough one. We'll know more once we get to the ballpark today. I hope he's going to be just fine. There was no fracture or nothing like that from the X-rays last night, and obviously he was sore. It was a deep bruise, so we'll just have to see where he's at today and what type of strength he has, and grip and range of motion to be able to swing the bat or manipulate his glove, because he's on his glove hand. So you just have to wait and see, but I'm hopeful that he's going to be okay. I know it definitely wasn't a fracture or nothing like that, so that's good news. So we just have to see where he's at today.
Did you send a fruit basket or like a video to Frisco for their championship win?
No, it was late last night when we got down. We were in Seattle, so everyone's. I think they were 2 hours ahead of us. But once I got in, I found out that they had won, and I did call Jared Goldert, their manager, last night, but he didn't answer. Probably too late when I called him. But he did text me back this morning. I just wanted to call and congratulate them for an awesome season. Then they wouldn't just sweep the playoffs. It made it look easy. So last night wasn't as easy, but they came back and won that game. When they won the first game 11-0. So just, it's a great honor, to have that type of year and that type of success and to win a championship. I mean, it's a lot that goes into that, and for players and staff and the whole organization, it's just something that we can be proud of, because winning is important, and whenever time you win in the system, you breed winning throughout the whole organization, and you understand what winning means. You hate to lose, so it's an honor, and I'm thankful and just just happy for the AA Frisco team and the staff what they were able to accomplish.
You said it might have been too late, but also can we concede they might have still been out partying and celebrating the championship?
Well, that's speculation. That's a possibility.
Well, that's speculation, but a possibility. Well, we appreciate it. I'm glad we can make you laugh today. Absolutely. We appreciate it, but we will catch up with you again next Wednesday, good sir.
All right. Thank you, guys. Thank y'all for having me.
There you go. Rangers interim manager Tony Beasley. I felt like real quick that question had failed super hard, but then it seemed like he appreciated it. He was like, well, that's speculation. But then it seemed like he got on board. All right. We got Mike Likes It coming up in just a second.
What? Okay.
And I know you might be thinking, normally this is where we get a commercial break, but guess what? No commercial break. So hooray for that. However,
What? We need to take a break?
No, but you might not like the alternate discussion that we're about to have. Are the Eagles the best team in the NFC right now, and how much better has their quarterback gotten? I know this is the Cowboys station. Cowboys this. I get it. But, you also have to deal with a reality in front of you. Do you feel like, we'll get to the power rankings later. I understand that. But do you feel like the Eagles are the best in the NFC right now, and perhaps more scary or scarier is how much better is Jalen Hurts getting?
Okay. There's only one team that scored more points than them in the NFC so far. Do you know what team that is?
Not the Bucs.
It's definitely not the Bucs.
Jaguars aren't in the NFC.
That's right. This is fascinating. There's only one team that scored more points than the Eagles so far.
Not the Bears. Oh, hold on. Wait.
Minnesota?
No, but I think you're in the right vicinity. Did they play the Eagles?
Mm-hmm.
It's the Lions.
Oh, wow.
The Lions have 95 points.
Because even that game they lost, they scored a bunch against the Eagles.
And the Eagles are at 86.
Wow.
The Eagles aren't the best defense, I don't think. But they've had two teams that they played against that have only scored single digits against them so far. So that's kind of cool. They are the only 3-0 team in the NFC.
Right.
So, yeah, Kevin, they've scored a lot of – their offense is the second best scoring offense in the NFC because the Lions are the best, which we all knew we would say at the beginning of the season.
No way.
And they're 3-0. They have the best record. And, I mean, they've won 2 games on the road, too. So, yeah, man, after 3 weeks, they are the best team in the NFC. Now, my question about – how much better has Jalen Hurts got since when? Are you asking since his rookie, since last year?
No, just since last year.
He looks so much more confident throwing the ball right now to his targets. Smith, he trusts completely, and A.J. Brown, I think he's like, yeah, if I just put it up, that big body it's a great target for him. Plus Dallas Goedert, I think he has great weapons. Miles Sanders, is he finally getting the respect that he thinks he deserves?
Mama Sanders?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that question, but I think Jalen Hurts has gotten significantly more confident throwing the ball. I can't say whether or not he's more accurate.
Well, looking at his stats, I don't think they're going to keep up, but he has gotten better.
Because he's got an astonishing start to the season.
These first 3 weeks, obviously, he's thrown for 916 yards, 67.3 completion percentage, 4 touchdowns, 1 interception. His rating of 106.5, QBR of 74.7. Last year, he was 87.2 and 54.6. So he's improved those by approximately 20 points on both of those.
Right.
So there's a lot of improvement there. But I still, and look, you can say, Mike, you're so wrong, as the season progresses, and I'm okay with that. I'm going to stick with I still don't think he's a good or great quarterback. I think that he can elevate himself into average quarterback status, and I think he has right now. And he's playing above that, but I just think he's going to come back to where I think he's going to be. I don't think he should be in the category of Lamar Jackson or other quarterbacks that pass the ball way better than him.
I hear you on that. I understand what you're saying, absolutely. If not to this degree, but if it holds up over the span of a season, and it's a damn fine season, like not MVP, but you're like, oh, wow, and the Eagles are really good, would that at least elevate him after an entire season to good for you? Because I feel like at that point...
For me, honestly, no.
Wow. Can I ask why that is?
Because it'd still only be 1 year. It'd be 2 years of bad football and 1 year of good football, and that's just not enough for me. I've fallen into that trap too much because as much as I love Trevor Lawrence, if Trevor Lawrence this year goes 9-8, let's just say, I think that's maybe doable there, and he puts up way better numbers. I'd say, okay, that's good, but that doesn't put him into the category of it'd be like, do it a couple more years. And then the other thing too, which we found out, and Philadelphia is taking advantage of this, I think you would say this is why you're so mad at the Cowboys and Dak's rookie contract, 4 or 5 years, is they're taking advantage of paying a quarterback nothing.
Yes.
Can the great quarterbacks all of a sudden lose a lot of pieces, whether it's offensive line, whether it's wide receiver weapons, whether it's you lose your defense, and they still figure out a way to win 10 to 14 games a year?
Yeah.
And so, look, that's way down the road for Jalen Hurts. He gets another 2 more years of making, doodly squat when it comes to that position where they can take that extra $30 to $50 million and put it into the assets around him. I like him as in this. I think he's having a very good start to the year. I think by the time we get to the end of the year, I think Philadelphia's going to have a great record. So I think because of the great record, he'll get some consideration for MVP. But when we really look at this overall season, we're going to go, wait a second. I'm going to vote Jalen Hurts over Lamar Jackson. Wait a second. I'm going to vote Lamar. I'm going to vote him over Josh Allen. I'm going to vote him over Patrick Mahomes. I'm going to vote him over name a few other quarterbacks like Aaron Rodgers, who's like, I just think when we get down to it, we're going to look at it that way. And I think the hope for Cowboy fans is this. And it's a hope rather than I think it's going to happen is Jalen Hurts come playoff time. I just still don't believe after 3 weeks, maybe I'll feel different after week 16 or 17. You ask me now and I say, this is how I'm going to feel. Maybe I will feel different. I just don't know or think, can he run through Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, Matthew Stafford, maybe a Dak Prescott? Jimmy Garoppolo was pretty much able to do it in 2017. Jimmy Garoppolo almost did it again in 2021. So we've seen, they're very different quarterbacks, but we've seen average quarterbacks in the NFL go ahead and do it, get to the Super Bowl, get to an NFC Championship game, win the whole thing. Joe Flacco being an example, Trent Dilfer, Kerry Collins made it to a Super Bowl. I mean, we've seen average quarterbacks make it very far in one playoff run.
And at this point, because Corey, I know you're big on, we talk about the strength of schedule. They have not had an overwhelming strength of schedule, but
you got to take that in consideration.
If you look forward, I would say I bet they're going to be favored in their next 7 games. Like, clearly, if they lose along the way or if things start to fall apart, that will change the whole thing. But I believe they are going to be favored probably in their next 7. So it's not like their schedule turns into a monster immediately or really at all. And I was looking at, you can bet on when the Eagles will lose their first game.
Oh, and they're favored against the Jags.
Yep.
Only by 6.5.
That doesn't mean that they're going to beat them.
Oh, no.
You know what I mean?
Oh, no. It's upset Sunday.
I mean, that is true. We saw that just this last week.
They're favored against the Cowboys. And we'll just leave it at that.
Well, hey,
that doesn't mean they're going to beat them.
If you think the Cowboys will be their first loss of the season, right now, 4.5 to 1 on your money. So, just something for you to consider. The Jags, 2.5 to 1 on your money is essentially the money line for this week. But yeah, that's why I wanted to kind of have that conversation, because there's a lot of other things that go into it that make me sort of sad as a Cowboys fan. Is we talk about Jalen Hurts. He's the first quarterback in NFL history to average 300 yards or more passing and 50 or more yards rushing through the first 3 games. The Eagles are clearly one of only 2 undefeated teams. And then Devontae Smith, some people argued, and I think some of these arguments made about how effective Jalen Waddle would be in the NFL. So like, hey, is he just going to be a slot guy or whatever? Is Devontae Smith, some people thought he was too small to really go to that next level in the NFL. Well, this past Sunday, he led the team with 53% of their yards in the air, and he was making contested catches on deep receptions, and he looks like a guy. We talked about A.J. Brown's a guy. So no doubt, like with the Tua situation, having great weapons around you, guess what? Helps you be better. Now, does it help you go from not great to average? Does it help you go from average to great or anywhere in between? I don't know. That's what we're trying to figure out right now. But, man, they look really good so far.
Yeah, when you have better talent around you, it gets you Defensive Player of the Weeks whenever you don't deserve it. When DeMarcus Lawrence deserves it more than you, or Tank, as you know him.
Do you want them to G-Bag to ask him that, right?
I do.
You got snubbed for this award.
And you know what? I kind of want that to continue all season. I kind of want an Eagles player to outdo a Cowboys player whenever it's like undeserved. You're like, hey, 2.5 sacks to 3. All right, I'll keep that. I'll mark that one down. Hold on to those things,
Corey,
man. Get petty with it, Cowboys.
How many weeks would they go until they gave him the award? Like, what if every week DeMarcus Lawrence had like 2 sacks or Tank had 2 sacks, but every week there was just this one outlier. And so you're getting along, you're like, hey, DeMarcus Lawrence has 18 sacks, and he's going to shatter this record. We haven't given him Defensive Player of the Week once. Do you think the brain trust is like, I don't give a damn what he does. He had 1 tackle and no tackle. Give him the award.
I don't know who votes on it. So I would have to, like, who is the AP on this? So I would have to know who votes, but I kind of want whoever it is to keep doing that so that he keeps it up.
Right.
You know, that he's just like, I'll show these. All right, I'm gonna use that. Kevin, there was a time where a newspaper writer wrote that this show would never succeed at nights. And
was it me?
It was not. Were you writing in the newspaper?
I mean, a newspaper.
Okay. It was not Reginald.
Okay.
And we took that little clipping and we posted it up, and then somebody took it down. But we knew what it represented to us. All right.
They did?
Somebody else took it down. I don't know. It went missing one day. So that's what it meant to us. And that's what I'm saying is, like, use those things that mean something to you. Do you think Brady would not use some sort of like, oh, really? He had 1 more passing yard than me? Fine, I'll show you next week.
I just want to gauge everyone's feeling in the room and listening right now. Simple yes or no. Are the Eagles the best team in the NFC right now?
Right now, yes.
I say yes, too.
Right now, yes, but I don't think after 17 games that
totally hear you.
Mike, did you not hear the question?
Hey, why we yelling?
He said a simple yes or no. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to yell at you, Mike. You're doing your best today, and I'm really proud of your effort. Oh, my gosh. He's looking like he's...
I think Corey was being sarcastic. I believe that is what just happened. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here.
I'll call you after the show. We'll talk about it.
Right now, I hope.
Get ready for my segment. I just saw something. I didn't hear the question great because I was reading a DeAndre Ayton quote, and I was like, ooh, this is interesting. I'm going to bring it up, and Mike likes it.
Yes, and that is fair. Well, you know what? Then Corey might have caught you on that one. That's fair. All right, it's time for Mike likes it.
All right, DeAndre Ayton. See, I'm surprised by this.
That's pretty bad.
DeAndre Ayton and Monte Williams have not spoken since the Game 7 benching. So he's at Media Day yesterday, and DeAndre Ayton, here's his quote. I haven't spoken to him at all ever since the game. I can show him better than I can tell him. It's life. Nobody cares about the uncomfortable nature of it. It's how you perform and what you bring to the table. What's said is already said. Obviously, there were words in Game 7 said to each other. So he's saying what's said is already said because they're not saying anything to each other right now.
Quick question for you, Mike. Have you by chance seen the video of this at all?
No.
He is so beaten down.
And it's worth discussing that he was cutting off the reporters as they were asking him questions. So like he really wanted to get this done with.
Yeah, and somebody said, "Do you want to be here?"
He said, "I'm here."
Yeah, exactly.
And he didn't sign here.
He's like, "What difference does that make?"
He signed with the Pacers. If people aren't remembering, he signed with the Pacers. He wanted to go there. There was kind of a rumor that if he kind of got close to max out money, Phoenix might not match. So he gets it from Indiana, and then Phoenix matches it pretty much immediately. So he didn't want to go back to Phoenix.
Yeah. Yeah.
And, it's interesting because I really think Monty Williams is a very good coach and seems to be a very good communicator. So I'm just surprised that when they matched the contract, Monty, being the coach of the team, didn't reach out and say, hey, DeAndre, I'm excited to have you back. I want to talk to about how we're going to, use you this upcoming season. Maybe what I want, you to work on, what I need to work on about our relationship. Like, it just seems like that's today's coach, right? And Monty Williams seems to, I think, fit this. Is you're supposed to be a big time communicator. Back a long time ago, I think 20 plus years ago, most coaches, they could say things in the media to motivate players. They could treat you with harsher, tough love, I'll say, to get the most out of you. That seems to be something you can't do anymore, and that you have to have great communication with players and tell them everything that's going on at all times to try to get the most out of them. And here's what Monty Williams had to say at Media Day for the Phoenix Suns. I think one-on-ones are always needed between guys. I've been around for a while. Some guys need it and some guys don't. I'll identify that as the season progresses. I'll talk to everybody as I always do during camp, and it won't be an issue at all. Obviously, then they go back, quotes. It's like DeAndre Ayton then has other quotes where it doesn't seem like he's really excited to talk about Monty. Monty doesn't seem excited to talk about DeAndre Ayton. It's going to be interesting. I won't be surprised here if Phoenix might have done, in some ways, a smart thing. They can't trade him, if I understand the rules right, until January 15th because they matched a contract.
Right.
And there's rules there, and DeAndre Ayton might have a pretty strong no trade clause when you sign with another team and the team decides to match it, because they don't want a team doing that and then immediately trading you type of deal. But I would put a 50-50 chance on DeAndre Ayton is traded during this season.
This probably won't surprise you. Did you see the rest of, so much of their media day was dominated by questions about Robert Sarver? That's not surprising at all, though.
I did see, now this was pictures. I did not see video, but it was kind of Chris Paul, DeAndre Ayton, and Devin Booker not being really excited about pictures and kind of the stuff that they had to go through. So I did not know these quotes until 5-10 minutes ago about DeAndre Ayton.
Yeah, go back and watch
Williams.
that video. It's for him, it is depressing. He looks like he does not want to be there.
It's going to be interesting because obviously there's a lot of competition in the West. And if you're not getting along or you get off to a slow start, you could be just really battling the rest of the year just to get into the play-in situation.
I think the Suns are ready to fall. And this is one of
told Jay Crowder who seems to be a glue guy. They're like, don't even show up. And he's like, good, I don't want to show up.
And it's because of that I think they're primed for a fall. I'm not saying the Mavs ascend and take over, but even though they were just in the Western Conference Finals, but I'm not buying the Suns this year.
All right. Do you guys remember my tease from about 24 hours ago?
Oh, we had some homework, and I definitely didn't do it.
That's okay. I think you guys can answer this off the top of your head.
Was it about stress
relieving? How do we stress out more?
No.
Okay.
But it is based off of that. What do you have the most trouble saying no to? So when people are asking you whatever to do something, well, I understand. That's a positive one, especially if it's your wife asking. If it's other people asking, you should say no. You're married. Okay?
Thanks, Mike.
But what do you, Kevin, I'm going to go to you first. What do you have the most problem saying no to? There's an article of boundaries and everything.
Yeah, it's food and helping people. I was actually talking with my talking doctor about giving out my phone number and stuff, and he goes, that's really nice. I don't think you should do that.
Oh, really?
I think you just need to create a little bit more
buffer
of a barrier.
Although read the book Boundaries.
Although I did have a conversation with a Tolo 2 days ago, and he fell off the wagon. He's an alcoholic, and he's having, I don't want to name him, and he's having a lot of problems, but we had a great conversation and are starting to point him in the right direction. So I'm really stoked about that. But the other one is food. It's always been food. I think it always will be food, because even with stuff from Soda is we have food up here a lot more than we're on the night show. When we did the night show, the only food that was ever here was like whatever y'all ordered or another show ordered, and it just got left over. But now it's like Terry Black's came up, or different barbecue places have come up, and like the fair people came up. It's like those people don't come up during the night show, and they're like, you don't have to worry about it. And so I have a hard time like.
Oh, that's great to look forward to.
Sorry about that. But the Get Right is still awesome. I have a hard time going out to dinner with people or going to a party with people and not being like, hey, do you want to get on this appetizer? Do you want to I really struggle with that.
Really? Because it didn't seem like you really wanted to eat those appetizers we had.
Mm-hmm.
You jerk.
The big jerk.
I don't know what he's talking about.
What do you mean?
We know what he means.
Oh, you mean? At like our charity things?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that is just because y'all ordered things that I know you guys were like, oh, these are really good, but you're like, yeah, do you want to try this awesome sushi thing?
It has
and I'm like,
flavor in it.
It's delicious.
Yeah. Look,
It's
that's
flavor.
a different
When
deal.
have I ever steered you wrong?
It's got salt, fat, acid, heat. Those 4 things are what make great food.
Salt, fat, acid, and heat.
That's a fact.
It is. That actually is a fact.
Yeah, there's a whole book about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you have problems saying no to, Corey?
My wife, when she has an idea, which, by the way, Reggie, you saw the house.
Yes.
Yeah. Give us an
House
example.
looks pretty good.
The house is incredible.
It's like she wanted to do all the stuff to the house. And I could have said no to a lot of things, but I was like, I don't want to argue about it. So I just say, okay, whatever you want, a lot of times. Because I don't like to argue about things that often. We did get into an argument recently. That's a different story for a different time. That and work. When work asks of me to do something, I'm more likely to say yes to it. I have a very difficult time of saying, no, I won't do it.
But when your friend invites you over to their house, you're like, that's fine.
It's just...
You are not his supervisor.
It takes time to drive.
I didn't demand he...
takes time to drive to that place where you're not paying me to drive there.
Hurtful. Did Corey just tell me I have to payola him to get him to come over to my house?
Yeah, it's
this Friday night. Corey will be at my house
for my
6
appearance.
to 8.
It's an appearance fee, Kevin.
He'll be at Terry Black's.
Because he's a celebrity.
Yeah. He'll be at Terry Black's.
I really do. There's also this part of me, Mike, that's torn between, do I break the streak of never having gone to Kevin's house now?
You don't have to do bits in real life with me.
Or do I keep this up? Because it's kind of a good bit at this point.
Reggie, what do you have trouble saying no to?
I'm a lot like Kevin. Fast food is probably more than just like food in general, but more importantly, like saying no to certain people, like my mom. If my mom needs me to do something, I will be doing that thing, regardless of how uncomfortable it might be for my schedule or what have you, or certain friends. I have a friend that I help babysit his son, and unless there's like actually something that physically I won't be able to do that, I'll be there babysitting his son, like things of that nature.
All right, now I'm gonna ask like a psychology question.
Will you tell us what it is for you?
Yeah, what's your thing, Mike?
I don't like saying no to a lot of things, but I end up doing the no, if that makes sense. I just don't like if somebody's like, hey, we should hang out or we should come over, and I'm like, man, that sounds great, but like my schedule doesn't really allow it, so I can't really, I look at it and go, that does sound good, but I can't put it on the schedule right now, and then I usually...
Is it because you don't make the schedule too? Or do you make the schedule?
No, my wife, there's a lot of things on there, but it's just the kids, whatever it is, whether it's cheer or whether it's baseball or basketball or other things that we have, or work, right? During Rangers season, there's 60 plus nights where I'm usually doing a Rangers pre and post game. So I think I just have trouble saying no, because I'm going to ask the psychology question of this, because I feel like I'm disappointing in such a big way to that person. So my question to you is, when you ask somebody to do something, and I know this is a very general question, and they say no to you,
100%.
How does it make you feel when somebody says no to something you're asking for?
Doesn't bother me whatsoever, and I will tell you very specifically why. I would 1,000% rather somebody say no than somebody say maybe or and then not carry through. Because if you say no, I can schedule accordingly. And that's the thing. is I've got backup plans on backup plans, and so I need to know yes or no.
That stinks because I've said maybe about coming over to your house many times, and you've probably you had a seat for me. Maybe a plate ready.
Yeah. So Corey, just say no from now on.
All right, so I'll just say no instead, and you can be like, see, no, now it didn't hurt my feelings.
Actually, I would be like, oh, Corey's not going to be there.
Corey, in 30 seconds.
What's up?
How do you?
The same question.
Yeah, the same question.
What's that? What was the question?
The question is, how do you feel when you ask somebody to do something and they say no to you?
Hurt. Because I recently asked some friends, I even cooked for them and had the food ready and said, hey, all right, come on over. And then they didn't. And I was like, why did not come over? It turned out there's a very complicated reason for it, but I don't get that upset about it. I'm like, that's fine. Move on about my day.
Reggie, how are you with when people say no to you?
I try not to ask people for stuff that much, so it does hurt a little bit when I do and people say no.
But for the most part, we got, and I hear Reggie, right? He answered it differently. So, I'm not a real psychologist, but we'd have to work on that issue. But this is what I've been thinking about when I was reading the article on no, is that if it really doesn't hurt my feelings that much, if I say, hey, Kevin, can you do this? And you're like, no, I can't. I'm busy. I got to go home or this and that. And I'm like, oh, I totally get it. I mean, schedule.
Yeah.
Then probably the people you're saying no to probably really understand too, because they have things in their life that they have to say no to and they understand. So I don't know. That's it. Maybe
what a fascinating edition of Mike Likes It.
Maybe tomorrow we talk about your favorite love language.
Okay, I have the answer to that as well.
6, yeah.
No. Well, I mean, for you,
That'd be 3 days
in a row. You can't tell me how to.
But I worked in Phoenix Suns talk.
I will not. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I got a couple things here, Kevin.
Okay.
I'll come over to your house after my wife's COVID stint's done. And Micah, another reason he's just different.
Oh.
Next.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're kind of a big deal. And now it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Oh, all right. We got a lot of things I want to get to, as usual here in the C Block. A lot of people like the Mike Likes It segment, by the way, Mike.
Oh, no.
And they it's the conversation of how they have the difficult time saying no to things too. And I think that's what this whole thing is all about, is those kinds of conversations where we learn. The Micah Parsons said, tweeted this out. Football so hard because you have 17 days a year to put your life's work on display. Whoa. There's nothing like football, I swear. Couldn't imagine wasting one of them 17 days. The last time I heard somebody say something like that, and I'm not trying to make this comparison to Lawrence Taylor or anything, it was Tony Romo. And it was the year that Tony Romo had broken his ribs. This is not the year that this is when he cracked his ribs, the Jesse Holley game where Jesse Holley almost had it. But he cracks his ribs and he comes into the locker room. I think it was 2 weeks later. And they're like, dude, this is a bad injury. You could puncture a lung and all these things. And he's sitting there. And for anybody that's ever seen on TV, the media scrum that goes around most guys, there are a lot of media there.
Sure.
On Tony Romo talk day, it was the most media there could be. I would literally be hanging from the cabinets with my little remote, trying to get my recorder, trying to get some audio from Tony Romo. Sometimes I would have to pass it to somebody else that was closer because there was no way to get close. But Tony Romo was sitting there and he was limping into the locker room, takes his seat. Everybody stays out of his way. He sits down and he says, I don't think anybody will ever understand, and I think Mike maybe might understand this more than any of us for the professional athlete part of it. But I did want to ask the question, what is the thing that you think you may take for granted that's in your life? Because Mike is saying there's only 17 of these games a year. And for your entire career, you may play a very small portion of games. You may play a very small portion of those games as a lifer. I mean, Aaron Rodgers has been lucky enough to play a lot of games.
Yeah.
But man, don't you think he wishes he could have played another extra game in this or that? Tony Romo was looking at it saying, at that time, I only have 16 of these. And if I don't go out there and give it everything I got while I'm physically capable of doing it, when it's gone, I won't have the chance to be able to go back and do it. Micah Parsons, how old is he at this point again?
23.
He's already this smart at this young of an age as a player to say, I don't know, whatever sickness he was dealing with the other night, I think you could kind of see that it was taking its toll on him when he wasn't on the field.
Though McCarthy was quick to say he's still so good that he created more advantageous matchups for others.
He absolutely did and absolutely does. And Reggie, we were talking about it earlier. What was I said he will take his chest and run from, 2 steps into you and knock offensive linemen down. And what did you say they're going to start calling that?
Yeah, I was listening to the Dominique Foxworth Show podcast, and they were talking about how they want to start calling that defensive pancakes.
And that's what Mike is doing, is he's rolling defensive pancakes out there on dudes, even while he's sick. But again, he wasn't going to say, I'm taking the night off because I'm sick. I'm going out there and giving everything I can because I don't have that many of these games in my career. I'm only going to have however many I have, that's it. And then I'll never be able to have that same experience. And I think there are a lot of us in this respect. There's things that we take for granted that we're like, oh, we'll have plenty of time to do that and those kinds of things.
It's not a sports component, but I immediately thought of something. I think sometimes I take for granted how much I get to see my family.
Yeah.
And my wife's family, because I've talked about, a lot of my mom's family lives up in Chicago, and so I don't get to see them as much as I want. But otherwise, my sister, she lives in Richardson, and my mom lives in Garland.
What a drive.
Yeah, I know. And Jess's family lives in Paradise, which is, further away. That's a good hour and a half. But still, they live within an hour and a half. All of our, core family people all live within an hour and a half. And during COVID, I got to realize that's when my little nephew Hudson was born. Hey, buddy, if you're listening. And I barely got to see him. And I thought it was so sad because my sister had such a great relationship with my son when he was little. And so now that COVID's over, and well, I'm not trying to start anything with anybody, but I'm not trying to start anything with anybody, but
you call my wife.
Now that, okay, that's not what I meant. Now that a lot of the restrictions have been loosened and I get to see him all of the time, it is something that I've got to realize it really sucked not being able to see him. And it probably sucked a lot for him, not being able to see people in general outside of his mom and dad. And so sometimes I think I take for granted seeing my family because you're like, oh, do we have to do this? And you're like, well, that's probably pretty cool that we can see our family people.
And like somebody's saying he's better than me. I'll be sick on Friday, and the only place I can find the medicine is the state fair. Don't take the state fair for granted. All right.
Yes.
Make sure this only comes around once a year. Go get your corn dog.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, except they also they have a food truck now.
Oh my
downtown.
Yeah. Because Mike, but the question that I'm asking, when it comes to you specifically, I bet when you started in the minor leagues, you never thought to yourself, "Man, the last game is going to be so sad for me."
Going to give up a bomb to Ryan Howard and walk off the mound and never pitch in the majors again.
But that's the thing.
Thanks a lot,
you
baseball.
never know when that is.
God, that's so sad. But the way you said it, I don't think the situation is funny. I want to make that clear. It's just the way you said
Well,
that.
my wife Sue is always like, "Listen, you love baseball. Baseball's never loved you back."
Oh man,
because it's a thing. It's not a person.
I'm sure there was a moment where it loved you back, where the baseball gods gave you that moment. But I understand where she's coming from.
In high school when he was tearing up all them fools.
Complete game, baby.
You know, so at the start of December, I'm going on a trip I booked everything because I always wanted to take the family to New York City for Christmas time. And all of a sudden, I mean, you're running into the same thing here, Kevin. All of a sudden, my oldest is a senior in high school.
Yeah.
This is it. If I don't do it now, then it's a lot tougher once they go to college, or if they're done with college and they're living in some other part of your region or in the country or out of the country, whatever happens, right? You start going, gosh, I mean, I don't spend a whole bunch of time with my parents. I do get to spend time with them, but I mean, there's just, when you have a family, it's very tough to find other time for.
You're probably not going to live with them either.
Right.
We made the mistake of mentioning to my wife that this will be probably the last year Brandon lives with us. And oh my God, that just started an emotional whirlwind of things.
Yeah. So I think, I take a lot. I think we all as humans take a lot for granted in the most part, like our shelter, our food, but I think in this case, I know you talked about family, just the good vacation time with family that we've had that I'm going to really miss, and trying to take advantage of going to New York for Christmas time as a family. And then I think we're going to try really hard to do some sort of spring break thing as a family and then one more summer vacation. Summer vacation's a little bit easier, even though, let's say, Brandon or Mary Grace are in college, that usually they'll come back for 2 or 3 months during summertime. So that's maybe a little bit easier. But I think I take kind of that vacation time with family for granted.
Okay. And that's kind of, again, these are I think a lot of us have had moments where we've been like, man, I'll never be able to do that again. I don't think about that often, Mike. My oldest is 14. I feel like maybe I'm still far enough away where
I think that I felt like that. Well, she's 14. I got 4 or 5 more years, and the next thing you're like, oh crap! Like this is it. It's do or die now.
Yeah, I think me at this point, my thing is my parents and grandparents. I don't spend enough time with them. I'm like, y'all raised me to be able to raise my own family, and I spend a lot of time with them, and maybe I should have more involvement there with them. And I'm not quite as close as like an hour drive for everything, but it's a little more expansive now with Dad being in Canton and Mom in Fate area.
He made the Hall of Fame?
He's in my Hall of Fame, Mike. My dad is definitely in my Hall of Fame.
Nice.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. By the way, Friday night, myself, Sean Sharif, Bobby Belt are all going to be at Terry Black's Barbecue in Deep Ellum. Want everybody to come out and hang out with us and have some barbecue, have a fan hang, and get that thing rolling too. By the way, looks like from 2 to 7, the G-Bag Nation is going to be on the road too. It looks
on
like
Friday?
on Friday.
I was about to say, we need to tell them. If not,
they're going to have State Fair tickets and Fletcher's T-shirts to give away.
Well, no. I'm going. Where is this?
They're giving away a Komodo Joe grill, so that's going to be going on. It looks like it's at DFW Hot Tubs, but I'm going to let them talk about that a little more. It's
Dude, are they going to be in the section where they sell the fudge and the dips?
Probably so. Yeah,
they're going to be they're going to be at the State Fair?
Probably. No. No, it looks like they're going to be. I don't know. They
have all the hot tubs at the State Fair.
It says Justin Road and Flower Mound, so I think that's a different area.
They moved the State Fair to Flower Mound?
No.
I think it's a reasonable question.
Now, no, it's not. Did you see a giant Ferris wheel in Flower Mound?
I see it right now outside the window. It looks like it's moving.
There's one in the Colony at Grandscape where I was on Saturday.
Now, if only we had a giveaway that could be anywhere near.
Let's give.
No.
I'm sorry.
Don't give it.
Don't do that to me.
This was hype for tomorrow.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll scream that tomorrow.
By the way, though, tomorrow we're giving away, courtesy of AT&T, 100 level Cowboys tickets and a parking pass.
So 100 Cowboys tickets?
No, for legal reasons, please don't do that right now.
Sorry.
100 level Cowboys tickets.
Gotcha.
We will be giving away a pair of those as well as a parking pass thanks to AT&T.
For this upcoming game? Okay.
And Mike wants to include other stuff, but I think the company's like, nah, let's not do that for now.
God,
but
basically,
here we rock it on Friday, 2 to 7, G-Bag Nation, Flower Mound, and then from 7 to 9, me, Bobby, and Sean Sharif hanging out at Terry Black's barbecue, and anybody else that wants to come down there and have some barbecue and drinks as well.
I will tell you, my son has a good palate. I know I have a bad palate. We had Terry Black's in Austin as part of our college trip that we went on, because that's what I used my vacation for. Is we went down to Austin and then to Michigan to look at colleges. We both thought it was the greatest barbecue we had ever had.
Yeah, and any barbecue you had in Michigan can't compare to what you have in Texas.
We did not bother in Michigan with barbecue, decision. But down in Austin, it was phenomenal. So I'm interested in this spot.
And this is how I wanted to end this one. Why do people have Halloween decorations up already? It is not October yet. And I feel like we need to start really setting boundaries on when people can put up decorations.
Are you telling people how to Halloween?
We do have a saying in our house, give Thanksgiving a chance.
Okay.
And that's more off of Christmas decorations.
Do you know one of the most nonsensical times that Corey was ever mad at me? We had Brad Sham on. And I said, do you ever feel like Thanksgiving doesn't get a fair shake? And he goes, well, what do you mean by that? Because off air, I was talking all about like nobody gives Thanksgiving a chance. And I was like, it just feels like as soon as Halloween's over, it's Christmas time. And like we were talking about Thanksgiving. He gave this like multi-minute answer that Corey was just staring at me the whole time. He's like, your stupid question is wasting time of what Cowboys questions could have been.
He basically told you why your whole glass is half empty all the time.
Yeah.
And then you need to look at it the other way.
I worked on that.
But yeah, I'm driving around. I see it's kind of cool. There
Till
are
Saturday.
some cool ones
I'm
out
with
there,
you.
but I feel, and even Lucy was like, Dad, can we go ahead and put ours up? And I said, no. We can do it on Saturday. That's when October, the month which Halloween is in, which a month is too long for decorations for me. But
you have stayed away then from Target, Walmart, and Michael's, I hope, because
everywhere I go, there's stuff's out.
And Christmas
stuff is already out. Yeah, somebody even said, Corey, any store you've been to lately already has Christmas stuff out. I'm like, let's just go ahead and get through Halloween, but I want to do it in that month. Let's celebrate that month. I'm okay if you just put your stuff out on the day of Halloween and go ahead and wait until then. Why do we need it out for a month? Just explain. I don't need you to argue with me. I just want to know the people that have done it. Okay. If you have already put up Halloween stuff, why? What's your purpose?
Okay.
What's your reasoning?
And then don't look at the fan text because somebody goes, I already have my Christmas stuff up.
I know. Don't do that.
They're getting their money's worth, I guess.
That actually is a weird point that I agree with.
They're not taking their Christmas stuff for granted.
There you go. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Full circle on this segment. Coming up next, let's power rank the power rankings right here on your home of things that are full circle. 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up on The Fan, get ready to enlist in the nation. Awesome.
big trucks, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where Mike is trying to make me panic. Now it's time for some power ranking. The power rankings. All right, just for the record, I want to clue people into what we're talking about. Mike gets the power rankings, and we don't look at them and try to go through them. So Mike walks up just now, and he goes, "Hey, do you have these? I haven't done anything. Do you have the power rankings?" And so my eyes got really big. I did.
Yeah.
And he's like, "I'm just kidding."
That's what he was doing earlier when you asked that question that I freaked out about. He was looking up power rankings.
I actually did this yesterday.
Oh, that's smart.
Knowing, because power rankings for teams come out on Tuesday. Power rankings for quarterback come out either... I get it off of CBS for the quarterback power rankings. It either comes out Tuesday afternoon or Wednesday morning. So I have 4 NFL power rankings, and I have the CBS quarterback power rankings. Ooh. I will ask Kevin, since I panicked him. Kevin, would you rather do team power rankings first or quarterback power rankings first?
You know what? I think I want quarterback power rankings.
Okay, now remember.
Catch Cooper Rush
fever.
I'm sure more people do this, but I do go off of CBS Sports power rankings. Would you like to start off with where is Cooper Rush or where are the top 10?
I want to start with where is Cooper Rush.
All right. Last week,
10.
if you remember, he was number 31. Only Jacoby Brissett was worse, according to CBSSports.com in their quarterback rankings. Where would you say from 31 he went for your week 4 power rankings of quarterbacks?
Back-to-back wins.
Oh, yeah, baby.
I'm feeling really optimistic. I'm rocketing him up to 24.
24. Okay, I'll write that
24.
Down. Oh,
24. 24.
All right.
Top 10.
What?
What?
Top 10.
Great.
I will let you know this.
All right.
Jalen Hurts is number 10. Do you think he's above or below Jalen Hurts in power rankings?
How much do you love the Cowboys?
Top 11.
Top 11. Russell Wilson is ranked number 11.
I feel strong here.
In this moment.
Do you think he's above
I don't
Jalen
know,
Hurts
in
and
this
Russell
moment.
Wilson?
Say
or
somewhere
below?
between 10 and 15 then is where I'm going to.
Man, that is high.
Okay. All right. Then give me 22.
Number 15. Okay, number 22. All right. 24 and 22. I will name quarterback 22 and 24, and you tell me if he's above 22 and 24 or below 22 and 24 or just in the middle. Number 22, Geno Smith.
Oh, he's better than Geno Smith.
Number 24, Jacoby Brissett.
Hold on. He was better than Jacoby Brissett last week.
I didn't tell you if he's above 22 or below.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's a good point.
Like I'm giving you right now.
You know what? Changing my vote, 21.
Do you guys want me to give you 23? He was not 23. Just to give you an idea of 22, 23, and 24. Yep. Geno Smith, Justin Fields, Jacoby Brissett are your 22, 23, and 24th best quarterbacks in the power
I'm
rankings.
a Justin Fields guy. He's averaging 99 yards per game.
Is that good?
No, that is not.
But something ain't one.
Yeah, I guess. I'm saying he's ahead, 21.
I'm going to say he's behind now. He's somewhere below 24.
What are you doing?
All right. Number 20, Jared Goff.
Wow,
Number 21, Jameis Winston. 22, 23, 24. We just said Smith, Fields, Brissett.
You're not putting him in the top 20. That means he's bad.
25, Baker Mayfield.
Okay, all right. So he's like 19. Cooper's got to be like 19 at this point.
No way.
I'm going back the other way. I went below 25, and I'm going back to 19.
What is the reasoning for this swing?
I don't understand it
This
either.
is the best guessing ever.
I'm going to say 26 then.
Number 19 is Carson Wentz, who we face this week.
He's better than Wentz. He's a better redheaded than
my
Wentz.
God.
Let's go 18.
No way they put him that high.
Number 18 is Matt Ryan.
Matt Ryan stinks. He's better than him. Let's go 17.
Number 17 is Jimmy G.
Crap. Just move him back to 32.
Number 32 is Brian Hoyer because he's taking over for Mac Jones.
Okay.
Good point, yeah.
He's better. So 31.
Number 26
Well,
is
he's
Cooper
higher
Rush.
than- 26?
He is 26. He moved up 5 spots. The
That's dumb.
quarterbacks below him, Davis Mills, 27, Daniel Jones, 28, Marcus Mariota, 29, Joe Flacco, 30, who he should be taken out. They've already named if you're going to take out, I guess Brian Hoyer did have to come into that game. Mitch Trubisky is 31 and Brian Hoyer is 32.
I'm legit asking this.
All right.
On New York sports radio right now, would they vote Cooper Rush over Daniel Jones?
Heck yes. Absolutely, they would.
I think the hate. Yeah, I think there's maybe enough Daniel Jones hate. I'm just wondering, since he got off to a 2-0 start, did that one loss destroy their confidence that was probably already low?
Yeah.
That they were really hoping?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they would.
It's like Philadelphia. If the Eagles lose one game, they're going to be like, I'd rather have Cooper Rush than I would Jalen Hurts right now.
And, you know, every time you do that voice, it just sounds like Arnie Spaniard. I don't know if that's on purpose.
All right. We're going to go Corey, then Kevin, and you guys guess number 1, then number 2. But I'm going to tell you, when you guess that person, I'm going to say where they are in the power rankings.
Right.
If you were to guess the number 1 quarterback power ranking right now, who would be number 1?
I would still go with Mahomes, even though he lost because Josh Allen also lost.
You're correct. Pat Mahomes is number 1 and stays number 1.
Okay, then I will say Josh Allen.
Josh Allen is
second.
number 2, and he stays number 2. Who's number 3?
Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers is number 3. Number 4, you're going to have a major issue and struggle with this one.
Crap.
That's your hint.
Because I was going to say Lamar Jackson. Okay, well, it's probably not Lamar Jackson.
You really think Lamar Jackson is number 4?
I mean, I can't say yes or no until
right now.
guesses.
He's playing phenomenal.
You think he's top 3?
Well, he's not.
No,
on the
because
power rankings, he
you
can't be
just
right now
said-
because Aaron Rodgers is number 3.
You know what? I am going to say Lamar Jackson.
You're so wrong. He's number 6.
Oh.
Number 4, Corey. Yes. I just gave him like the greatest hint of all time. He's going to have a major issue with this person being number 4.
Who it is then. This is stupid.
Either Brady?
Who are you guessing?
I think that's probably accurate.
Herbert.
Herbert's number 4.
Because you hate him because everybody loved him so much.
It was amazing when you said
Man.
Lamar Jackson, and I was like, you're going to have a major issue with this person.
yeah.
Because
Yeah.
the Herbert-Lamar Jackson thing is your issue.
Yeah. It's a big problem. You can't stand it.
All right, so Herbert's number 4. Lamar Jackson's number 6. Who's number 5? Kevin, who's number 5?
Give him another hint.
Brady.
He said it. Tom Brady. You got it right.
Wow.
Good job. Who's
Gross.
number 7, Corey, in quarterback power rankings according to CBS Sports?
Stafford?
Stafford is number 8. You got close,
Okay.
but you didn't get it right.
That's
you
correct.
got it wrong.
I got it wrong.
Cigar man.
Joey.
Bill Clinton?
No, Mike. Mike.
Joe Burrow's what I meant.
Oh.
Nobody. How many people know what Mike meant by cigar man Bill Clinton? 877-881-1053.
You got it right. Joe Burrow's number
Nice.
7.
Good job, buddy.
Matt Stafford's number 8. So you have
Hold
to
on.
guess number.
I got it right, but why do I still feel like I lost in that moment because of what Mike said?
I didn't know who you're talking about. I was like, wow. He's
You
not
thought
even
my
close.
answer was Bill Clinton. That is what you thought my answer was.
I don't know. I mean, you said cigar man. I was like, well, maybe he's talking about politics again.
He said Hurts is 10, though.
Yeah, you said Hurts is 10 and,
yeah. So
and
number
Wilson's
9 is the
11.
last one to guess.
Trevor Lawrence.
Oh, Tua.
Tua.
Tua's number 15.
Shut
I know.
up.
I thought that was very low
What's
for
he
him
done?
right now.
I mean, they're the
He
one
threw
or
for like
two.
You guys aren't going to
178
get it. It's
yards?
Kyler Murray is number 9.
What?
Now,
He's looked poor.
I did write it down. T-Law's number 14.
14?
Yeah, he's moving up. By the way, if you want more really quick, I'll do this, and then we need to get to team power rankings. Number 9 was Kyler Murray. 10 was Jalen Hurts. 11, Russell Wilson. 12, Kirk Cousins. 13, Derek Carr. 14, Trevor Lawrence. And 15, Tua T.
That is fascinating. I mean, I just think at this point that does feel kind of low for Tua.
I agree with you. All right, now I have CBS, ESPN, Sports Illustrated, and NFL. This is going to be a little bit different. We went ESPN last week. I'm going to go with NFL.com this week. Kevin, you get to go first. Who do you think NFL.com has as the number 1 power rank team?
I wonder if it's the Dolphins.
You wondered wrong. They're number 3. But they are number 1 on ESPN and Sports Illustrated.
Oh.
So Miami Dolphins are number 1 on ESPN and SI. CBS and NFL have this team number 1.
Philadelphia.
Philadelphia, number one, way overrated.
You just couldn't make yourself say it. I get it, Kevin.
Do they have the Bills second?
They do. NFL.com has the Bills second. SI has the Bills second. ESPN have the Bills second. CBS have the Bills third. So we've named the top three teams in random orders by different websites. Philadelphia, Buffalo, Miami. Number 4 on NFL.com is Corey?
Number 4?
Number 4.
Packers?
You're right.
Oh.
They're also number 4 on CBS. This team is number 5 on NFL and CBS, but number 4 on ESPN and SI.
Chiefs?
You got it right. Chiefs. Number 6 on NFL.com.
Did we say number 3, by the way?
Yeah, Miami.
Okay.
It went Philadelphia, Buffalo, Miami.
Okay,
He
all right,
guessed
all right.
Miami first. I said
Gotcha.
wrong.
Okay, gotcha.
So it's Philadelphia, Buffalo, Miami, Green Bay, Kansas City, and number 6 is?
This is tough. It's between the Ravens and the Rams for me.
You are correct. Now you just have to put them in order.
I was like, he said two different things.
I got I'll go the Rams.
Rams are 6. Baltimore is 7. You're gonna have to guess 8 and 9.
Crap, because I was going to say the Ravens. Oh my gosh.
You're welcome. I guess 2. My bad.
Crap. All right.
This team is ranked as high as number 6 on CBS and on Sports Illustrated, but number 8 by NFL.com.
I am going to say.
You're gonna say the Cowboys.
It's not the stupid Bucks, is it?
Oh, you said it. You got it right.
Wow, that's impressive.
All right. Now we're running out of time because I do want to get to this discussion. Number 9 and 10 is Minnesota and Cincinnati on NFL.com. It gets a little bit
Cincinnati,
jumbled up.
huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Out of the 4 places that I have, the website, CBS, ESPN, SI, NFL, how many of them rate Dallas higher than the Jacksonville Jaguars in their power
Oh, no. I feel like it's low because he said 1.
You guess 1. Corey.
2.
You guessed 2.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin, you're right. 1 place has the Cowboys ranked higher than the Jacksonville Jaguars. Dallas is ranked 13 by NFL.com, and Jacksonville is ranked 18 by NFL.com. Now, I think this is too high for my Jacksonville Jaguars, but CBS has the Jacksonville Jaguars ranked number 9, and Dallas ranked number 13.
9?
Yes.
Holy moly.
People respecting that defense.
You told me the other day that rankings would be like 3 weeks away.
Yeah.
Still, and that was college football, but could that still apply here where you're still about 3 weeks away from these being accurate?
Like at least that way you can still play it out. Like, you know.
So if Jacksonville beats Philadelphia, Jacksonville moves to number 1. Okay, Jacksonville on ESPN is 13. Dallas is number 16. Sports Illustrated has Jacksonville number 11, Dallas number 13. So real quick, Dallas is 13th on 3 of the websites and 16th on 1 of the websites. How do you feel about Dallas right now? Moving from, remember after Dak's injury, it was like 24 to 27 was their ranking, somewhere in the 24 to 27 range. Now after winning 2 games, they have moved up to 13 on 3 of them and 16 on 1 of them.
I think that's probably about right. Like probably middle of the pack.
I still think they kind of belong in like the 20s. Their defense is that good.
Yeah.
I think, we've yet to see the bad Cooper Rush version in a real NFL game. I think when that happens, people will be like, oh, never mind. Let's put them back down. And round 20 would probably be more accurate to what they are.
It is a tough matchup. Where do you think NFL.com has the Washington Commandos ranked that you're playing on Sunday?
Ooh, high 20s.
31.
Oh, my gosh.
Corey, you were really close. The Cowboys have to play the 30th ranked team in the NFL,
Okay,
according to the power rankings. The Jets are 31. The Texans are 32. By the way, the Texans are on the Cowboys schedule.
Hell yeah, baby.
Commandos, you get to play them twice. Panthers are 29, and the Seahawks are 28. So your 5 worst teams in the NFL going from the worst, the Texans, second worst, Jets, third worst, Commandos, fourth, Panthers, and fifth, is the Seattle Seahawks. So those are your 5 worst power ranked teams.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
First, I want to talk about
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rental, buyersbarricades.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Hagee, we are rolling.
Awesome. Love to hear it. Love to hear it. Now, Zach, I wanted to actually start with you real quick.
Is this about a conversation we were just having?
No, I did not. I'm sorry, I missed that conversation.
Oh, that's good. I'd rather we
sorry,
didn't talk about
I missed what you guys were talking about.
It wasn't anything good.
I know you like the MMA. Are you ready to help us push the Bo Nickel hype train and be the official station of Allen's own Bo Nickel, who's going to dominate the UFC? He chomped them out.
Did he win state?
Yeah, multiple times. It was either 3 or